Back everyone to another match of the shift for the Deadlock night shift number 16. We did have a pretty big patch happen in the last week, which made quite a few balance changes, and we were all curious to see what builds, what heroes, and what overall meta would be affected by it. And this week in the match of the shift, it was going to be a focus on a rematch of Sneaky Golem up against Bunny with Clock, considering the last time they met was in week 14, and the match wasn't even close. It's time to find out who would go on to play against melee creeps in the finals. These teams were bloodthirsty early on in this match, as seen by the Dive On League.
Splitting up the early farm between orange and purple. Meanwhile, Billy again up close and personal. Arctic taking the fight here. The Rocker real low, no vitality, just pure spirit here for Rocker. Gets the parry, gets the read on the Billy, and gets the line of sight block. And is that going to be enough for Rocker to live? Rocker still in the danger zone, switches off, breaks Arctic's angles once more as the combo comes in.
Even with the lead, BWC are behind in objectives. After taking the mid lane Guardian, they group up on the left lane to take the last remaining Guardian, but Sneaky Golem are there.
B to get in on the Guardian. Time bomb though, up over the top. The defense from Sneaky Golem ready to come on in. Arctic up close and personal here. The Paradox gets to swap for his trouble. League burns down Drifter as it happens. Paradox a little bit quick, sneaky movement up over the top. Able to shake away from Arctic, who's instead getting pummeled from the back. Arctic in real danger up over the top. 2 HP, bomb and gone. Zito able to finish it off. Still has a swap in tow. A punch to the back of Holiday. Down goes CC, and
with the Urn respawning in, it seems both teams are hungry for the benefit it gives, as Cool Cheese starts off a fight that just doesn't seem to end.
Well, and Bunny Clock's certainly going to be going for this one. And Cool Cheese going on through with the initiation. He's going to be able to, or at least attempts to steal one away. The barrel's going in too. Big damage here. Bunny with Clock on the team fight looking fantastic at the moment. Again, swarming this position with good success. Pot finally gets focused a bit. Has to fall back in the fight, and it's going to be down to Arctic to try to hold it down on the Billy. But now he's getting focus fired. Really good stuff here from Sneaky Golem, turning the fight around.
Goober with the audience participation pulls him right back on in, and now you see Arctic in real danger, chased down on two sides. Mo getting into the action, no combo, no problem. Now once more looking for Abrams. Tanner dancing to and fro. Warpstone in on the chase. Abrams, you're a little bit too big in the situation, trying to get to the jump pad, gets it successfully. Didn't get stunned on the way out. Still enough HP. Now maybe looking for the teleporter play. Abrams into the closet. Okay, do you want to chase him in here? This is a little bit risky. This is where Abrams could potentially chase it bound back. Looking for the melee, raw melee. HP continuing to fall as Tanner, and surely this is the end as a wall facing him towards the other end. Abrams still alive all the while, finally goes down, Dan.
Yeah, but Drifter's come back through as KMC tries to clean this one up, but there's more teammates here for Sneaky Golem. They're able to punish the Drifter. Uses the teleport there to try to juke, but it's just not going to happen.
After using the Urn to bait Sneaky Golem to the left side of the map while taking the right lane Walker, Cool Cheese goes for a questionable turn-in that leads to BWC's domination.
They're about to, the combo right then and there as Cool Cheese looked to thread one win in. Instead, the Urn going to be picked up by Hydration and turned in by Sneaky Golem. So they get a little bit of a payday for giving up the Walker after all. Bunny with Clock, though, still looking for a piece of the action. Pashi, all sorts of farmed up, laying in the damage here in the barrage. Life drain, though, into Pashi at the same time. Pashi got to take the high ground, still under assault. All sorts of yellow in around Pashi. Does he still have Tornado? He does. Use it to hit 2. Still laying in the damage. Pashi, back and forth we go. Meanwhile, Hydration goes down. And Pashi finally falls after what was a serious assault.
And now the fight really starting to conclude with Bunny with Clock on top.
Sneaky Golem got caught out trying to gank BWC in their own jungle, which inevitably led to the mid boss being taken. Off of this, BWC looked to push down the Lost Walker, and Arctic opens up the fight with a huge chain gang and the birth of Bunny with Clock in their rematch versus melee creeps in the finals.
Rocker biding his time as you see Tanner take to the skies. Arctic in on the chain gang. It's a big engage off the chain gang. A wipe of 3, now 4. Sneaky Golem completely crunched off the engage from Arctic.
Oh my god, that's a nuclear bomb straight into the heart of Sneaky Golem's chances. Oh my god, what an insane chain gang. And that is, I mean, they needed to delay, they needed to defend and just slow this down, but this is the fastest, most rapid approach into the base, destroying the key infrastructure. The shrines are down, the patron is down instantly. The game might be over here, ZP, in a flash.
I mean, all credit to the Billy bomb right now. Goes in, finds 4. Chain gang up and ready to go. Bunny with Clock. They're licking their chops. They want to take down the favorite here at Sneaky Golem. Second stage patron. Get hit from all sides. All 3 rejuves still up. Sneaky Golem, you might be back, but you're also gone. Bunny with Clock win another shot at melee creeps.
Well, Bunny with Clock making some huge improvements over the last weeks as they did take down Sneaky Golem to move once again to play against melee creeps in the finals. Would they finally take them down and win the prize pool, or would they have to wait another week? Well, there's only one way to find out. And for Sneaky Golem, having to deal with not only some changes in the meta, but also changes in their team with Rokane stepping down and Xeno coming in. Over the next few weeks, we'll see them come back even stronger in the Deadlock night shift.
Holy crap, we're back. It's the night shift, and we got DDK in the middle. Look at that suave hair. How long does it take to coif something that gorgeous?
I don't know. I'm getting it cut tomorrow. So enjoy it whilst it lasts, Puckett.
Leave it.
Enjoy it whilst it lasts.
Is it, Dan, are you doing the thing where it's like actually a disaster in the back, but the camera view can't actually unveil that, and it's just the front facing? Okay.
I have like 4 or 5 calyx back here. It's horrendous. It's honestly atrocious. It's so bad.
We got ZP, who has been listening to podcasts. He's been on the health grind, and recently ZP upgraded his camera purchase. ZP, why are you choosing to invest in yourself right now? Are you currently in a midlife crisis?
You know, there's no midlife crisis. Just feeling good and felt like the time to go about things. And also, I'm easily swayed by impulse decisions where before the show you go, dude, there's this new camera for $99. You should get it. I'm like, you know what? I should get this new camera. And that's just how it went.
Yeah, we don't have that new camera, but both he and I bought one thanks to Harris Heller. By the way, Harris Heller, if you and your friends want to become part of the night shift, we've got opportunities for sponsorships, and we've got some fun in store for you guys at home. Leviathan taking on Fearless Furies. You guys know the format by now, but if you don't, here's a quick reminder. We play best of ones, and then ZP, what happens after that?
Yeah, after the best one, you go to the money match where we're kicking off the day at $600 prize pool per region. But you can add to that prize pool with the exclamation point donate in the chat. And some weeks we've gone above our prize pool that we had in the Intel days, whereas Tetsio one week dropped just $1,000. It's like, oh, okay, we're just over what we were at before. So yeah, you know, it's a little bit variable, but either way, the players got something to play for.
$600 starting. That is coming from our CFO, Mr. Jake, aka one of the casters you'll be seeing later tonight. But with the community donations, we've been putting money in these players' pockets. Thank you all for supporting the game before its release. Tonight, DDK, though, we have a fantastic matchup. Leviathan is an up-and-coming squad with some familiar faces. They're taking on the Fearless Furies. Let's start, though, with Leviathan, the squad that represents like is it a water monster? What the hell is a Leviathan?
That's what I go with.
Yeah, it makes me think of like in Dota, there's Leviathan, who I actually don't know what the alternative name is for him, but yeah, he's kind of like a water monster creature thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Leviathan just feels like something massive, right?
We got any help here?
Yeah, Jake also came in. He's like, Tide Hunter. He's like, yeah, Tide Hunter. Ravage and all that. Or if you go the Final Fantasy route, it's like one of the most iconic summons. I also think it's something from Mass Effect. I don't know. Terms of music.
Okay, so it's a very large aquatic creature, especially a whale.
Yeah, because it's in fucking Zelda. So, whales, big-ass whales, giant sharks. Chat, you tell us what they are. In the meantime, we'll tell you who plays for Leviathan, right? Because this is the team roster card.
There
Bam! ZP! You mentioned Obakim used to be on a squad that won a fudge ton of money. Where is he at right now? Who is this team?
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan, this is a team that's basically a bunch of the players in the old one-win squad, and then you add in Fremok from the Age of Aurora days, Obakim, who this could be his permanent home with Buff Enjoyer seemingly on a semi-permanent hiatus right now, but it's a team with a lot of potential. You got OCs, who's maybe the most prolific farmer in the entire game. How he generates souls, I don't really know, but one of the quickest farmers I've ever seen. And then you have Overseas, who has really come into his own over time as one of the best playmakers in the game, whether you see him on something like a Mo and Krill, or more often in recent times, things like the Bebop. Look, this is a team that has a lot of talent on it. It is difficult to compete with the best of the best with teams like Abrahams and Fearless Furies, but you know, this team, I don't think they're too far off.
Julian says, oh man, the most handsome casters are here tonight. Thank you so much for that. That was also Citex putting in some compliments, but more importantly, DDK, Jester DM has been a tier 3 sub for 4 months now, and they're watching their European brethren take on the Fearless Furies. Who is this squad that tried to get somewhere in week 15 but didn't have the most success?
Well, Fearless Furies is a really cool team because I think it kind of feeds into the storylines we get here at Night Shift pretty nicely, because they're sort of like the typical team that is good enough to always be in third place and is getting better every week. So they're becoming more and more of a threat over time. And they've got obviously a lot of players that we are now pretty used to seeing. Surgery, someone that has very innovative gameplay and is known for like crazy tech in the game. So always very fun to watch him. And then obviously, you know, Ayano Arzo, Colts, like these players are actually very high level. Bob as well. Like, I mean, ZP, to me, when I look at this team, it feels like they have the individual skill. It's just sort of the macro, the hero pool, just like some of these slight edges that they learn to improve week by week. And then in a few weeks, I feel like they could easily be contesting the top 2, assuming that the rosters stay the same.
Yeah, I think mechanical skill hasn't really been their downside here, even though maybe it's not quite at the same level. The big thing where I think Fearless Furies has looked bad, especially in some of the longer series have been in, is that they are a little bit more exploitable hero pool wise. I mean, we've seen the matchups where Surgery could look great playing something like a Doorman, and then, Surgery's entire hero pool is gone, and they get put on things that they're not as comfortable with. But that's also what you tend to see from teams that are like in the third place spot from region to region, is that, good players, but not quite the depth of some of the better teams in the region.
It's a third fight, and it's gone back and forth on shift 14. It was Fearless Furies taking down Leviathan. Since then, they have beefed up, and in week 16, that was just 1 week ago, it was a swift win for Obakim and friends. Now we have meeting number 3 in shift 17. The winner gets to move on and play for that $600+ with your guys' donation against the Abrahams. Yes, we are going to drop a Christmas album later on in the broadcast. Dan is going to be hanging Christmas lights throughout the month of December. If you want to send any special requests for designs, we'll give you Dan's address. But first, you have to subscribe to the channel, and we've got a Mo and Krill fight. DDK, can you guess who's wearing blue and who's wearing gold trunks tonight?
I mean, do I have a coin nearby to flip? No, I don't, because who is coins? Who is the pleb that uses coins in today's age? I mean, I wouldn't say coins, but Surgery in blue.
Furies in blue.
There you go.
So
ZP knows. Okay, Fearless Furies is already half health. He's getting bodied.
yeah, it's not the best start off the parry, but the counter parry comes on in, and this is going to completely even us up. Though parry for parry.
He got 2 parries back to back.
This was nice. Oh
my God.
What a comeback. We're in the 4th quarter right now, ladies and gentlemen. From the top rope. The parry.
It's actually one of the more exciting ones that we've had.
Yes! Fearless Furies down 40% of their health, come back and win. Incredible parries. The haymakers, but more importantly, shout out to my man going to the top rope for the haymaker. This is what we need more of here in Deadlock. And what does he win for his efforts? That is actually Leviathan losing with the attempt. But what do the Fearless Furies win for their efforts, ZP?
Oh, they get their choice of first or second pick, and in this case, they've decided we want to be first. They take down Billy, who, of course, is probably the biggest winner of the recent bounce patch. Probably one of the most hotly contested picks. But they decide that's not who they want to angle for as their first pick, because if you ban it, that means you're not trying to pick it first. You just don't want the other team to pick it as one of their next 2. Is it Infernus that comes in as a ban? No, it's Bebop. That could be an overban on Bebop, but I guess we'll see.
All right, yes. We are going to see what's going to happen here. Prediction, DDK, we're at halfway.
Infernus could come out. I think teams might be trying to split the Infernus and Wraith for that damage dealer. Shiv obviously is still up there as well, but yeah, Billy has kind of replaced Shiv in terms of level. I don't think Shiv is really any worse. I think Shiv's still insane, but I would expect to see an Infernus here as EP and like maybe a Paradox perhaps to kind of lock that in, especially given that Bebop is banned and Holiday's priority is pretty low. But Abrams comes out instead, which is, again, with the recent balance changes, not a bad pick.
Based on ZP, according to Mexican Orc in the chat. I see it.
Well,
it looks good.
What I'll say, Abrams coming on in, and okay, Vindicta. I mean, Vindicta was kind of rising up, even on like NA scrims this week. Part of that, you go, ooh, Aiden's pretty good. Of course, he's going to go for the Vindicta. But I think in general, EU has been more on board the Vindicta train than others, and she probably got a little bit better in this last patch. So you secure one frontliner when they may have been in a premium after the Shiv, and Billy is gone. You get the Abrams, you get the Vindicta after. Fearless Furies aside, yep, it's frontline. It is a full-on run on frontliners at the moment.
The Yamato pickup is really interesting as well. Obviously, a lot of comfort for the Yamato, and Wraith comes into play. It is very interesting that we haven't seen Infernus yet. Infernus is still S tier. I think it's still a very good hero to be picking up, and especially against Shiv. I feel like that's something Leviathan would probably want. I feel like it would get banned. I feel like that's a very likely ban. I think Doorman is also another pick ZP that's up there that we haven't seen. And okay, Mirage comes out as well. So a lot of new entries to this top 3 selection.
Yeah, I mean, Doorman that good, or is this like a player pick if he comes out?
I think Doorman is good. I mean, teams kind of oscillate on if they want to pick him or not. I will say the one trend that was like pretty high going into this week is that people figured out post-patch, wait, Mirage is really quite a bit better. Mirage has gone way up in both NA and EU. I'm a little bit surprised that Infernus is dropping this low. Maybe Infernus gets banned here, but maybe not when you look at who Leviathan is picking. I mean, you got Vindicta, Mirage already. I don't know if they'd even be angling towards Infernus at this point. Realistically, I start wondering more on the support end here, where, you know, Kelvin is still getting play, but it's towards the end of the draft now. Same with Paige.
Shiv Kelvin?
I mean, just look at these bans and picks. Like, it's such a different meta now. Obviously, the last week was the first tournament with the new patch. So now we've really started to see some of these developments take place in the draft. So Infernus finally comes out, and obviously Leviathan getting Abrams with Billy banned, you know, most definitely okay, but not really quite as good. Lash is someone that's also seen some benefit from the new patch, you know, receives quite a few buffs as well. So far, pretty heavy spirit damage on Fearless Furies, and obviously we're in quite a gun dominant meta as well.
You need playmakers. But like right now, I'm looking at this and going, okay. Paradox finally comes in. Because I'm sitting here, it's like, okay, there's no Bebop. Bebop gets banned in the beginning. Where's Paradox? Potentially a Holiday. I mean, you get Lash, who's like kind of halfway there. But, you know, for Leviathan, their pick potential here is going to be rough. I feel like they have to go Mo here and run at them to an extent.
Fat boy. Viscous works, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit for early game and a little bit of playmaking potential. I still think they'd want to go Mo to round this out. I mean, you get a little bit of that with Abrams, but if they don't get Mo or something here, I think Leviathan, you know, if they don't stay ahead, they're gonna have a difficulty to get back in the game. But okay, they go Holiday. That makes sense.
A yoinker.
I can see a world where Geist comes in as well. Geist, I think, also looking better. I think it just slight improvement since the last patch as well. And I think there's been more priority around Geist. But Talon comes in. That's very interesting. Very bursty lineup here now for Fearless Furies with Talon added into the mix.
Massive shout out to Solomon and Lotu, of course, our software engineers behind the scene who have made everything possible. We had some picks inside of the team there. What is going on, though? I can't make out the different columns. ZP, do we have a big screen? What are our pick priorities looking like after week 16?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could bring that up, shift to that real quick. And, you know, it was the first week after a big patch, so things weren't entirely solidified on what was good or bad. The one thing that everyone agreed on that was way, way above what it was in previous weeks, though, was Billy, where Billy didn't get banned at all that week, but was first picked across both regions. Doorman, of course, got some pretty significant play. Doesn't even get picked or banned today. Drifter also went way up, but maybe is a little bit down. Maybe it's kind of interesting because I think Drifter got really, really good, especially in his early phase, and the general gun changes helped him out. But people may have over-responded to that in the draft last week, as we're seeing in the first game here today.
5 of the 6 games he was picked. Anyone that was surprising to move down in your eyes, DDK?
I mean, let's have a look. I mean, maybe Mina to some extent moving down a little bit. I think in some of the priority, I think
Kelvin at a 2 is kind of a shocker to me because he was like a first rounder the week previous.
Yeah.
I mean, this most recent patch has really shifted things a lot. I think what's more interesting is for me is all of the heroes that have shifted up, because some of these heroes have had a massive glow up. Drifter being one of those who was kind of dead last in terms of priority, but now is very viable, and we will probably see him get picked today. So that's really, really fun to see. Vindicta going even higher priority as well, and Mirage as well. Big winners, it seems like, in the new patch.
ZP, Lady Geist had 2 first picks. Same thing with Yamato, and Warden even got a first round pick. Do we expect to see more of them tonight?
You know, Warden, maybe not. I think when I've been doing my research going into it, Warden actually went way down in priority. I think he was actual God mode server admin at the beginning of the patch, and then he got immediately slapped down with nerfs. And people have kind of realized, okay, maybe he's not as good relative to running things like a Mirage by comparison. So maybe not so much that. Geist, I think, particularly in NA, will get picked a lot. I think Geist is never bad. And I think Geist right now is actually pretty reasonably good, but won't be seen as much in EU. I'm not sure. I think he'll definitely get played quite a bit in NA, though.
Why is there no Drifter? Does he suck now? Was he figured out in 1 week, DDK?
No, I don't think that he sucks. I think right now in the current meta, I think a lot of stuff is playable. I think Drift is definitely playable. I think it's going to come down a lot to just the preferences that the teams have, because more heroes are available to actually make work at this point. So maybe Drift is a little bit restrictive in some of the options that you have, but ultimately he is viable.
We'll be talking about all the heroes during the game. In the meantime, we have 1,000 people here on the channel. If you have a subscription to Deadlock from Project Night Shift, do me a favor. Put a pregnant viper in the chat for me. On the mic for game number 1 in EU. It's DDK and ZP.
Hello.
Man.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever expect that to be our tagline? You know, drop a pregnant viper in chat. Like, did you see this reality a year ago?
No. And I'm sure once we get back to sponsored shows, it's going to get stopped.
Do you guys miss not working with me?
No, this is great as far as this goes. I just think it's reality. It is our most popular emote. I never saw it us heading here. But Dan, taking a look at the lanes and where we're at. We got Viscous Infernus in on the left for Leviathan. On the right hand side, the old favorite Vindicta Abrams back into the play.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, at a quick glance, well, actually, one thing I'll say off the top actually is that Holiday did seem to kind of I'm curious where the value is going to be with Holiday, how good it's going to look, because I don't think Holiday necessarily got that much worse, but it really seems like she's had quite a reaction that people feel like the perception is that she got kind of quite a lot worse. So that's one interesting question.
Before pre-patch, she was full gun carry, and she still was pretty good early. So you would pick Holiday early because you got someone that would dominate your early to mid game, and then was actually your win condition in the end game. Now, when people go Holiday, unless you have lost all your marbles, you go Spirit build. So you're way more on going for the 4.8k Spirit spike and getting high damage in from the barrel end of things. So her style of play has changed, but it's still good enough to be drafted.
It is a hard lane as well. You've got Holiday and Mirage up against Yamato and Talon, so the burst damage from Yamato Talon is actually going to be quite ridiculous, especially if we see the extra shots coming online early for Talon, which I imagine we will, but at fisticuffs. Oh my god, Tanner, is this Tanner? Where is he? Where is he at? He's just bullying people. When I see Abrams, I think Tanner now. It's conditioned into me.
I mean, look, he's big, he's buff, he's charging in the walls. It is Tanner behavior, even without Tanner playing it. But, as I look at here, the other thing, too, that's interesting, that I kind of want to talk a little bit more is, what lanes you put in your strong lane versus your weak lane. Like, for Leviathan, their strong lane is the right-hand side. They decide, okay, we're going to do Abrams, Vindicta, and, you have a little bit more advantage there. You get the church at 6 minutes, and, you make this lane, as is like probably the strongest lane combo they have, depending on how mid goes. But okay, Cult ends up falling in on the left side.
Yeah, I think for this Furies, I really do think that mid lane is going to set the tempo for them going into that mid game, because it should, in theory, just be very dominant with all the Spirit Burst damage, and then you can get a lot of roam off of winning that mid lane. So that is definitely, that to me is a pretty big focus. And you can see how much the wave is pushed already, starting to crash into the tower. And they can maintain this pretty effectively. It's going to be hard to get close to Yamato and Talon with all the burst damage, but Mirage jumping in for this, but the parry is absolutely perfect, and the punish is looking to be followed on through, and Mirage using a jump pad to make an escape, but in fact, this Holiday that's going to die instead.
Yeah, things a little bit back and forth here in the mid lane, to say the least. The one big change that we saw last week, though, in terms of overall gameplay flow, is that with the structural changes made to Guardians, you have to get really whomped in the beginning to lose a Guardian in the first 4 minutes. Like, at the pro levels of play, Guardians were lasting to 6-7 minutes more reliably. They'll lash, you'd take it for a ride. Not as much fall through there, but really for Fearless Furies, struggling to hold on this right-hand side, which isn't even the strongest lane to begin with. I mean, Wraith Lash against Vindicta Abrams, you're already working at disadvantage from the jump, and in a way, it's kind of a, okay, let's try to survive and not have Wraith get too far behind lane.
Yeah, Wraith is now, by the way, if you are new to the meta, the new meta, Wraith is very dominant. Wraith is pretty much the best damage carry you can probably have. towards the into that late games, and is much better in the early to mid game because of the overall gun buffs. So with the card spam that you can get, overall just is a complete menace once again. And so you definitely need to ensure that the Wraith doesn't get out of hand. So if Arzo is able to just become this player that gets to farm with impunity, that's going to be an extremely large problem for Leviathan.
Also, that was a tragic sequence of Freemock there. Freemock couldn't get on top of the high ground, had a little bit of trouble getting behind cover, had to use a charge in a rough spot. That was just a comedy of errors there. Kelto ends up falling. Looking at the left-hand side, Obakim, a little bit low under some of the pressure, but in turn, forces Bobby back to base. Bobby, as it were. Bobby, Bobby. Take your pick.
Bob.
Or just Bob, yeah.
Yeah. Chip returning to the lane. Joining Paradox. And that did actually give up, Yamato going away from that mid lane did actually give up some HP on that mid tower too, and gave up some presence there also. So that's going to be some needed breathing room for Leviathan there, who otherwise have been, despite that shenanigans we saw earlier on the right side lane with the Abrams and Wraith 1v1, it's been pretty good for Leviathan.
They've been a bit ahead of middle. Like, you look at the middle Guardian pressure right now. They're forced a little bit back because all they had to go back to heal. Mirage right now is just staying in for a little bit of souls, but overall, I mean, they've had a little bit of an edge in middle, and once more, pushing up again here. So they're able to grab something, but off in the side lane, again, it's Lash running afoul of Abrams. Freemock, though, taking a bit of poke in turn. Just gonna back out for now. Not quite having the button mishaps he had a little bit earlier.
Death comes in many forms.
Incoming birds. There we go. Holiday getting punished on this lane. Again, it's very hard to feel squishy to survive against all the burst damage. Speaking of which, Shiv is getting fisted, for lack of a better term. And
he's a little bit easier to kill with some of the builds that people have been going about here. So, one of the most important things is that everyone's hitting their 4.8k spikes right now, which is probably one of the biggest changes of the last patch. And for Shiv, normally you would have gone something like a Battle Vest or, Enchanter's Barrier, or, something that gave you a little bit more damage and survivability at the same time. Now, a lot of people, when they play Shiv, I mean, there's a few different ways of going it, but it's pretty popular to just go full Spirit and, send knives at the beginning. You get more damage, but you're also a little bit more killable than you were in the previous patch when you go that build.
Yeah, another thing, it's Tana pins one to the wall for a snipe combo, but it's like everyone's gonna actually stay out there for the moment. Freemock is caught between a player. See if he can escape. In the meantime, back into middle we go. And Yamato is between a rock and a hard place, it seems. Trying to get the escape hit into maybe the mid boss. No. Looking to turn things around here on the Mirage. Mirage is able to do a lot of burst damage though when those Jin's marks stack up. And with those Jin's mark and the Infernus burn and the crows and so on for Leviathan, I feel like you've got to get the debuff remover online, especially for Shiv, for this Furies in this game.
Well, Leviathan able to be first strike here for the Guardian. 8 minutes in, just about, for the first Guardian, and immediately see Overseas moving in on the rotation, heading over towards the left-hand side. Probably perfectly content to let OC's farm in middle. A little bit of check onto the Lash, courtesy of Freemock, who's immediately backing out as the cards come flying. But now, got a Sai coming back in, swap ready to go. So things heating up here in the left-hand side as another bird is out, heading off to the right. What damage is this one going to do?
Almost, but not quite enough damage. At first, ZP with the little med pack changes with the way the healing troopers work. I thought, when I was first playing that on the patch, it's like, it feels like I'm getting less heals, but it actually feels like it can be more because it's obviously dictated to by how much health is missing as well. So when you get like a stacked lane with like 2 or 3, sometimes you just get like a mega heal.
Good point, Dan. There's a request. Can you please stop saying fisted? That's from the chat. Continue on.
Fair request is where it's at right now, except when a viscous is involved and it's a puddle punch, and that is quite literally a fist coming at you. Like, that is the technical term for a puddle punch. But also,
or you could deny the request and see how many times you could fit it in a broadcast. Back to you guys.
On the right hand
Choose your own
side,
adventure.
The charge over. Ayano down. So is Overseas. 1-for-1 trade here thus far. In on the right. Remok up on the zip. In on the harass. Looking for the Wraith. Vindicta a little bit low, but able to go for the fadeaway. Gets the assassinate. And Leviathan holding on.
Even look like a headshot too. That extra 20% damage.
Yep.
Actually kind of significant amount of extra damage, but Flying Strike comes on through. There's a Google. Oh, 35 health is able to roll away.
Oh no. Bit of a lead starting to be built up here from Leviathan. Not only reflected off the first Guardian take, though their right Guardian now pretty low. Reflected in Souls also, and one of the dangers that they have to deal with is just Overseas continually roaming. A little bit of a skirmish right now versus Shiv and Talon, getting 2-on-1 in the jungle. But you're Holiday, you're a little bit slippery. You're able to just bounce pad away, get back over to your Vindicta, who's now in the left.
Yeah, just gonna have a quick look at the farmer at the moment, and I was about to say MTD Dreams, who just died, is actually doing quite well on the farm, and is collected by Overseas for Leviathan. And the game's looking relatively even right now, and will be dropped in favor of taking down the left side Guardian. So looking to up the tempo, Leviathan. And but they've still got one more tower to go. There's one last Guardian they've got to deal with on the far right lane, and that urn is now coming across the map.
Kind of an interesting choice here. I mean, you have a small window maybe to turn in before Death Slam is up, but when I look at who has the better fight for Urn, I mean, you can make the argument either way, but if Death Slam is up, I actually think turning in is a little bit rough. But right now, there's a small window where it's not up and online. We'll see if they just go to turning the Urn. Right now, Overseas looking very, very aggressive towards it, but here comes the Owl. Express mailed over to the Urn fight, up, over, in, nearly takes down Freemok outright as Freemok under all sorts of pressure, gets hit the telekinesis thereafter. Again, support here by the Holiday. Lasso in across the pillar, and Arzo perhaps about to go down.
I'm not on your payroll, Wraith.
Yeah, really well done controlling the end once again. Oh, burst damage. Power shots coming on through. One more is all it will do. Or all it will take to do him in. But it looks like things will be good for the time being. It's a big fight here on the right side of the map here over this right side Guardian. Here, Fearless Furies trying to keep the defense going. They did lose the Guardian, but they might be able to find some kills on the pursuit. Leviathan, though. Good defensive kill. Still might be another fight in this, though, ZP.
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit skirmishy here onto the right-hand side, but if you're Leviathan, you already got the prize, which is the Urn. You're about 10k up. Also, you look at how some of these fights have gone down. Fearless Furies, well, it's you, Deadlock. We got to pause. But I was going to say is, even the last fight didn't work out. Surgery's actually getting pretty good value off on the birds in some of these engagements that have kept some of the fights a little bit closer than they might otherwise be. Also, one of the most telegraphed things of the game, whereas from the observer point of view, you look at the beating map, I was like, there's a bird coming in.
Oh, that's a wallpaper right there.
He's having fun.
It reminds me of the things that dogs do to, sometimes you got to take an extra measure, sometimes.
Well, I was going to go more the realm of like when you're made of goo, everything is like sledding in the wintertime, but that's also not wrong. Like the position there, when that's owned a dog, like, the pose, Dan. It's a thing.
Either that or he's starting his OnlyFans profile. Something. I don't know. I could always change the topic as well. Would you prefer that?
Nah, we're good. We're good. I mean, look, I'm just we'll just know we've hit the the real dark era when the game involves like free color palette swaps, and then you never see green viscous anymore. You just see white viscous in every single game. I mean, look, man, that's just once color swaps are a thing, if they're a thing.
It's just the rules of the internet. Hey, it's just what it is.
Oh, speaking of rules, looking at the left-hand side, that is a Mirage. OC says no Traveler up, and 3 members of Blue Team heading directly his way. So we'll see if OC is able to make the grand escape here. Going off into the jungle on his escape route, looking for the jump pad, but under heavy assault here into the garage, unable to get away.
And that's why Talon is a menace. Uh-oh, Viscus in trouble. Or maybe Yamato's in trouble. Everyone's in trouble. Oh, but Lash comes in, and there's a big old ground strike to ensure the kill gets traded out. So very responsible stuff there from Ayano. And now the pursuit onto Abrams. He's dead. He's dead. He's gone.
Again, a simple attack onto the Mirage turning into a much larger back and forth engagement. Look at the overall map, though. The interesting thing here is Leviathan, despite being, ahead overall in souls, they've lost some of the lead they're at. They're at nearly 10k souls, now down to 3k. And look at the overall macro. Fearless Furies has actually done a little bit better job of getting some harass on to the walkers recently. So, realistically here, Dan, about as even as it gets. I mean, look at the allocation here, too. Both teams done a pretty good job of funneling souls to who needs it between, Yamato, Wraith on one side, Mirage and Furnace on the other.
Yeah, and the chase there onto Shiv. Colt is trying to get out of that position. You've got a good coordinated strike there from Leviathan, trying to gank into the opponent's jungle. And looks like it's being defended. Lash ultimate in the distance. Looks like he managed to catch the Holiday. He does get cubed into safety. So Leviathan preventing any picks from going against them at this point in time and able to disengage somewhat safely. And the urns are coming up here now, ZP, as well as the bridge buffs. So looks like they're going to be split. One bridge buff a side.
Dan, one thing we didn't really get into as we see this owl's gone more of a scouting owl. We didn't really talk too much about which team feels better in the end game here. And as I look at both teams right now, I actually think Fearless Furies, they're the team that's okay with this going to the end game between the Yamato, Shiv, and the Wraith in the end. Mirage and Furnace can be a threat in the end game, but I think Leviathan is actually under more pressure to get things done here early as Ayano just caught between a rock and a hard place there. Pick off going against Fearless Furies is a bit of a disengage.
Never like to have to pop the shadow transformation just to survive. And the Urn is in the meantime getting carried back across the map, but it does put ball in Leviathan's court. They've got to try to stop it. And they are trying to intercept at the moment. They do have position on the Urn drop-off. And now this fight in the Suka shop is going to not look very good at all for Flammable. Pretty rough to get caught as Vindicta in an enclosed space like that. Ooh, we do have Lasso up at the moment. Barrel, Lasso, we get a catch. And it is Talon. That's like perfect. The perfect person to get. He's very squishy and he will be annihilated. And the fight continues here. Leviathan really looking to prevent this Urn from getting carried across the map. And in the meantime, it is Empty Dreams pushing the lash back on the Walker on the left side. So there might be a kill in it for him. He's looking to finish this one off. He's going to burn him down. There's the kill. And maybe gets the Walker too. And they might just get this Urn.
Yeah, the Urn is really, really important, I think, for Leviathan to control here. I mean, also, for Fearless Furies, it's kind of a rough spot where even if they have Urn control, the fact that you have Viscus on the other side inherently is just making Urn fights a little bit miserable for them to turn in if they don't get a good death slam off of it. But Leviathan, once more, getting a bit of an early lead. And again, I think this is where they need to be at this point in the game. If this goes super late, Fearless Furies is going to outscale them. So realistically, they need to start converting this, and really, they can get another pick going. The mid boss would be good, but Obicum gets caught. Meanwhile, off onto the launch pad. Yamato looking real low, has the barrier up, desperately trying to escape, and should be able to make it. Oh, well,
the barrier expired right before the Jin's Bark pops.
The timing is actually tragic there, Dan.
Beautiful. All right, okay, someone's just playing Kovacs. That someone is OCs, who is on 20k. And I mean, I like the late game on Leviathan as well. I mean, it's not bad. I know you're applying their preference to Fearless Furies. I don't necessarily disagree, but it's not bad at all on Leviathan.
It's a soft advantage, I think, between the two teams. Like, it's not unwinnable, but I think between the two, if you're Leviathan, you want to end it a little bit earlier, just because of how stupid the frontline situation is going to get if you have to deal with farm Shiv and farm Yamato. But right now, pressure is still into the Fearless Fury side of the jungle as we see Obicum taking off. Doesn't really want to take the 1-on-2 just yet.
They fight in mid in the meantime. A defense around the walkers, and Shiv's getting absolutely busted. And this is the problem. Mirage can be quite devastating if he gets his power spike online at the right time here. Finds another player as well, the Wraith. I don't know if there's a TP left over, but it's just a fight to the death. And everybody's going to die here as a trade. And I think that's going to very much favor Leviathan, looking to push for even more. And there it is, an exploding Talon at the hands of, I want to say Tanner, but it's Abrams. Not played by Tanner, but played by Fremont.
So they're going to give up Walker on the right-hand side, but in turn, they're going to, well, get a mid-boss kill. We'll see what happens in terms of mid-boss contest. I think you have a Yamato, you have a Lash, you send a contest here. Because between Shadow Transmission and Death Slam, I think you could get one rejuve charge if you get in here in time. Leviathan, they still have the edge. They may be able to get picks off. Oh, Bobby doesn't actually get the Shadow Transformation off in time. Death Slam, though, comes in. Right now, Rejuve split, and it's two that go the way of Fearless Furies. In the end, the Death Slam does its job, and even Leviathan get the cleanup kills here. Fearless Furies have avoided the worst of the mid-boss engage, as, okay, Rejuves are gone for both sides, so impact of the mid-boss is gone, and Fearless Furies, they're going to suffer a little bit more at the end of this, but at least they don't have to deal with a 3-charge Rejuve from Leviathan.
I mean, yeah, totally epic Death Slam to get those seals. You're totally right. I mean, that had to happen. But then you get the 1v1 between Lash and Infernus. Infernus is almost double the amount of souls of Lash. Lash is impoverished in this game. And this Walker on the mid lane is looking like it's going to get taken out. And in the meantime, whilst this gets focused, we do have the right side lane getting pushed by Overseas so that they can then go for the right side Walker off the back of this one. At least there's no rejuice here, but they still have massive control on the map. Shadow Transformation is popped, but Infernus is untouchable right now. Great backline coverage also from the Vindicta. And this is just problematic, but Leviathan, did they go a little bit too far there on the right side? They might get caught in these choke points. Seismic Slam into the ceiling. Not as effective as you might think, and there are a couple kills cleaned up here. This is awesome work from Fearless Furies with the punish here as they look to pursue more kills. Now, is it Infernus that could go down as well? They're looking for OCs. They're going to find him, and this is a huge conversion, ZP.
It's really big. I mean, it's going to let them even things out. It was about to be a 20k soul gap. Now, off these pickoffs, Fearless Furies is going to be able to regain a little bit of map control. They're going to be able to get the comeback earn on their side, which, you know, is applied by comeback earn, but they're going to get the earn. They're going to be able to get a good chunk of the jungle, and realistically, post earn, we're going to be back to even here. And for a comp that, you know, wants to live a little bit more in the late game, I think for Fearless Furies, you are thrilled with how the sequence of events have gone. It could have been way worse giving up mid-boss, but it wasn't, and now you're kind of sitting pretty here, Dan.
Oh, it's crazy. That's the Death Slam difference for you. I feel like it's rare. It's rare to see Death Slam these days come into play like that, but another catch hit. This is a potentially huge. What a stoppage, though. On the Paradox is looking for this kill. He knows he's going to die, but can he take down the Infernus? Absolutely not. Big heal for the Infernus. That's the heal bane for you as he finishes off that kill. And Abrams is just chilling there. Can Fremont convert this one? Yamato back into the mix. This Infernus just will not die. And he gets healed up again, I think, from the heal bane and the barriers coming on through as well.
Well, from Feast to Famine we go. Fearless Furies giving up 3. Leviathan off the respawns, able to immediately reassert themselves on the map. Seeing a little bit of fancy maneuvers here from Ayano, who desperately wants to escape the pressure. Off to the jump pad, doesn't get stunned off the rip, stuns the Viscous, gets a little bit more room. Knockdown, though, coming in, still not out of the line of fire. Down into the mid-boss pit we go. Ayano desperately tried to get away. Viscous right hot on his heels the entire way through. And Lash, this may be coming to an end. It's been a long journey, but it's one that ends in piles of goo.
Yeah, the express shot Viscous is still insane burst damage. I think this build has a lot of staying power.
Yeah, it's a build that, you know, look, I don't know the ultimate origin, but it looked the most impressive back in the Buff Enjoyers days where we saw D-Mov running Viscous and, you know, being a mainstay on the character. Of course, now is kind of gone throughout the entire game, both regions. A lot of people use that particular Viscous build, but it's solid. I mean, it just works out really well with this kit, but also quick little snatch. Grabbing Shiv. See if the follow through is going to be here. Holiday in on the barrels. Rapid recharge. Not much cooldown on the barrels. Looking for one more. Every barrel heading into Shiv as Shiv desperately trying to get away.
Oh, the jump pad. Where the hell did it go? That's pretty unfortunate there for Leviathan for Overseas, but Yeah, it's somewhat disastrous after that comeback, as you mentioned, CP, for Phyllis Furies. But I mean, it could be so much worse. They're still in a great spot where it's just a 12k difference, 13k difference. So it's somewhat negligible depending on the engagement. So we just have to see how it comes into play. But one of the scary factors is, you know, Empty Dreams 30k. However, the counterbalance on the other end of it is Arzo, who is at 35k, leading on the souls in the server on the hardest carry of carries in the current meta. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough.
A lot's going to depend on Arzo being in the right place at the right time, getting clearance in these fights, and not getting dove on. Because the thing you play Wraith is that you do pump a lot of damage once you get up to like 36k, but you need the another lasso overseas. Grab an Iano though. In off the parry, gets the punish right after, courtesy of a GT backup. So what was going to be a catch for Leviathan turns completely the opposite way. Other side of the area, Bobby, Shadow Transformation. For now, walking away to a clear area, backed up by the Wraith, but Flammable getting caught too. 2 down for Leviathan as Fearless Furies now. Gonna open up a good chunk of the map, but still a ways away from mid-boss, minute 30 out.
Bridge buffs are coming up though, so those kills will allow them to likely get advantage on picking up the bridge buffs and potentially the urn, although nobody on the left side of the maps at the moment. So if the urn spawns right sides, that should be takeable for Fearless Furies, who are looking for picks, I think. No, okay, they were TPing across to the left side. And they're going to find Freemok, who is completely isolated. And does spawn on the right side, but Freemok, he's got no assistance here. He is alone. And there are players all around. Can they take him down as Freemok tries to survive? Seismic Slam's going to come on through to try to get out in time. And no, he hasn't Seismic Slam just yet. In fact, he's able to escape without it. And teammates are going to be coming in, but his OCs that will go down here.
Losing OCs is rough, and I do wonder if we're starting to hit the point where, okay, Leviathan, you're a little bit ahead, but you're feeling the scaling a little bit more intensely here. Still, able to find Cult, even things up 5 versus 5. Leviathan all moving together, hoping to maybe find someone in the Fearless Furies jungle, and that is a jump and then some. The movement tech from Obakim. Did you know you're part goo, but also part spaceship at this point?
Yeah, love the movement tech there, and I gotta say, 40k souls for Arzo right now. Arzo is big, he's fat. He is massive. And I'm really curious how he's going to be handled in some of these fights. As his damage output, he could just very easily melt people away. What do we see? There's a Siphon Bullets, Capacitor, Mercurial, Magnum. He's got the debuff remover, Surge of Power, so he's doing some damage.
You know, I'm looking at the other side, and I mean, granted, you need 2 in all likelihood because of the debuff remover, but no disarming hex. But okay, what about just high pressure on the Arzo? Your carry is dead.
Oh my God.
Absolutely run over in on the left side. A huge opportunity here for Leviathan. Mid boss is up, Wraith is down, the chase down still happening. The lasso in on the Paradox. Paradox out of there. Clean 2 for Leviathan, and you know mid boss is coming up next.
That is tragic. I feel like we've all had that experience where you're just out of position in a fight just so badly, you had no idea how bad it was. Just getting caught by multiple players there as the damage carry and just getting CC'd into oblivion. I feel like that's just horrendous. We get a fake out on the mid boss now.
You know, okay, you're respecting the Death Slam, you're respecting the Shadow Transformation. This is a safer play, but I don't know if you had to be the safe up to. Regardless, it's how Leviathan want to play it. In on the chase down. They get the Shadow Transformation out and nowhere for Bobby to go after. Now, with this being done, you're still up 3. The mid boss is low. You don't have to worry about Shadow Transformation. The only thing you'd have to worry about right now is Lash, and Lash ain't gonna be there, damn it.
No. He was invited, but he had other plans. There you go. Clean 3 redos, maybe as it should have been earlier in the game.
Hey, we got chat deeming a new term, or at least a term I haven't seen. It's probably been around the Deadlock community. Goovement. As far as Obakim.
Ooh, slippery.
Goovement. I like that. Also, you want to see some goovement on the prize pool? Right now we're at $1,200, but you can donate to add a little bit of extra to our teams competing today. That prize pool in the upper right, you can change its value. You have the power.
Get Goovy. Moving, gooving. And here we go. Intercontinental ballistic bird. Straight on his noggin. Gotta be careful messing with the Wraith though. But Arzo is going to be safe for now. And in the meantime, is not in this more important fight on the right side of the map. They're going to have to try to take that left side walker down. They just have to try to trade this one out. They're going to lose the right side. It looks like the chase down is coming on through. The seismic slam to try to intercept, but oh, got to be careful. The cube comes in very clutch there, keeping Fremok alive as they disperse.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if Fremok entirely read that one properly. Also, look, for getting objectives down, pretty good macro coming out here from Fearless Furies, where, yeah, you're getting pushed by Leviathan, but you take the opportunity to get on the left walker. And now, if you could get OCs, this would be huge. OCs dancing to and fro, getting shot here by Bobby. But he's going to be able to get away. Meanwhile, off into the mid lane, a little bit more action going on. Taking a look at Overseas. Ready to go, no lasso, no problem. Got the barrels, and as Paradox just sits behind the wall of shame, going, you know, this probably isn't going to end well, and it does not.
Yeah, difficult situation. 20k difference, still not unrecoverable. And Fearless Furies, they do have the extremity lanes heavily pushed. So they are forcing Leviathan to, you know, go and clean those up a little bit. That does buy a little time. And those rejuves are up still though, and the urn is spawning on the right side of the map, at the right side for Leviathan. You can collect that with impunity.
You know, I don't love this from Leviathan right now. I real like, okay, you're using the last little bit of rejuve here for urn. You still have 3 rejuve charges, Dan. Like, I do think you could be a little bit more aggressive than where you're at right now. Like, Fearless Furies are down 1. You could be getting base guardians, and your play is urn. I don't love the shot calling. I really don't in this situation, especially with only 25% left on rejuve. Maybe you have a little bit more time, but now if you go for, you know, base guardian push after, you're right in the zone where not only may you not get base guardian, the chase down, you might not get full use out of your rejuves. This is, the time management is a little bit awkward, I think.
Well, they are in the base with the rejuves right now, so they might be okay.
Hello.
Okay, this 1v1 is not going to be... I mean, it's never going to be a good 1v1 against the Infernus at this point in the game. Yamato doesn't have ult left anymore, and this is going to be the end of Yamato, I fear. But the parry's coming on through. The parry attempts in the closet. Is there a way to win this? No, absolutely not. Half HP left for Infernus, as the base now is under full assault from Leviathan, looking to do as much damage as they possibly can. Fremok is just dancing around on the Abrams, as is OC's on the Holiday, bouncing around. Those shrines still up at the moment, though, so maybe Fearless Furies have somewhat of a defense, as this attack is fairly spread out.
They have to wait 5 more seconds. They're probably timing things here, and yeah, rejuves are gone, so what should have been a push that, you know, could have gotten shrines and patron, that part of it is over. Now the chase down comes in, something Leviathan can still punish. It's not free for Fearless Furies by any stretch of the imagination, especially down Yamato, but it's also not risk-free anymore for Leviathan, as we see Fearless Furies defending. And yeah, Leviathan, they're out, Dan. They're back to add on to their advantage, which is substantial here. I mean, it's 40k souls, but Fearless Furies remains alive.
And look how aggressive they are going right now. Fearless Furies all onto the left side lane, expecting maybe a fall off to get the farm. And it's a beautiful catch, taking down Infernus immediately. This is the exact way you need to start the fight to bring yourself back into it. Massive pick. And now there's only going to be, it's going to be a 6v5 for quite some time. And that was really decisive, CP. I feel like a lot of teams in this spot might be a little bit afraid to come out of the base, but they were so fast to that pick.
They have a big play coming up here if they want to go for it. If they've been properly timing here, Dan, they can start mid-boss, potentially get it down before Empty Dreams can fight. You can start up the 6-on-5, but here right now, swap over Obakim, potentially caught down, another pick off, and this is so big for Fearless Furies now. They're gonna be able to get the walker, they're gonna catch up a lot in souls, and they're gonna get a fantastic attempt at mid-boss so long as no one else gets picked. Overseas though, trying to keep Leviathan in it, in off the lasso, and up the takedown Psy. Massive pick off here from Leviathan, where Overseas has been the hero time and time again in this game. Up and over he goes, another barrel. Do you add on to the shiv as well? Do you equalize and stop the mid-boss threat? You do. Overseas making Holiday look all sorts of good.
And Surgery goes down as well. 3 down now for Fearless Furies, with Empty Dreams coming back up in a moment. This is looking like it could get a lot worse because Leviathan now just looking to surround, crush, annihilate all the rest of Fearless Furies. Now down only to 2 players left alive as the parries come on through. The Fremok is trying his best in this situation, but they still have the numbers advantage. Leviathan will clean up the kill onto the Yamato, and they've got the mid boss now. Easy does it.
You wonder if going all in for Midwalker, because that was a play for Midwalker, and Midwalker, under the best of circumstances, is really difficult to attack. You had 2 pickoffs there. Fearless Furies, they could have went back and just gone for the mid boss 6-on-4, played around Death Slam. And instead, you stay a little bit too long. You get punished by Overseas, who's been playing out of his mind on the Holiday. And now you give up what is likely going to be the game-ending mid boss.
And it's fitting too, I feel like, that it is from the Holiday, who I think has dropped in value quite a lot, but showing late game playmaking potential is still pretty enormous in the right hands. And with every lane push, with the rejuves, and a 30-40k advantage now on the souls, this game is well and truly in Leviathan's hands. And looking at the minimap, OCs is still pretty deep, and Fremok as well. So not sure what was going on there.
It probably wasn't intentional, but it's like, yo, guys, let Fremok die, then we're gonna hit the rejuve. This shit's gonna be hilarious. Like, look at this dumbass that has a respawn timer. Okay, that is not how that went down, but you never know. Maybe it did go down that way.
Well, he probably felt like, oh, I'm gonna die. Don't use the rejuice.
Oh god.
Probably is what it was. But that was kind of odd though. That he was so deep. Is there a chance for something to be done here by Fearless Furies in the midst of all of this? It's going to be very difficult here, ZP, but they're going for it.
Got 56k Wraith. Can Arzo stay alive to actually get the damage in? Death Slam up, catches Flammable. Into the ground strike, down goes Flammable. Already used one of the rejuve charges, so 2 full dead here from Leviathan. Fearless Furies managing to stay alive. Obakim in out of the cube. Welcoming party ready for him, courtesy of Lash and Shiv. And the goo going down bit by bit, piece by piece. And
ZP. ZP, it's turned around again.
Sloppy. I think that's my takeaway from this here, Dan.
But it
off
feels
the
good.
Rejuve, yeah, it does feel good, but off the Rejuve, it's a little bit of a slop fest from Leviathan. You shouldn't be in the spot after getting a clean Rejuve, being up the souls they are. Just not where you want to be.
They still have 1 rejuve, and they have still 33k advantage, so they're still in a good spot. But yeah, it is still recoverable for Fearless Furies, and there's been multiple instances of this, but they're going for the base. They're going to rush it down, ZP.
Yeah, you still got 1 rejuve. They're looking for it here and now. The barrels continue to be massive. The consistency Overseas is ridiculous. Lasso lands, doesn't quite pull him out. But now going for the patron, and at this point, you might just stay for a little bit more. Another barrel in from Overseas. And now, Dan, you go for the finish here now, Fearless Fury. Oh, I say you go for the finish, but they're backing. They don't love how this is going down. They want to be completely super secure here, and Fearless Furies gets 1 more lease on life.
They are in a good spot right now where if they get any opening, they can just rush down the base for the finish. And another fight here at the front door. We'll see if there's any play to be had here for Fearless Furies. They're trying to attack into this one. If Fun is keeping good positioning on the back lines, he's getting focused here. He's staying alive, though. Very hard to kill at this point in the game. 2 players are down for Fearless Furies, so they are in critical condition right now. The game could be over very, very shortly as these kills get cleaned up. Overseas again. Nice isolation with OCs there on the Mirage. And now the final push into the Patron to finish off the game and to put this one to bed.
And Fearless Furies, you are out of cards to play. Yeah, you got Wraith in the back line, but you're not burning down all of Leviathan before they take down the Patron. Leviathan, 2 weeks in a row, getting that matchup up against Abraham's in the EU money match.
It seems the roster swaps may be paying dividends for Leviathan. They are now moving forward to the championship match. Overseas, Empty Dreams, Osis, Obi Kim, Fremok, and Flammable getting the job done. Impressive stuff. Was there a star performer as we take a look at some of the highlights? ZP, how would you describe this 30-plus minute game?
I think it was a little bit sloppy. I think it was a little bit messy, but the one thing that was pristine for Leviathan was Overseas. That was a masterclass of Holiday gameplay. Almost every lasso on point. The barrel disruption was key. And I think if Overseas doesn't have the game of his life here, this easily could have gone the way of Fearless Furies.
On the other side for Fearless Furies, let's take a look at some of their plays in the highlights. Here we start with Cult on Shiv getting bullied. They had a tough get going out of the gates here, DDK.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough game for the Shiv. I think CP highlighted that there's a lot of nice counters on the other end to help deal with Shiv, and that made a lot of sense based off of how Leviathan were picking, that they were trying to make sure that they would be good to deal with that. But it was just a very hard game with all of the burst damage, I think, onto Shiv.
Mid-boss fights going back and forth. ZP, you felt this should have been one of the game-changing moments. It wasn't that way. What went down?
What went down is the fact that Fearless Furies realized, okay, we're down players, but we still got a Death Slam. We still got a Yamato that actually got pasted on trying to go in, but the Death Slam part was good. They got 2 rejuves and prevented what could have been a game-ending mid-boss from being something that they mostly, stop being an advantage to Leviathan. So it was a really good contest from Fearless Furies, and they're doing this all game long. Yamato and the Closet shenanigans aside, they were finding ways to keep the game close and stop Leviathan from getting an overwhelming game-ending advantage. But it was a struggle.
Infernus and Wraith were the top 2, I guess, scores when it comes to the Souls. Are they going to be high priority picks moving forward, DDK?
Yeah, they definitely will. I think we saw here why Infernus can be particularly just troublesome and really the GOAT still, I would say. I mean, it is hard to put Infernus against Wraith up against each other right now. I'm sure we're going to see more and more of this, but it still feels like Infernus is more of a nightmare just because of the burn damage that he can do and how he can play the 1v1s, I think, more effectively than Wraith. So ultimately, I think Infernus definitely has the edge from this meta, this patch, but you can still see that Arzo was very dangerous. I do feel like there were some spots though where Arzo was not positioning himself maybe in the best way. So I don't know if we saw the best look from the Wraith, but you can see 55k damage, their biggest contribution on the team by far. So definitely with a strong output, as you should expect.
For our amazing broadcast team, at 1 minute 18 into tonight's show, we had the poor goober, Viscous, on his bum, and he's just getting grabbed. If we could make that an emote called Goo Grab, I would love you forever. Lotu, I'm not looking purely into your eyes, but I'm kind of staring at you awkwardly. 55 kills to 30 kills. Leviathan winning a much closer than it should have been game. Sets up Leviathan versus a familiar face, the Abrams. Will be coming up in our grand final. ZP, was there an MVP in your eyes from this first game?
Yeah, I mean, it's in his praises for 30 minutes. I'll sing it again. It's got to be Overseas, the Holiday that was consistent all game long, where other people were having some issues. Nah. Spirit Holiday, still actually the truth, at least when you're landing every lasso and every barrel is on point. It's a high skill hero, but Overseas made it look easy all game long. And I mean, truly, I think without this level of performance, this easily goes the other way.
Grab them and wrap it up. Overseas is going to lock up game number 1. You're going to see his team Leviathan moving on to the next round. We first handed out our MVP, but how about some highlights while we take a look at these? Big shout out to all of our subs and resubs. We had Kid Sarave coming in, Softman, Grayscale, CL Ogaro for 4 months in a row, Ultra Toasted, thanks for being here. By the way, CL, somebody wanted me to ban you. I refused after seeing your 4 months of supreme loyalty. Abrad, thank you for 3 months. We had Crococa coming in and dropping the prime like all of you primers should, and Flab by Face. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the sub. Shout out to everyone who used a instant sub to just spam the Pregnant Viper. I thought it would get us some money, did not think it would instantly convert into $25. There were 5 of you who subbed just so you could spam a Pregnant Viper. I want you to think about that while you watch these holiday highlights. DDK, how good is this guy?
Super good pocket. Like, really good. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you got any like highlights for me? What's
no,
good about him?
I refuse.
I already did this.
I just want to be difficult for no reason other than making your life a misery. I don't know why I'm doing this.
I'm cool with it. We're vibing today. It's snowing here in Ohio. It's nothing but good vibes. I got the smoke flowing throughout the basement. We got Leviathan moving on to the grand finals. Be like me, throw on your sunnies, do what you need to do, because when we come back, it is our EU Grand Finals. We're starting with $600, but right below the stream over here on twitch.tv, there's a donate button. If you click that, you can give a little bit of your monies, whether it's Russian pesos or whatever you guys call those. Put them in the donation link. We'll be on the other side of the break telling you exactly how much we raised for the players.
Little help here. They took out Rash.
Let's take out Victica.
Locking him down.
My producer was nervous to say something that'd get us all fired, so I'll just save that thought and we'll talk about Admiral later. For now, we got Jake, we got ZP. We've got a lot of fun in store for us because we're going to Europe for a grand final with $600 or more on the line. You guys can donate to that prize pool as you can every week here on the night shift. Jake, though, as the CFO, why do you feel it's important to keep paying these kids?
Look, I mean, it's obviously, we hope someday Deadlock really expands into an esport where people are winning, millions of dollars, huge cash prizes at LAN events, but we're in the early days. And so it's just nice to be able to have this consistent tournament, week in, week out. There's an opportunity for the best players to showcase their skills. There's something you can train for, something you can work towards. And for the best players in the world, something that you can maybe earn a little bit of money on the side doing, especially as we kind of wait for Deadlock's release. Obviously, a lot of excitement around potential new patches that could be dropping soon. So it's just nice to have something consistent here and now for the community. And to that end, that consistency, I also want to thank our patrons doing a huge part in terms of making sure we can put this show together week in, week out. And obviously a lot of love. Tetsio and Matthew S, $250 a month here. Our night shift board members, massive, but not to be forgotten. Affex, executive at $100.
Yes.
Quite a few solid managers and a ton of residents and chiefs. Honestly, any amount helps, right? Like, not everyone's going to be in a position to donate a ton of money every month, but this really does add up, and it goes directly towards our budget to put these events on every single week here in the community.
And as soon as you start talking about this, Chrisana drops off a 10 gifted in the chat. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All of the money from the donations are going directly to the prize pool. All of the money that goes into subs, that's paying the people behind the scenes who get the show done. So thank you all for supporting the channel. ZP, with that said, let's get into the EU Grand Final. Leviathan, squeaky bum time, but they squeaked through our challenger matchup. Now they're taking on Abrahams, who don't fuck around. They play with the Abe whenever they can, and they lay down the hammer with a bunch of people. So what do you have to look forward to in this fight for Abraham?
I mean, from Abrahams, they are just the top of the top in EU right now. You want a team with the best-in-class mechanical skill? They got it. You want a team that's battle-tested as far as really good macro? They got it. You want a team that has really deep hero pool depth that is difficult to ban out? Yeah, you also got that, especially since they added Dimov, where he was Mr. Flex for buff enjoyers and now has brought that and more to Abrahams. I mean, look, this has been the top team in EU for a reason, and I think with some of the changes that they've made, especially getting Dimov onto the roster, they don't even have the old weakness that they used to have of like, just ban Shiv and see what Together does. Even Together's gotten more versatile in recent times, so it's basically the new EU super team, and realistically, even though I think Leviathan has a lot of talent and they have gone toe-to-toe with Abrahams and other roster variations, it is a tough task to take on this team.
They have been juggernauts at the top. They're battling back and forth with buff enjoyers. Since buff enjoyers disappeared, this has been your top dog in the EU region. They've got a lot of Russian talent. They're loved. And I saw someone asking, when will you guys start doing Russian content? Maybe get some Russian casters. I got a better question. Do any of you nerds out there work with computers and understand AI? Because I pitched this idea to Jake, and he fucking loves it, right? We're going to turn ourselves into, like, the cat people. Like, what do they call them? Emojis, B-mojis. We're going to speak Russian. We're going to drink vodka. We're really just going to take our previous vodka and just throw it through the AI machine, and it'll translate it for you. But we could turn it into a whole show if Jake's down for it.
That would go way too crazy. That would go way. Imagine like the Russian AI trying to translate all these like made up Deadlock words and just absolute chaos coming out the other side.
I think it'd be phenomenal. If you guys think that product is worth investing in, let ZP know. I just found out today he officially is the owner of our company. If you need to rob us, go to ZP's house. Let's talk about the opposition for the Abrahams on the other side of the fight tonight. It's the Leviathans. We've got a regular face to a night shift grand finals in Obakim, but we got Fremont alongside him, Flammable, Osis, Empty Dreams, and ZP's favorite Overseas. Without talking about Overseas, tell me about Leviathan, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other things to look at here for Leviathan, non-overseas related, OCs on the Mirage got real far in the last game, also put out a ton of damage, just overshadowed by the playmaking ability and some of the sloppy macro. Obakim, of course, we've seen his versatility going back to the buff enjoyers days. And look, I mean, Fremont, has good games, bad games, everything in between. At one point, though, was kind of the heart and soul between the Aegis Aurora team at the beginning of the year. That was, at one point, the top team in the EU. Yeah, they had a guy that was aimbotting 1.2, but we don't have to get too much into that. Fremont still looked good as a frontliner.
Wait, his teammate was aimbotting?
Yeah, Kenny F may have had a little bit of artificial assistance in there.
Kenny was a cheater all along? How do we find out?
It was a multi-step process, and then he got flown to like 1-win headquarters for a LAN and had one of the worst like performances of all time in Deadlock.
Oh, we love that.
After the poor LAN performances, kind of like, yeah, dude was probably not legit.
Yeah, hacker. We just had a guy over in Call of Duty Awakening got hit with Ricochet mid-scrim. Ricochet is the Activision anti-cheat client, which is fucking amazing because there had been accusations amongst this guy for several years, and finally he gets banned out. Fuck you, Awakening. Fuck you, cheaters. Let's go on with this match tonight. We got the Russian VTuber stream coming in week 2, according to all of my friends in chat. We're going to make it happen for the Ruskies. We got Sentai Lu signing up with the Prime. We've got Phone Fried, Roshin, Gun Kid with the Prime, Sway SD, Rongot, Sika, and more. I can't read my own handwriting because I'm so excited for this draft. We asked Solomon to speed up the process, and god damn it, my ADHD is thriving right now. Let's take a look at our first ban for the Abrahams. They're getting rid of the Vindicta. The blue feet are out. What else is going out, Jake?
It's a tough call right now. I feel like the meta has actually shifted kind of significantly in the early builds of a lot of these heroes, and I think that's changed somewhat. Prio, I would still expect something like Kelvin to be taken out, though. It's just kind of no matter what you do. This time, though, it's the Mirage. So Abraham's opportunity to grab the Kelvin if they do want it and kind of dominate some of these objectives. We'll see if that is what they prioritize.
Zeeper, expectations?
Shiv. It's Abraham's. Shiv is still good. True. He was still #1 pick last
Together
game.
would like to play.
Shiv. No, it's Billy. Okay, Billy's also up there. So
I think it's surprising though, right? Like for somebody like Together to and it's probably is a Together hero, right?
Yeah, Billy's just that good right now. Like Billy is actually awesome, and that is very viable. Shiv is gonna come on the backside here, and I guess Wraith. Wraith Shiv. If it's not Shiv, then I don't even know. Also, I think the problem here is that frontline wise, you're either giving up Billy Shiv or Billy Abrams, and either way, that's gonna suck for Leviathan. Just to be blunt.
I mean, Leviathan could grab it. Yeah, they grab it themselves, the Shiv. And actually, I like the Shiv here because even if you give up some strong frontliners, it's like these big, tanky, heavy frontliners are kind of vulnerable to the executes from Shiv, right? Like you stacking a ton of HP. It's not terrible against Shiv, but he is probably better at dealing with it than most characters in the game. And Abrahams are going to go for that, Billy Abrams, heavy front line. I wonder if they don't grab the Kelvin now, because I feel like you need to deny it at this point. You can't give up Shiv Kelvin, surely.
They're going to go Paradox. I've seen this story before.
Mirage. I think
Mirage Man.
Or okay, it's Furnace.
Okay. A shooty boy.
Mirage.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Mirage got banned. You're right.
Yeah. So they just want damage and they choose to deal with Shiv this way. But I mean, this is giving Shiv Kelvin through, and I don't know if the changes are enough to really take that off the cards as one of the top strats, top lanes. It is though, apparently. Okay.
Leviathan could have went with it last game. Like it was on the table last game, for the other side, and they didn't decide to go for it. So like the problem with Kelvin right now is that it's two things. A is that Dome is like a real actual like once in a every now and then ult between like its cooldown nerfs and then the general CDR changes. And Kelvin's laning is actually kind of rough. Like he is actually throwing snowballs by hand at this point. Like the velocity got hit into the ground. So between the two, it's been a little bit less prio. Like even last week, Kelvin got picked twice out of 6 games. I think it's an overreaction. I think Kelvin's actually still really good, but teams are still in the weird mental of like, maybe you want it, maybe you don't. Then give it like 2 weeks until people realize, oh wait, he's still good.
The pocket though also gives a lot of playmaking options and makes your life a little bit scary for heroes like Billy and Abrams, right? Like I kind of like the setup Leviathan have. They have a lot of ways they can initiate with a pocket, Affliction, and then Shiv, Wraith, Bebop, all kind of like poking around the sides looking for kills. That being said, if Abrams, I mean, if they catch you at a certain point in this game, like Billy and Abrams, if they get the gap closes down and start locking you down, you could be in real trouble for Leviathan. And Paradox is going to be, about the best it gets in exactly that role in the team, right? Finding and catching targets.
But I knew Abrahams were going to play the Paradox if they were able to. ZB, can you explain the Sinclair ban?
Sorry,
Is he that good right now?
Had to finish the chapter.
Sinclair is really good. I mean, not only did he benefit a lot from the 4.8k Spirit Spike, so Vexing Bolt, which already hit like a truck, you know, added a few extra wheels to the entire chassis, but he also can swap twice off the Spectral Assistant, so his ability to be like really tricksy went up even more. But Abraham's is going a little bit different. And okay, last game, no supports. This game, Page gets picked and Leviathan goes, oh, we didn't pick a Page or a Kelvin last game, but now we want to match like support for support. So absent in game 1, very much here in game 2.
I'm very curious to see if this Shiv Kelvin works out as good as we are used to it working out, because if it's a really dominant lane, I think that will probably shift the pick prio easily for the rest of the series and maybe even into NA, see if the value priority is a bit different. But Leviathan also grabbing this holiday, so they've got a lot of catch, a lot of initiate themselves. The team fight looks good, and Abraham's respond with a dynamo.
Dynamos in a video game on purpose?
Quadrupling down on like this overwhelming front line. I also think Black Hole is really good against Pocket, right? It gives you an ultra solid lockdown, almost guaranteeing that kill, since Pocket just does not have the tankiness to survive through. It also actually allows you to escape Kelvin Dome, right? You can, I think it's the only way in the game that you can, besides Doorman, that you could pull people out of the dome is, you know, with that quantum entanglement. So this could actually be pretty interesting.
Chat, I don't know if you guys are oohing and ahhing for the Kelvin pick, the Page pick, or the Dynamo, but I do know you should take that energy that you are spamming in the chat right now, convert it into an Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you have Prime subs, which cost you nothing to give us money. All you got to do is take action every 30 days. It's really annoying, but we appreciate it. Here we go. The game is ready. Holiday locked in. Dynamo is locked in. Who's got the better comp, CP, Leviathan or Abrahams for game 1 in our best of 3?
You know, I'm looking at, I still actually think Abraham's, purely because I think Billy Abrams on the other team is just so miserable to deal with. Like, that front line is absolute hell. Dynamo is sort of interesting because, as you can attest by looking at pub win rates and just if you've played against him at all, like, he is the world's angriest, like, professor that's also a toddler who's stomping his feet every 2 seconds in lane for really good poke damage off kinetic. So, like, Dynamo's laning is significantly better than it was previously. It's more so the front line that terrifies me. Also, for Leviathan, the part that I'm trying to wrap my head around is that Overseas is both the Bebop player and the Holiday player, and Overseas is not going to play both, so there's definitely going to be a little bit of a curveball there. I didn't necessarily expect the Holiday to come in after they locked in the Bebop, but they just want all the catch in the world.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your European Championship with a minimum of $600 on the line. Abraham's taking on Leviathan. Week 17 of the night shift. Ding, ding, on the mic, it's ZP with Jake from the US of A. He's in your house with a ripped tire. Tell your mother.
You know, Jake, I look at that. We had to remind the people that you are from America. Like, you never know. You're very Canadian. Not at all.
I'm giving Canada. I'll take that. I'll take that. You know, it's nice to be ambiguous these days as an American. You know, you want to have a little plausible deniability at times, especially in Europe. You know, you gotta keep it general. Or no, I'm from California. ZP, you gotta be specific.
You're oot in a boot, actually. You never gone the other thing. But
boot that.
Grab some Timmies while you're at it. But okay, we're getting into the game here, and all right, taking a look at the lanes here. Yeah, you have the old standby in the left-hand side for Abraham's. It's Page Billy.
Yeah, Page Billy. I think that's going to be a pretty dominant lane, especially with Pocket Wraith. That strikes me as a very weak lane, one that could be vulnerable to a punish, especially, you know, off the back of these Soul Orb changes. You can't just sit deep behind your tower. Now, you kind of do need to maybe posture a little bit more forward than that. But on the other side, Shiv Kelvin could give just as effective a test for the other side. And Furnace, though, could, you know, be a real damage that through it. You can't just man up through that afterburn. Even somebody like Shiv needs to be a bit cautious about that.
Also, I mean, the poke coming in from Dynamo is pretty significant. Like, you actually have to be very mindful in lane to have either a dodge option or good spacing, or you will just lose HP from trades versus stomp. Like, I think Dynamo's probably getting a little bit more mileage right now game-wide than he should, just because, you know, you think back, Jake, the last time you had to respect Dynamo is when his gun was like one of the best guns in the game, and you gotta go pretty deep into the annals of history to get back to that stage of Dynamo.
I kind of like the lane of the Dynamo plus Infernus because you sort of want to dodge these two heroes in opposite ways. Like for Infernus, it's all about playing behind cover, you know, just not letting him get those afterburn stacks. But for Dynamo, I feel like you kind of want to be out in the open, like standing tall up on a high ground and just doing what damage you can and like staying away from that stomp, not giving you any angles. So I think that's kind of could be a tough lane. But then again, this is Shiv Kelvin. Like they can take a stomp or two, they can take some burns. They're going to be able to tolerate that kind of pressure, no problem.
Also, mid lane's a little bit interesting. You don't have a standard double poke lane there. You got Holiday with Bebop up against Paradox Abrams. So, you know, it's much more of a positioning battle that you're getting there than the usual just, you know, balls to the wall, you know, drop a Mirage Yamato and, you know, let God sort it out. So, mid lane is actually really, really interesting to me so far because, you know, realistically with those heroes in lane, it could go either way off either a hook or just, you know, a charge off Abrams.
As we come into a pause, looks like it may just be a minuscule one. I already got an R in chat from Freemock, and we're right back into this. Neither team wants to be the one to make a mistake, but this Leviathan squad, I really think, you know, the addition of some of these extra players, especially somebody like Obakim, this could be a really interesting team to give Abrahams a test. And I wonder, is Abrahams really at the peak of their effectiveness, right? Given they haven't really been challenged, and here comes a challenge. Hook under tower from overseas puts a lot of damage into this Paradox, who luckily for now, Taz is able to slip away, but definitely too close for comfort. And Leviathan have a small but meaningful lead, I think, in just 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it takes a little bit longer to get the mid Guardian, but this is a pretty good start. I mean, from mid often goes the entire game, but, you know, look at the mid pressure, which has gone a little bit more towards Leviathan. Got to take a look at the left-hand side here where, you know, Abrahams, Page Billy, still one of the stronger lanes in the game, even after some of the Page nerfs that recently hit. And we'll see how that ends up panning out. But, you know, right now taking a look at the right-hand side where it's been Shiv Kelvin, and it's up against Infernus and the Dynamo. And so far, Stomp's not a ton of problems. A little bit of burn here into Shiv as Shiv's HP actually again melted a bit. So, honestly, for how dominant Shiv Kelvin has been historically, not the worst performance so far from the Infernus Dynamo lane, which in ages past would have just gotten run over.
Obakim extremely low. I think he's cooking to the Infernus, just 1 HP there in that side lane. And so, as you were saying, yeah, that Infernus Dynamo could actually look like a pretty strong lane.
He's so low. He's dead. He's actually just dead. You just see the poking here and around, and I tell you, like, you don't respect it until you get some games in, but Stomp is such an obnoxious ability right now going against Dynamo. It's unreal.
EBL also finds Empty Dream, so a couple of these key kills. Very early game lead for the Leviathan has kind of slipped away already. Now it's Abrahams, and they're going to be the team really tempoing into some of these first ultimates on the field, which could present some issues. You know, especially this Dynamo, I think you love to just be able to instantly go with your ultimate on cooldown. And with somebody like Infernus, right, those two ultimates on lane, even Shiv Kelvin, I don't think you can really tolerate that level of pressure, that amount of stun control with 2 ults back to back, just locking you down.
Also, you know, I look at the long game here, Jake, and I don't love Leviathan having the contested mid boss later on. Like, yeah, you have Dome, and maybe Dome is up in the like it's on a way longer cooldown now. But trying to go mid versus Billy, Page, Dynamo, like that just seems all sorts of unpleasant, to be honest. If like to go mid for Leviathan, I think they're gonna need like 3 or more down from Abrahams, and it's not gonna be one of those games where it's like, oh, one person's down, go mid. I don't actually think you can do that this game.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, Page Dynamo is a kind of ridiculous as we got Wraith pulled in, locked down. Great combo here from ABL and Saint. And Bailey is not a hero you want to let snowball into the game. Already, I think, a very strong start. One that is a little scary for Leviathan to have to worry about now is, I mean, this is not a lane you can really pressure that much into. Are you, like, really going to come to the Page lane? And at the same time, if you don't, you're going to be losing your tower, and Bailey's just going to be able to get active very early onto the map.
Again, I think even with the amount of action we've seen so far, you're seeing some of the impact of the changes where pre-patch, I think left-hand Guardian's probably already dead. Post-patch, it's just at half HP. Swap, though, off into the middle. See if Falter's going to be there. Quick charge by Together. Just up the stairs. Nothing
nice pad
on the
out.
connection.
Yeah, Flammable, just no panicking, just playing that one cool, calm, and collected. It is basically a lasso traded for the swap, so relatively even for now. I'm interested to see how Dynamo gets active with his ult. I feel like that's going to be the next flashpoint on this map. We talked about the difficulty of fighting this lane, but I guess not, man. The Affliction just overwhelms the friction and lift. I think ABL maybe just overplayed his hand there, thought he couldn't be dealt with, but Page had left this lane, and so yeah, he was left all alone on the island, and still going to be too much, and that was just Black Hole onto the Kelvin. Take him out quick. Dynamo happy to get some value off the ultimate. Still, as you were saying though, ZP, like the tower is tanky. I don't know that you can stick around against a Shiv with Execute online.
No, you really have to pick and choose your moments, but honestly, the heal is not bad at all also.
Shiv?
I mean, now that Dynamo has a little bit of offense in lane, you actually feel the oppressiveness of healing Aurora, where it's just like, oh, okay, this is, you know, a little bit more pain. Like, overall lane progress here, and this is just how much can change in a few patches. This is a Shiv Kelvin lane that potentially is going to lose lane to Dynamo and Furnace. Like, they're well on their way right now, Jake, which, again, is a little wild as if you've been watching Deadlock for a significant period of time.
Yeah, and this Dynamo, I mean, maybe building into some powerful spirit items like that 4800 spike is going to be huge. He's going to be quite close to it. Had the spear buff to supplement the damage for the moment. Here comes Billy, though, trying to get some value. Gets parried. Nice find from Wraith, and that's actually going to keep Wraith up. Pagel also not going to be able to find kills. So OC's skillful parry keeps not only himself alive, but also probably the tower as well. Pretty significant, especially as he's coming up on that ultimate. ABL definitely has a tough decision of if he wants to commit into this pocket Wraith with ults coming online soon.
I think ideally you make a move here before Affliction is back underway, or in this case, you just do enough Guardian pressure. So Page,
Yeah, the
Billy,
tower's so low.
Yeah, you get the Guardian, but you need to do it then, like, because as soon as Empty Dreams gets Affliction back up, you know any sort of tower pressure is going to be met by Affliction, counter dive, and probably not a good time. But also, look at middle. Counter push here coming in from Abrahams, who've been on the losing end, but looking for an opportunity now.
Yeah, and Billy, see if he rotates over to this now that the tower's down, maybe wants to get into one of these bigger team fights. But Bebop up in the skybox here, drops a laser from above. Abrams went incredibly deep for that kill. Is just going to get absolutely beamed down by Overseas. Getting all the way up in the sky, getting max duration. Great value off this Hyper Beam in the early game.
Yeah, and that was even after Flammable, came in and whiffed the lasso, so still a reasonable end for Leviathan. So it could have been a little bit worse. Didn't have that engage, but take a look at the left-hand side. You gotta see what rotations we're gonna get from Page Billy here. It's actually Abrams going to left, and it's either gonna be Billy or Page coming into the middle to help shore things up here. This is a lane swap we've seen a lot where, if you win a lane, you go to other lanes to help them win more as the Affliction just gets dumped all over on to Tass.
Yeah, and Paradox probably going to be out of the fight for that. A lot of players still coming towards his mid lane. Seems like Billy, see if he wants to get into the action soon. I mean, he is basically the strongest hero on the map right now. I mean, this is a lot of pressure on ABL, but he's been so solid in this kind of role in the past, right? Taking the initiative. But right now, I mean, it's just Leviathan getting essentially a free Guardian here on the side of the map. The mid lane pressure is coming in, but Overseas is handling it beautifully, continuing to defend that.
Chain Gang comes out from ABL in on the middle. It's the full rotation in the middle, trying to short things up here from Abrahams. Don't know if ABL is able to catch anything off it, but you got 3-on-3 here in the middle as things heat up. I mean, ideally you preserve your middle Guardian, and look, if you're Billy Page, you win left. Moving them in the middle, I mean, it's a smart play, and I love the team's done this a little bit more, but ooh, Dynamo getting beamed on down. You got Hyper Beam, you got Frozen Beam, as it were. Xenia, though, able to punish Shiv right away, so it turns into a bit of a trade.
Yeah, and I mean, even Shiv, right, getting cooked by Infernus, just deep into that fight. The Healbane also online. Together, instantly going to grab this urn here on the Abrams. Doesn't seem like they're going to be making any kind of genuine attempt to deliver, though. This early in the game, it's just maybe too difficult. That was also the Dynamo being used the last fight. Now, though, some action in the mid lane. Swap comes in. The counter hook just misses. That could have easily been a kill into Task, considering the follow-up right behind him. But Task, lucky to get away from that one.
And now, Jake, we're starting to enter into the era where people have had their 4.8k items, and you see people finally eating their vegetables. The green items start coming on board, as opposed to just going full glass cannon. So, yeah, your fights are going to be a little bit more extended here, but Abrahams, they like their team fight, and no Dynamo ult, no problem. You just got Saint rotating the urn over, as right now they're trying to keep the lane pushed up. If they get Guardian right before urn, it would be huge, but Leviathan, they're starting to rotate over too.
Definitely a lot of threat now. Urn turn-in being attempted. A fight also in the mid lane. Taz bounced around here. It seems like a lot of pressure here is on the Urn. Affliction online. You got to be very careful trying to challenge his pocket. He's gone for now. Did get that Affliction up, but it doesn't seem to have connected.
No, it didn't hit anyone. Like,
That's weird. I mean, I wonder
no one.
if it like somehow popped after he cloaked.
Yeah, I mean, something weird happened. Or people
He
just
was right next to
slightly
them,
out
but
of range.
yeah, I mean, Urn drop coming in, great parry. Saint protects ABL. Now ABL's taking the fight straight in, big value off these melees. The frozen shelter comes in, but it's just not nearly enough. They're staying alive, and now the shelter actually protecting the members of Abraham's from this over-the-top laser from overseas. Only one down, a 1 for 2 plus Urn. Great trade so far, and it might get even better than this. The burns are coming in. The parry on the Guardian to stay alive, taking a risk, challenging Shiv this low. The parry is enough, and Billy incredibly low. But a barrier from Paige, just way too much. Still, oh my, ABL sticking around for this. He's crazy.
ABL's just like, nah, man, I'm the GOAT. Quick melee towards the end, finally taken down by the final bomb, but still gets more value than expected. And I gotta say, that's kind of a double pain there. Not only is Obakim late on the frozen shelter, but I mean, frozen shelter, that's a big button now, Jake. Like, it used to be a big button with a low cooldown. Now it's a big button with a proportionate cooldown. You don't have that up for a significant period of time. So it makes moments like that where you frozen shelter effectively for nothing even more painful than they otherwise would be. Is the downside of Kelvin play right now.
Yeah, and right now it just feels like the amount of damage Abrahams can put down, like if Sonya is inside the frozen shelter, it's just not enough. Like, he is going to burn you down through it. He is going to deny those heals, especially as he builds into things like Toxic. There's heal banes available. I mean, you really aren't getting that much heal out of the frozen shelter, and we saw in that fight it ended up kind of protecting Abrahams, who are really strong in the kind of close quarters environment that frozen shelter creates. Speaking of that strength, here comes Billy taking it to Shiv. Even with Bebop coming in here to interrupt the 1v1, it might be enough, but huge barriers. Still, that hook could seal the deal now. Overseas desperate to finish this one. They put so much effort into the Billy kill. Surely they can find it here. Surely they can finish it, but Sonya now has turned this fight around. Empty Trees does get the cleanup, but it's turning expensive.
Yeah, I think expensive is the operative word there. Is that part of the reason why Billy's so good is that, yeah, you can kill Billy, but there's so much of an example of at what cost as the teleporter barely kicks in time for Empty Dreams, who is Empty Dreams still under pursuit? Yeah. Right now you got Dynamo.
He's on the wrong side of town, man.
He needs to get away. Right now, the Dynamo's still chasing him down. Watch your feet. Watch his stomp. Up and over.
Man,
gets a little bit of...
He's doing so much damage despite running away. Like, still giving a lot of value. Oh, you hooked the wrong guy, but still, the laser. Not enough follow-up and a few lockdowns for Holiday, but she's in a safe position. And some of these last few fights have started to slow Abraham's roll. I mean, they haven't been able to find the continuation kills that I think they were hoping for when they start the fight in a hook from the Bebop. Beautiful catch on Saint.
That's a really big hook for more reasons. That not only do you get the pick off, but you get the setup here onto the dome. And if you get this kill too, you can bring this right into the walker here. A really good sequence of events here from Leviathan, set up by Overseas, who Holiday or Bebop, doesn't matter. Playmaker and then some so far for Leviathan, but with all the members of Abrams coming into the left, it's not going to be a walker after all, Jake.
Yeah, and you had Abrams trapped in the Kelvin ulti, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, just too much tankiness. The team shows up, they bail him out, and that saves their walker as well, which is down to half HP. It's definitely something interesting we see now where I feel like these walker pushes, usually you're not getting it in just one push. Like, you might do one push to put some hefty damage on it. The defense comes in and you may have to come back another day, but that damage progress is still going to be meaningful if you're able to capitalize at some point later in the game.
The other thing too is I feel like post-patch, it's so rare to ever see mid-walker go down like as a raw thing without a mid-boss. Like, it just the stakes of going from mid is just so incredibly high, but okay. ABL.
And the mobility is crazy. He's hooked in deep there and he just dashes out. Shiv can't get the lockdown on him.
You know, I was talking with some pros recently too, and there's a general growing consensus of the idea that Billy is probably one of the best counter picks of Shiv. Like, Shiv is still really, really good, but Billy's like one of the few heroes in the game that actually doesn't mind being in Shiv's face and oftentimes can come out ahead with even just a little bit of support. So that may have been some of the method in the madness to first pick a Billy and go, we give up Shiv. Because as much as Together likes it, I think Abrahams may just like the Billy versus Shiv matchup even more.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, playing on this Dynamo also just redoubles the value of the front line. Just Leviathan aren't able to stand toe-to-toe into it. As you were saying, ABL cleans up Fremont there. A couple high impact kills. They're lucky that Leviathan have the Urn. They're kind of defending it, blocking it, because this should be a free turn-in for Abrahams. But instead, Leviathan just going to play the walkers, wait this one out, look for the respawns. OC's on the Wraith has been relatively quiet this game. And remember, this is a very early drop pick for the Wraith. So there's some questions to be asked, I think, about when Wraith is going to really get active in this game and start to turn things around. But we will need that sooner rather than later, as there's almost a 10K soul lead for Abrahams right now.
Yeah, although on the same note, for soul allocation, OCs have been running some crooked gambling ranks. 20,000 souls on the Wraith, the most farmed in the game, even Leviathan otherwise being behind. So, you know, that's kind of the X factor here, is that OCs gets farmed. It's the one thing that OCs always does, and that can be scary onto the Wraith. But here we go, in onto the side lane. Pressure here, onto the Paradox. Holiday, to and fro goes Flammable. Flammable, though, bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. End up getting punished. 2 down for Leviathan. And this turned into a really good Walker push potentially here from Abrahams, as the urn is picked up once more.
Maybe this time it will be a turn in. Players down for Leviathan. Abraham's in control. Pockets here, though. Forces the urn drop, but is locked down just to hell and back, though. Maybe it's a bait overseas. Once again, this Bebop laser is getting so much done in this game. Incredibly low on together. Abrams just enough tankiness to survive through here. That passive doing double duty. Shiv, though, oh, what a hero for the cleanup. Ultimate pop from Page. Doesn't get a connection onto that Shiv. He's able to dance away, but they're trying to run him down. They've got Billy with the chain. Shiv cannot stop for anything here.
Saint got the urn,
should just be dead to rights. Yeah, oh, that's nice value. Billy would love to clean up this Shiv. They're coming into assist, though, and now maybe it's Together and ABL who've gone too far.
Well, ABL's deep, but ABL's going off the other way, and they have no interest in chasing down the GOAT. And while that was going on, I mean, Saint was able to go in, get the urn turn in, add even more to the Abrahams lead. So, all in all, not a bad exchange for Abrahams. They're not able to get much in the way of Walker damage, but they are able to turn the kills into an urn. And you take a look at the Walker state of battle, yeah, you don't get in one push anymore for the most part, Jake, but in this instance, you know, Abrahams has done a way better job of whittling down Leviathan. So, you know, for Leviathan, one more lost fight is potentially going to lead not to one lost Walker, but 2 lost Walkers, maybe lost mid-boss. So Leviathan's teetering on the edge more than it may look like right now.
Yeah, you talked about the significance of that mid-boss contest rather in this composition, where that's where Leviathan, it's going to be awkward for them. You know, I don't think Abrahams can attempt it if there's, you know, living players from Leviathan there to protest and like harass them in the mid-boss, but few kills come in and that could change very quickly. Shiv, nice little movement over the wall. Stomp comes in though, locking down the Shiv. Knockdown as well. Over the top, gonna get the long stun on him, and Shiv gonna be bleeding out very soon here from that bloodletting. In real trouble here. See if the follow-up is good. And he's just gonna do what damage he can, but it likely won't be enough. Every tick of damage, yeah, it's just gonna overwhelm him. Saint's there to finish the job.
Also, Leviathan, they're collapsing here, but they're collapsing without a pocket. Pocket's not gonna be able to get that much on the left, and oh man, into the closet we go, back and forth. Billy fisticuffs. He'll fight you in the veil all day long. So you get the pick off there from Abrahams, 2 cleanly down. You're kind of near mid. In this instance, okay, you have Pocket off and left, and okay, I stand corrected. Pocket or no, Empty Dreams able to burn down the Walker, so they get the trade, but it's gonna come at mid-boss.
I think Empty Dreams needs to come try to afflict this. Needs to come try to put some pressure on, but mid-boss is dropping so quick. I'm not sure he's going to be there in time with the rejuve already dropping. And you've got the black hole as well. You can just lock in this contest. I don't really see any way Leviathan can contest that, and recognizing it. But Obakim is here. I mean, he's way too close to this. Was thinking they could get the contest us, but I don't think the rest of the team was on the same page. Maybe he's dancing away though. So all right, I stand corrected. Nice little distraction from Obakim.
He's dead.
He's dead.
I was just looking at that. You see like most of Abraham's down there at the mid boss, and you just see like this Kelvin like just fighting someone up top. I was like, wait, okay, why are you there, man? Like, I respect how, you know, looking at it may have come about, but that's a little bit tough to lose Obakim at the tail end of it.
Now, very scary moment for Leviathan. Abrahams, it's been really solid as a team and using these power plays. They do get a 1 Walker traded against them, but I think Abrahams are going to be hankering for a fight now. Especially this Dynamo. I mean, Dimov is going to be able to put out a ton of damage. Couple Divine Barriers up as well, so really difficult to actually finish these kills. I mean, you can deal with Affliction, you can deal with, you know, some of the Shiv bleeds, or save people when they're lassoed. So, I mean, just finding these kills through Divine Barriers is going to be a bit of a problem. I think a really nice recognition of the itemization from Abrahams.
Yeah, I think that's also why we've seen Pocket a little bit less, but hold the phone. OCs, are you caught? It's not looking good. Able to, you know, card trick away. But Is it going to be a full escape here for Overseas? Who's still really, really low, and yeah, gets the cover here, and it's Overseas coming on in with the Holiday Snatch from Flammable. This is going to turn into a pick here on to Together. A little bit low, getting beamed down. Real tanky here as the Abrams, nonetheless. Rejuve still up, even if he does go down.
So tanky, and if Together gets out of that, man, I mean, you're pushing all 3 walkers right now. Abrahams were ready to sacrifice some players for this one, and they may not even need to. So kind of completely insane that Abrams can get away with that. They're keeping all this lane pressure on. The mid lane, though, D-Mob goes down once and looks to be in real trouble. Yeah, not the place you want to respawn into. Love Overseas play this game. I mean, really, really nice in the Bebop, getting tons of value in these team fights. Is it going to be enough, though, as, yeah, hooked, pulled in there by the chains into Infernus, and I think Shiv is just going to be burning down from this one.
Yeah, Fremont can know where to go, but back to spawn as Sanya coming online here. 27k Infernus. Overseas doing the best to even the odds here, but low HP and just completely gone while trying to get something in turn. Now, no, 2 rejuves are still up here for Abrahams, too. And when you have 2 down, 2 rejuves left, this is the one time, Jake, where you feel confident being like, yeah, we want to get mid-walker down because you need the sort of advantage to actually take it nowadays.
And crucially, no ultimates, right, for the defenders. They have nothing to really deploy that is going to radically change this fight. Still, the way Abrahams are positioning says to me they want to play this a little more cautiously. Farm it up, expand the lead, just lock it down. And honestly, that's been a place we've criticized Abrahams in the past, right? Like, sometimes with the lead, they don't make the cleanest plays, they make some mistakes, and give the enemy team like a new lease on life, a new chance to come back. And this time, it's very clinical. They're just expanding the farm lead, picking off on the map. Fighting the mid walker is probably like the one way you could lose this game as Abrahams with this kind of lead.
When we go back to ABL's point of view, one thing I really like, the reemergence of Alchemical Fire. I think it's an underbought item in general, but itemization-wise, it makes sense. And actually, there's 2 of them, right? You got Taz with Alchemical Fire, you got ABL with Alchemical Fire. And people realize that just how good this item is. Maybe so, as ABL getting up close and personal with Pocket right now. No briefcase, no problem. And the HP just isn't moving. Okay, you've got lassoed.
Stomp on the tower, though.
Walker.
Surely this is enough.
Well, nope. Counterspell comes in. ABL, he's still going in.
You can't.
Swinging away.
You can't tell me that's normal, man. How does Billy live that? He's like full tanking under the Walker Stomp, and he's still relatively healthy. So the itemization, I mean, the stat check is starting to be online. Wraith, desperation now, has to force something, has to just find some kind of play on this, but there's no chance. Together's way too tanky. The help is there way too quickly. And Abrahams could be moving toward the close of this first game. I mean, it's just the start of the base push now, but 20 seconds of free pushing essentially on the clock here. How much can they get out of it, TP?
Well, they're up 40,000 right now, and realistically, I think they could go all the way to the patron drop, but we'll see. Right now, at a minimum, they're getting 1 shrine, ideally 2 shrines, but with Dynamo and Page backing out pretty early, and it's not like they were low HP, it's kind of signaling that Abraham still wants to play this a little bit slower. They have faith in their lead, and for now, Jake, caution is the name of the game, or so it would seem.
Yeah, they don't try to go for the drop here. Just taking a shrine will be enough for them. Infernus will be a great target to catch to start the fight, right? He doesn't really have that tankiness. Shiv's on top of him. Getting these connections. Counterspell is there, but so close to that execute threshold. Does stun the Shiv, but it's likely going to be run down here. And yeah, the Frozen Shelter guarantees it from Obikim. Very crucial pick, but oh, you're stuck into a big team fight now. You play too much here. The black hole is massive. Billy over the top, just laying in the damage. It's overwhelming. Leviathan start to crumble. Abraham down 1, but not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They're looking to end the game here and now, CP.
They all group up, and Billy said, you called for a party? I'm here for the action. Also, man, oh man, that's why, long cooldown or not, I don't love using the dome just for the catch on the Infernus, especially versus matchup, because I feel like Obikim had to have that moment of realization 2 seconds later. It's like, damn, I wish I still had my Frozen Shelter for this situation. Oh boy. That escalated real quickly.
You're waiting to drop the shelter and realizing, oh crap, the enemy team is not running away. They are surrounding us. And the icy prison doesn't last forever. Leviathan are gonna have 1 last chance to make a defense here after the patron drop, but it's looking quite grim. I mean, the question is, do Abrahams try to end it here? Do they go for, I mean, they're doing the earn right now, so there won't be that much on the map if they do back out. Just a bit of farm. Maybe that'll be enough, though, to dissuade them as they're clearing waves, they're setting up the map, and they just want to lock this one in with a nice team fight out of base. There's a ton of sinners out on the map. I mean, this lead could really explode, and we could just see Abrams pushing with like a 60, 70K lead here.
I think the other problem here, Jake, like we're being honest about where the stats are in the game. How do you kill ABL if you're Leviathan? Like, what level, what mixture of things do you have to put together to kill a goat? And that's without
All
considering
of
the rest of the
CP,
team. You know?
Literally everything. Just press every button in the game, and he will die. Question is, will you win the team fight? That's
No.
probably not. Probably not. It's not looking great if you. I mean, but that's the point of the game we're at, right? We talked about the threat of this really potent front line, and I think Empty Dreams just doesn't quite have the farm, honestly, to be the difference maker on Pocket. Like, even with the Affliction, now that Divine Barriers are out, Affliction just isn't reliable on some of these, very farmed frontliners. Even if you do get the connection, like, they might just be able to live through it.
And that's where Pocket struggles. I mean, not only is Pocket's laning significantly worse in this patch relative to most heroes, because he was one of the heroes most affected by the laning change, but the fact that itemization-wise, teams aren't afraid to, pop out 2 or 3 Divine Barriers really hurts the ability for Affliction to be huge, because, oh, you get 2-man Affliction, well, you got 2 barriers for it. What do you have now? Like, Pocket is not that good of a hero if you're not getting value off Affliction, so I think making Pocket work is hard.
OC's in trouble. Here comes Overseas over the top. Has the knockdown on him. Just barely makes it to the floor in time to deny the long stun. But Abrams still on top of them, still forcing this fight. Frozen Shelter is out. Delaying things for now, but I mean, Together is so tanky. He's tolerating all of this damage. Still at half health. And Infernus is starting to deal the damage. That Silencer picked up. I mean, he is devastating on this hero. Incredibly farmed right now. And a couple more kills could be disastrous. Leviathan falling outside the map and maybe out of this first match, CP.
They're running out of options right now. They're down 2 players. Abraham's, well, mid boss is up.
I mean, why not?
All you do. Yeah. Mid boss and then ram it down middle. And frankly, I mean, once you get into the base, if you have 3 rejues at this point in the game, you don't have to look at the other team at this point, Jake. Like, you actually can just go on the patron. Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know that Kelvin is even going to have the Dome online. That would be like the one tool that makes you think twice about all-inning the patron, right? The ability to drop the Frozen Shelter. Here comes Leviathan, though. They want to force the fight here and now. It's desperation mode, but it's desperation time in this game. All 3 rejus go against them, and Leviathan are just getting picked apart. No one on Abraham's is low. And game 1 coming to an ignominious close here as Pocket falls as well. And yeah, that's it, man. Abraham's just going to swarm this down, finish the game.
What can you buy with 55,000 souls?
You can buy your full endgame build. Like, you can't have full tier 4 items, but you're gonna have like every economical item that people have determined is good for your build. It's gonna be online. Like, you're gonna have whatever you want.
That's almost enough to buy a Bitcoin bucket.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Because that's the lead I see right now, and it's still growing. This is kind of gross. Abraham's just finished the game, right? Why isn't it done yet?
It's over, man. It's just a matter of cleaning up the waves. I mean, Leviathan are doing what delay tactics they can. Abraham's doing some stat hunting, sending a message here as this is only game 1 in a best of 3 series. Little black hole, solo onto Flammable. Public enemy number 1, and Wraith just gonna farm out, trying to clean a lane. ABL hoping to get that kill before the match ends, but oh, and they're even delaying so ABL can finish the kill. No. Oh, ABL goes down. All right, OC's got hands, but it's just not even close to enough, man. Abraham's really clinical match, closing it out in style, and they look to be as good as they've ever been, maybe even better. I mean, like, not making any big risky plays, expanding the lead little by little, just the boa constrictor. And honestly, that makes this team such a scary opponent to play against. You're really hoping for the Abrahams when you go up against them that maybe is a little bit sloppy, maybe takes some gambles, maybe goes for the 6-on-6 mid boss. But that was not who showed up today, man. They were very, very well practiced.
Are Abrahams just that much better at drafting? What is separating this European team from the rest of Tier 2, what it looks like here, ZP?
I mean, look, I think the draft win is hard to argue at this point, particularly the fact is that so far, I don't know what the exact win stats are, but I feel like I haven't really seen a team lose if they are able to get Abrams Billy, or if they do lose, it's because of gross misplays. I don't think you can give up those 2 heroes in conjunction. You just get pushed around way, way too much. And even having a Shiv, Kelvin, wasn't enough. Like, the game has changed enough that Billy is the one kind of deciding the plays when you back him up properly, especially because it wasn't even just the Billy Abrams, but they also had the Page here who was making the dives and survivability for both ABL and Together just out of this world.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, chat, I love the fact that we have over 1,900 people watching us on Twitch. We have even more hanging out over on YouTube. What I hate, though, is the fact you're hyper-focusing on one man's comments from many months ago. There are 12 players on the screen. There is a brand new meta. Can we stop talking about how immature ABL was? We'll send him a strongly worded letter. You can personally write to his manager, but keep it out of the chat. Let's just talk about the game from now on, because you got 2 fantastic casters and 2 more games. That's right. 2 more games are coming up because Leviathan is winning this next one. Jake, aren't they?
I mean, I did like the draft. I think maybe the Shiv Kelvin shockingly has fallen off. I mean, it's crazy to say, right? This was the top 2 dominant pick for what? Like, as long as we've been running these tournaments, I feel like it really has been Shiv and Kelvin in this game. I mean, the lane went all right, but even that wasn't enough, man. Abraham's found the answers to that. So I think for Leviathan, it's a bit back to the drawing board. There were bright spots though. I feel like Overseas really impressed me on the Bebop. I mean, huge value out of his ultimate time and time again, tons of opening kills off hooks, tons of great initiations off of that. Maybe if OCs can find a hero that uses the farm a little bit better, like Wraith got there in the farming, but just the front line that was on them, the amount of lockdown from, we talked about this, but basically everyone, right? Every single character on Abrahams has some kind of stun lockdown, and Wraith could just never get to that point in the game where she can actually do the damage she's been training for.
Insane stats on the left side of the screen. ZP, who's your MVP from game 1?
MVP for game 1, I mean, it's got to be ABL. I think the frontline performance was ridiculous. Obviously, I think it was really backed up by DMOV and Saint. I think the goal here from Abrahams is that we never lose a fight where we just W-mouse 1 into people, and that was pretty much how it went down. I think for Leviathan, when you look at things that need to improve, Overseas, of course, played phenomenal. I think Overseas is having one of the best days I've ever seen him have. I didn't believe in the Pocket. I think the Pocket had a slow start, and I think had a rough finish when Divine Barriers came to play. I think for OCs did not have room. Like, even if you get even more farmed than the Wraith, you were getting pushed around the front line because Shiv Kelvin, as heresy as it may sound to say right now, it was not enough. Like, times have changed. So I think you needed a little bit more meat in this lineup. I think the part where if they had to change something going forward, I think Bebop or Holiday, both, and then like doing double playmaker at the cost of not having extra frontline seems like death in this meta. At the very least, if you're gonna go double playmaker, make one of them a Mo or something.
Boom. All right, Chad, that was your last warning. The ban hammer's coming out. Fuck off. We don't need all the haters. We want the winners, and they're staying to the other side of the commercial break because we got game number 2. Jake's going to tell you why game 3 is coming. It starts with the draft. It's all fun and games here on the night shift. Quit being political, you douchebags. ABL, grow up. Stop using bad words. Welcome back to the night shift, everybody. I've been told by production that discussing whether or not racism is bad is good for engagements and helps with our sponsorships. If you're like us and agree that racism is bad, let's move on with the show as we get into game number 2. We got Jake, we got ZP on the mic. We've got 12 players playing for $600 plus any of the donations that come from the link below the stream. Jake, as the CFO, it's pretty awesome to see the community step up since we've started Deadlock Night Shift 17 weeks ago. How much do you think they contributed?
I don't even know at this point, man. It's been crazy to see.
50
we're
billion.
working on 50 billion.
Around there.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We're all rich. I'm
That's the
done.
number
I'm off the
ZP
show.
typed.
I'm off
Yeah.
the show. I'm never see you guys again. I'm moving it all to an account in the Cayman Islands.
It's crazy.
This
It's
is my
crazy.
time. I'm going crazy with it.
I do want to give a big shout out to the Europeans, though, tonight. Both of our games started right on time. And with a potential final game on the horizon, if you were by chance a North American streamer, player, one of the other, or both at the same time, I would say get ready for your matchup. Because ZP, Chad is saying this is not going to a game 3. Leviathan is already bones.
Well, the thing about Abraham's that Abraham's doesn't always lock in when they can immediately take down an opponent. Like, they get a little bit silly with it, especially when they're up 1. So if they're going to
Magic
do a little
carpets.
bit, they'll do some weird things draft-wise oftentimes. And also Leviathan, they got a crash course in why it's bad to let through Billy, Billy and Abrams at the same time. So they're probably going to deal with that. My guess here, even at first ban, they'll do what they did back in the challenging match, and that they'll probably ban Billy. That'd be my guess.
Don't waste my time.
Oh,
Nope, Wraith. So
What?
the only one that was really
What?
competing with Infernus for top damage.
Wraith
What's happening
first,
here?
man. Wraith has looked. I mean, I get people are picking it maybe because it has great, like, in theory, you can make use of both the gun and the spirit damage spikes in the early game. But it just has been lackluster, right? Like, Wraith just hasn't been able to live long enough to deal the damage. Like, you're just getting popped on Wraith in a lot of these team fights, or just not even entering into them whatsoever. So really surprised to see that as the opening ban from Leviathan. But maybe this gives them, okay, I was thinking they might do an uncontested Infernus, but instead they go Abrams with Billy out.
Abrams
I mean, that
is
is
coming.
one of the premier frontliners.
All right, so we go instability here, ZP,
All right,
or what do you
how
need to
dead
do?
is Shiv Kelvin?
I think you go Shiv.
Dead.
I think they do
Murdered.
Shiv. I don't necessarily think they do Kelvin. I think Shiv and Furnace would make sense here because you get Shiv because you need to secure some of the front line. You don't want to give up Abram Shiv and like just not have anything for frontline. And then you also get Infernus, because Infernus has like a pretty good matchup against Shiv in general, as one of the heroes that like not only is good carry wise, but also, you know, is uniquely a little bit better against Shiv. So I think you do the Infernus here, and okay, they go Vindicta instead. So that's a little bit surprising. I think for Leviathan, the snap counter here, one of the two coming in next is Infernus, especially with Wraith off the board.
Jake, we are now up to 600 to 50 for each region after that $5 tip. A little bit adds up, everybody. A little bit adds up. Shout out to Nocturnos, who's coming in with a $5 donation. We have Mirage selected on the other side. No surprises here for ZP.
Has Mirage even, been made it in? I think Mirage is really top tier right now. Another one of these really solid, like, split both gun and spirit damage carries, which seem to be defining the meta right now. And Leviathan get kind of the top two from my position, my perspective rather, in the carry position. I wouldn't mind seeing like a Viscus for Leviathan later in the draft too, because I think both Shiv and Vindicta, like some of these saves that Viscus can provide with the cube could be great. Some of the lockdown Viscus offers also can make it awkward for Shiv to, use his mobility to get out of job.
Paradox locked in. That's trouble. I'm calling it 2-0. It's done.
As is the GOAT on Paradox too. So like
you got Shiv, you got Paradox.
Oh, and they banned the Viscus. Okay.
Ban Page.
So what does that mean D-Mob's playing? Is he going back to his robot friend with
I don't know if D-Mob's hero's picked yet, right? Because
Dynamo?
I wouldn't mind seeing
Dynamo before.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Dynamo again. You don't have the Billy, so you don't really have the best setup. I like this Warden ban because this is one of those characters that, can kind of put Mirage and Infernus on the back foot, make them kind of run away, disengage the fights, especially with this new gun Warden build. The minus spirit damage from Infernus isn't going to be the end of the world. When Abrahams get the Yamato, this is a very aggressive comp that they're lining up, but if they can kind of open up in the early game, they could really take over.
ZP, when we had an MVP earlier, it was to overseas from Leviathan. He did it on Holiday. Does Holiday make it back in?
In this case, I think it's probably going to be Bebop. If anything, you picked the Mo and Krill, and overseas also looked really good. The Bebop. Maybe you go on the Holiday. Like you could go either or. I think you now for Leviathan though, they're going to be able to put Fremont on the Mo and Krill, which has been one of his best heroes. You get that for a little bit extra front line. It works out really well with Bebop if you get the pick. But instead they go Holiday. So probably no Bebop. Instead it's going to be overseas Holiday, Mo and Krill there. So interesting. And I thought the Bebop worked out really well last time, but maybe just having overseas in the Holiday makes more sense than putting Flammable on it.
Production, can we pull up Jake's Twitter? I know we got to finish draft. When this is done, can we pull up Jake's Twitter? He had a very nice, thank you for letting me cast my first grand final, Mr. Rex Morello. I had a great time here in Sweden. But it was a fucking awesome shot because the entire venue was packed for people watching Overwatch 2. Jake, what was it like casting with a sold-out crowd of Swedish kids who might have smelled funky like fish?
Look, it was awesome, and honestly, the crowd was great. It was people from all over the world, man. There was like a ton of fans came from Japan and Korea to cheer for Crazy Raccoon, which kind of blew me away hearing the like 3, 2, 1 Crazy Raccoon fighting cheer. It's like, wow, that's wild. People came out from all over the world to support. So it was great. We got Matt, my co-caster, in the chat. Pretty dope.
Yeah, and you were there in front of 20,000 plus. Now you're casting in front of 1,758 people on Twitch.tv.
The lights are bright.
Do not lie to the viewers in my chat. Who wins this game? Who has the better draft?
Look, this is a very Abraham's draft. This is like exactly what they want to be playing. And I will obviously say, like, they're going to be the favorite. They're the team that's been around a long time here in EU. They've stood the test of that time. Leviathan, though, has had moments that have really impressed me. I don't know that this is going to be their week to win. Frankly, I'd say the odds are against them, just considering how solid Abrahams has been, how consistent they've been, regardless of draft. But I want to see some strong performances out of Leviathan. I think we did see some good team fights. That game was closer than a lot that Abrahams have played. So Leviathan is a roster that really interests me for the future. I would be really impressed if they were able to even force a game 3 in this, like, kind of their first week with this new look. That would be amazing if they could get the win, like completely incredible. But I'm more thinking of Leviathan in the longer term as, you need to build into competing with a squad like Abraham's, right? Like they are kind of alone at the mountaintop considering the amount of time they put in, the consistency of the roster. You add a player like D-Mob in. That's ridiculous, honestly, for Abraham's. Like they're probably going to run the table for quite a while. It's going to take a team that really works hard to surpass them. I just want to see more out of Leviathan. Like, keep showing us these good team fights, strong laning. Show me that you have the potential to compete with Abraham's. This week, maybe unlikely, but hopefully in the future, over the weeks and months ahead, they can kind of close that gap.
ZP, is there any cheese right now? I know you've been grinding the ladder. You're afraid to stream because you don't feel you're high enough, but I think you're a great player, and I want to know, what item is ZP buying for his build? What is something that could change the game for Leviathan going into this game too?
Well, I'm not so much sure about item builds here, but in terms of Leviathan, I actually think Leviathan's going to take this to 3, because I'm taking a look at this here. I think you get Mirage and Furnace, and you still have a good frontliner in Abrams. You have Mo and Krill. Like, yeah, you've kind of overinvested a little bit in the playmaker side, but I think your actual ability to win this game, if it goes remotely late, is so ridiculous that so long as you don't just Omega lose all your lanes to Abraham's, I actually think Leviathan has a way, way better draft here. I think when you have one side like Mina Doorman and the other side with like Mirage and Furnace, I'm not loving it right now. Like, Mina does have a very unique power spike at 4.8k where she's really damaging, but then she falls off hard the rest of the game. Doorman gives unique opportunities, but all in all, this did not seem like a draft that Abraham's wanted to go into from the beginning. I think Leviathan, this is as good of a chance as any that they're going to have to bring this one back.
Abrams keeps coming, in the words of ZP. So does game number 2. We've got Leviathan, Abrams, and maybe a game 3 on the way. Here we go, casters. Take it away.
I hope so, Puckett. I think Leviathan, I think you're right, CP. They have insane carry potential this game, but the question is, can they weather the storm? Abraham's hitting them with a very aggressive early game draft, right? Like, when Yamato starts hitting these power spikes, Shiv as well, they are going to be absolutely deadly, running over you on Infernus and Mirage. And the question is, can the rest of Leviathan, can these heavy playmakers, can you crucially, I think, pick off especially Shiv and Yamato, stifle their games, put them on the back foot, get them to the point where they just can't stand toe-to-toe with Infernus and Mirage any longer? That's your way in. And honestly, I think a lot of is going to be on Overseas and Obakim. I'm happy to see Overseas on the Bebop again. I think he was fantastic last game. I think Obakim on the Mo is also going to be a problem for ABL and Together in particular, right? Locking down those heavy frontliners, letting the damage pour onto them. So I want to see Leviathan put up a game here and send us to a game 3. But again, Abraham's, they've been so consistent, so strong week in, week out. No matter what the draft is, I almost can't bet against them.
ZP, before we jump in, a big shout out to everyone in the chat. We are up over 900 subs once again, on the road to 1,000. We appreciate all the support. This is week 17. It's funded by us. We're looking for sponsors. If you work for someone who has money, we'll take it and integrate them in the show. We did great for Trolley. We'll do better for you, I promise.
That's right. You have an idea, we'll put it on screen. But right now, taking a look here, this has been a tough start to the lane for Debuff, who's just getting poked on all ends. Healthy's your currency early game, and rough go here Doorman wise. But also, as I take a look at this here, Jake, I look at this comp, I think this is actually going to be one of the toughest games ABL has had, potentially, because there's so many you lose Yamato cards on the field here, whether it be combo, whether it be running into Abrams, whether it be lasso, getting hooked, even, getting tornadoed at times by Mirage can be a little bit rough. So I don't know. For ABL, especially in a patch I think is a little bit less Yamato-centric, this could be a really tough game.
Yeah, potentially could be a little bit more challenging to deal with some of these like heavy lockdown back to back to back. However, I think that's kind of all going to be forgiven. That requires Leviathan kind of reach that point of the game and be strong. I mean, Abraham's have gone a little bit, more gambling than I would have. I would have, if I were them, pick something a little bit more stable with a little bit more late potential. But I will say there's a chance they just blow this game out of the water and kind of snowball immediately, right? If they hit those power spikes very early, things could be problematic. Mina taking a heavy burn from Infernus right now, though. And I mean, Mina, you do a lot of damage, but you do not have the HP to tank trades like that.
No, and Mina, it's so interesting right now patch-wise, because yes, her 4.8k spike is really scary, but you're also very reliant on getting just absolute value out of your Sanguine, because things can go really, really bad for you in lane, because you're also squishier because you're over-focusing at the 4.8k Spirit Spike. So like Mina, who's already squishy, is even squishier as you take a look at mid lane. Overseas Strikes, who has been by far the MVP for Leviathan today.
Yeah, I think Overseas, we'd love to see him have a huge game on the Bebop. And he's going for, at least last game was going for like that heavy spirit build with the Majestic Leap. So very focused on the ultimate value, which is actually not a build we've seen that much of, right? Really on this Bebop, but he makes it look fantastic and kind of like the new meta, right? And you can imagine in some of these team fights, like you don't really have stuns. on the Abraham's lineup. Like, really, I don't know if you have, I guess, the doorman cart, but it's not really the most reliable. And you imagine a Bebop up in the sky. There's nothing you can do to get him down unless you start building into these knockdowns. So a lot of opportunity, I think, for Overseas to have that kind of a big game, especially in those first few minutes when the ultimate comes online. That's where I feel like the most important that you have some big team fights.
Right hand lane looking reasonable,
such
though.
a deep dive. Oh my God, there's the damage there. Oh, he's dodging. Oh, not quite enough. I mean, he's so deep on this, but Mina also zoning away, and it's actually a double kill in the side lane. So Abraham's doing exactly what they wanted to with this draft, right? Tempoing down, potentially looking to clean that first Guardian early.
And ABL is going to need the soul lead. Like, I think part why you put the Mina here is you're hoping things go well, you get the spike on Mina, and you use that as a ramp for ABL. Because if ABL isn't working with a really big soul advantage here, again, I just think that the comp you're up against is one that's not very Yamato friendly to deal with, is the Love Bites proc at the very end. Another pickoff, though, from Fremont on the other side is Leviathan. Their other lanes are going pretty well. Even the right-hand side has gotten a bit trashed.
Yeah, but this is going to be a problem. I mean, Yamato not even forced back to buy just yet. One of the things I think is kind of interesting about this new soul change, right, where you get those health packs, is it kind of incentivizes you to stick around in lane even when you get low and kind of get extra value off of those heals. We'll see if that ends up mattering here for those players who just took a tough Guardian loss in the side lane. For Empty Dreams, I mean, that's going to be the question, is can he kind of recover this game? I don't think losing an early Guardian is as bad as it seems, honestly, especially in the side lane. And so while this is nice for ABL and Sonya, it does let them potentially tempo out. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for Empty Dreams game.
No, they are going to have to be really careful, though, in about 800 souls when that lane goes from, like, pretty high burst damage to, oh god, everything hurts burst damage. So there is a window here where, you know, Leviathan's going to have to play so careful in the right-hand side. But Remok goes in, does not obtain the buff. Overseas back in the sky. Place we're going to be seeing Overseas a lot this game, if last game was any indication.
Yeah, and Yamato now coming into the mid lane, getting active. Bebop could be the one to take this fight. Yamato forced him to an ultimate. It's not the most value here. Diving Guardian is really risky right now. I don't know that the team is really there. And beautiful timing on that hook. Perfect catch from Overseas. And this could be Yamato starting to pop in the mid lane. Those Bebop bombs really hitting. But now it's Abrams' turn to be very deep under the walker. They want this Yamato kill so bad, and they're going to get it.
That's
Abrams
tough.
doing God's work here. Fremont ulting over the top just to slip away. They do lose the Bebop for it, but that's a really nice shutdown.
It also kills some of the momentum that ABL had going. Like, part of the reason why you shifted ABL the middle is that, okay, you're really strong off your performance on the right-hand side, but now off the shift, ABL dies, Sanya dies on the right-hand side. So the snowball that you're looking for by doing some of the lane swaps, like, you've lost some of your momentum on Mina, you lose some of your momentum on Yamato, you haven't really meaningfully taken away too much from Leviathan to the lanes they're already strong in, so the swap up here from Abraham's has not paid off, I think, the way they wanted it to at first glance.
Now, Vindicta on the side lane. Saint looking to get some big snipes and absolutely drops a body there, looking for a second. This one goes wide, though. Has that third connection and doesn't even need it. The power slash comes in, gets that kill. And the rotations are starting to really work now. Abraham's staying in lanes on low HP, and Together's going to say it's a little bit too risky for the moment. Falls back off this one. Oh, it just barely goes wide from Overseas, who has this laser, right? So we could see maybe a bit of a counter push. Leviathan bringing numbers to the side of the map. See if Saint can hold this on his own.
Leviathan doesn't need the win right now, but they need to survive. Like, survival is absolutely key, and Obakim may not have gotten the memo. Ding, ding, in from D-Mov. And this is the danger zone right now for Leviathan. If these lanes start getting out of hand, they may get too far behind to actually make it work, as once more into the walker goes ABL, cuts down Fremont right underneath. That is brutal. The walker's not exactly saving people this game.
Yeah, and Overseas using the laser defensively, but doesn't get that much done here. The doorman door just gets them out of trouble. Oh, they do find Taz, though. Hold on. And D-Mob getting a little bit pressured as well. So Overseas, I spoke too soon, getting some nice value on this mid lane, putting some counter pressure on. Now it's Together's turn, though, to come and get active here. He's healthy on this Shiv, taking some of these trades with the Leviathan front line. But the pin in from Abrams, maybe, yeah, Shiv biting off way more than he can chew into this one. Leviathan all ults on CD here. but hopefully they're thinking about maybe putting some pressure on the mid guardian. The hook, oh, way too close for comfort. Saint is going to be clenching on that one.
If that hook had landed with the Abrams and Mo backup, that would have been devastating. But you know what else is devastating? Empty Dreams is a 5.8k Infernus having to square up against an 8.6k Mina during the midst of her power spike. Like, that sucks. Like, that is not a lane you want to be solo up against, and you are hanging on for dear life. And for Abrahams right now, up 6k, they need to maintain this advantage because they don't win late game if it goes even. So this was part of their game plan here, Jake. The question is, can they execute it to perfection?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question now. Taz, very greedy build here with the farm potential, just all in for that gun power spike. Coltsack as well. So maybe Paradox could be part of the answer. We talked about that, you know, maybe there's going to be issues in the late game, but with the snowball this fast, right? It's almost a 5k solo lead here. Not too deep into the game. Taz could be that factor for like actually turning this into a bit of a late game care performance. We've seen him before with some ridiculous damage numbers on the Paradox, and I think definitely one of the keys to Abraham's success, right? How consistent he is across all the initiators. Speaking of initiators, Saint on a 5 streak right now, finishes down Overseas, who we talked about being like the hope for this game, a really crucial pick, that this B will have a solid start.
Guys, are we sure Abrahams aren't cheating?
So far as we know.
So far as we know, no guarantees.
Okay. Just double check it.
So, man.
Because they're winning by a lot again.
It's all right now. The thing is, the comp they have, like, it should be winning like this early on. Like, this is priced in where we're at the moment. It's just a matter of, can Leviathan hold on? And right now, looking for the punish on the Mina. Instead, gets punished in turn.
Dude, his
it's so tantalizing, Jake. She's so low, and yet she does so much damage in turn.
Yeah, he's got like the double power spike of both gun and spirit at the 4800, and man, it's a problem how much damage this Mina can put down. She might not be healthy. She does not care. Just going all in on the damage, and looks like enough for the moment. And I mean, oh, ZP, did you see the movement hack on Reddit, by the way? You see that video? I saw that clip.
No,
it was like,
no.
You can like do there's a cheat that makes you just like cross the map with like absolute perfect movement to take you from A to B. I'm like, bro, soon these people, the cheaters aren't even going to be playing, bro. They're just AFK and watching like a movie. The whole Deadlock match is being played for you.
Execute movement script.exe. You know what though? I got faith in
play Deadlock. Just like, all right, go ahead, ChatGPT, finish this one out for me.
Look, I think Yoshi's gonna devour people, turn them into eggs or something. But look, we're looking at the right hand side. ABL in possession of the urn. Overseas, looking there for a hook if anyone dares turn it in. So not the easiest turn in by any stretch of the imagination. We'll see if Abraham is able to negotiate maybe a trade here, or it just turns into a bit of a standoff. And Leviathan, they're getting deep into this fight here. They're looking for the Guardian while contesting the urn. And Empty Dreams is actually able to pick up the urn. Wait, does this just go to Leviathan for free? Did they just deliver that for Leviathan? That's crazy.
That's so nice, right? That's exactly what you needed to get back in the game. And I mean, here's the thing for Abraham's, like, yes, they're off to a good start. Things are looking pretty solid for them. Is maybe they catch this Mo? I mean, this is Mo we're talking about. Obakim being incredibly annoying trying to slip out of this one, but now the tether, yeah, surely. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, the snipes are still good enough, but getting an archer in, right, equalizing souls, this is a game that Abrahams don't just need early right now. They need to, like, actually crush the game. They need to finish it off really quick. Maybe they'll be able to do that, but a couple counter kills right onto players as valuable as Mina could start to turn the tide.
I mean, Saint has been playing out of their mind, and that'll carry on for a bit. The problem that you're seeing now, though, and it's going to become more apparent over the next 5 minutes, is that Mina's about to fall off. Like, Mina is not going to be enjoying her stay in the game as much as she has at the beginning. It's just the Mina power spike.
She's not as strong, right?
She looks good for her soul age at thereabouts, but no, I mean, there's gonna be a fall off in Mina's effectiveness soon because her power spike is more centered around like the early 4.8Ks. So that's gonna be a boon to Leviathan if they can keep it close.
Cooking? He's cooking. But hold on, the counter damage is good. The heal main heal's just not quite enough, but Mina did just pop Empty Dreams in the Inferno. Still, I think that trade it's all right though, I guess, but you know, net worth wise, Empty Dreams still more farmed than together. And to talk about this, I mean, whether the Mina falls off here is, I think, actually a really crucial discussion because he's kind of carrying the standard bearer right now for Abraham's. Like, he's got all the farm. I mean, by far the most farmed on his squad and most farmed in the game. And I feel like Leviathan, they could just get those big mole paws on this little vampire girl. I mean, she could be in real trouble.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you get the early debuff remover because again, you want to maximize your ability to use Sanguine to get away, but your burst damage coming out of Love Bites, it's not going to be as fearsome as the game goes on. Although I will say, in terms of economy allocation, Holiday's broke. Like, Holiday actually needs assistance at 8.2k. You have turned into a lasso bot, and hopefully you get some knock-up pressure in off the barrels. But speaking of combos,
Shiv?
combo over here, Shiv getting taken to the Woodhouse.
Just chopped up there. The ultimate combo here from Overseas and Obikim just deletes anybody. And man, Shiv without the debuff remover, like that combo lasts forever. Now, Mina does get that Sanguine out. You'd think she'd be okay out of this one. Sticks around even to farm. Totally unafraid. And I mean, she's continuing to just climb this net worth. The question is, will that fall off really, start to bite, right? And I think the key question is, can you lock her down and kill her? But with debuff remover, it's not that easy to do. Like, that combo won't last as long on Mina. You have to be really ready with the damage dealers to be right behind Mo.
Also, we're prepping for a big old fight here on the left-hand side. Leviathan collapsing here onto the left. Abraham's big call bell in from D-Mob up to the sky, sets up Saint for the execute on the free mock. 3 picks in from Abraham, so that turns out well, and then some off the bell of D-Mob into the assassinate courtesy of Saint. So big for Abraham's and trying to maintain the lead.
I'm sorry, Vindicta just has a rush boundless. Okay, the damage from Saint is going to be crazy in these fights. We've seen some of those snipes hitting hard. I didn't realize it was boundless spirit hard. Mina's going more and more into the green items. I actually like this build a lot, getting that extra stamina online, further increasing your mobility, your survivability, getting some more of those HP thresholds online. And this Vindicta with the max, I mean, how much is the snipe hitting for? This has got to be like 800 damage snipes. Like, this is like half your health bar on most of the cast. Like, I feel like you could just solo kill with the snipe.
Yeah, you start getting to the point of like, well, just snipe. Don't care about the execute bonus at this point. Just continue the snipe. Never stop sniping. Also, never stop beaming. Nox Nostra on one side, Hyper Beam on the other. Empty Dreams, though, able to find Tass in the melee. Up one is Abraham's. And off to the right-hand side, Mirage may be facing the old 1-on-2 here in just a moment. But maybe not.
And these pickoffs, right, they will start to add up. Finding Taz. Mirage, though, what's going to happen when he comes out of this Baroness Hotel? Seemed like it was just defensive, right? Just getting them out of trouble for now. But the later this game goes, I mean, you do have a nice 12k soul lead, but an aggressive earn turn in, I mean, it's the type of gamble you're almost forced into because of this draft from Abraham's. Seems like...
I don't love it.
Yeah, he doesn't want... I think it's way too risky, honestly. He might go for it, because this is what we've seen from Abraham's, right? They are a team that really pushes the pace and takes big risks, even with a lead. Last game was not so much of that, right? It was much more of a stable style.
I think they're just going to deny. I actually, from how they're positioned, I don't think they have any intention on trying to turn the urn. If anything, I think they want like trade urn on left side of map, use that to push right. Like, that seems to be the play from Abraham's here. I don't think they're foolish enough to try and go for the turn in enemy territory under this condition, but they have to defend the urn at the same point here because you don't want to give up your soul lead.
It gets awkward, right? That urn starts running away pretty quick, and you got to defend this walker at the same time. Still the counter pressure on the right walker, very aggressive, and Yamato still holding this one strong for now. Mina, though, gets sent packing, and for all the farm she has, right, she just isn't that hero who can really stand up close under the walker, put that damage down. The risk is too great for her getting locked down, and here comes the lasso under the laser, absolutely cut to pieces. This is the together Shiv getting absolutely clapped in this game.
It's been difficult for the front line of Abraham's to actually stay alive because most of the front line is together, and he's getting the kitchen sink thrown at him in most of these fights. Also, this could be... Okay, Abraham's... They're having to spend so much energy, Jake, denying the urn. Like, they're actually losing positioning in a lot of these fights and losing map presence because of the importance of denying urn. It's a really rough spot to be in when the game is otherwise close, but the other team got an advantageous urn turn in.
Yeah, I mean, it would be huge, right? If Leviathan find the advantage urn, they're going to basically get it for free. I don't think Abraham's are in the type of position where they can be on that side of the map. By the way, I mean, Together has taken gank after gank after gank, and for all the damage you have on this Abraham squad, you really are struggling in the team fight, struggling to, like, endure through some of these fights. A lot of tick damage. That 8 stack coming in, that might be enough. Yes, he pops, man. OC's with the farm. This Mirage really starting to get active, and oh my god, Vindicta is going to take so much damage from these lightning bolts. Yeah, you've got to get out of there.
Mina looking for Mirage, but again, the burst damage isn't there the way it was early in the game. Flammable gets caught by ABL, but also, I mean, Flammable's still a bit broke. Like, you know, you're okay losing Flammable if you get 2 kills on the other side. Burn and control by Leviathan. This would be huge if they got the turn in. ABL, though, says no way. Instead, getting the fist from the mole. The call bell comes under from Demov, poking around the outside. Has to take the door to get away. And meanwhile, this is going to be an earned turn in and an equalization for Leviathan.
Oh my God, the snipes and move. Okay, wait, watch out, watch out.
Don't take the zip.
God. Yeah, this cross. We need the Secret Service on this cross, man. Get down, Mr. President. But he's so far away. I mean, surely, like, he's literally on the other, he's on his high ground. How many sniping, man?
I love how Saint knows the angle. Like, at this point, you've been bopped enough against good Vindictus. Realize the zip line is not safe. Like, it is not safe. You got to take the back roads. You know,
you gotta
like, yeah,
stay out of the open, man. You need that cover. Big snipe on the Fremont, just barely lined up for the finish kill, but Together's right there to clean it up. And this is a big start to the fight, right? Finding some value. Paradox under assault here.
Slow.
This could get weird now. Taz goes down. You have the start of potentially a great fight. Infernus falls in the trade, though. Together getting that punish. Does still have that ultimate online. More damage coming in. This time it's Bebop falling, and Abrahams, this is exactly the fight they were hoping for. One that could help them clean up this game, but OC is on to the back line. Has dealt with this massive glass cannon threat in the Vindicta, but some sloppy movement there. We'll see if that comes to bite him here as he carded in a really rough spot. No tornado online.
There's a 1-star Yelp review coming on in right now. Like, this, you do not enjoy your time at the Baroness, especially on checkout, as you know, could have done without the vampire girl draining your blood at the very end. Not ideal.
I will say the Baroness does kind of delay the kill, and so you would have loved this to turn into a mid boss for Abrahams. And despite the positive kill trade, you're only up 6K, right? Like, this lead has been bigger for Abrahams, and we talked about this for Leviathan. Like, this is a phase of the game when, hey, the trades don't have to be perfect. They just have to be trades. You just can't give up like an entire dominating team fight around mid, lose mid boss. That's where things get out of control. But other than that, man, you're in, you know, kind of a good spot, I think, as we scale towards that late game. Especially we see OC's, he's putting down that damage. Like, he is achieving that level on Mirage where you cannot ignore him.
This is tough. I mean, even just in the last fights, the trades have gotten better and better for Leviathan. Abrahams is getting more and more out of their power spike, and this can be big. Are you going to get the catch here? In on the Taz once more. Taz has just been continually been caught out in rough spot after rough spot. I mean, yeah, you're Paradox, you're looking for picks, you're looking for situations, but instead, the barrel comes out from on high. You're down 1, Leviathan up 1 here in a great spot to contest earn.
Oh,
equalization,
Vindicta over the top, though. You're trying to get on top of the Jib, not with Vindicta giving covering fire. And I mean, the thing about the Saint build is, like, if he's able to just sit there and deal damage, he's going to be, like, out damaging the carries in this game. However, Leviathan, like, if you know, it's the job is simple, right? Get on top of the Vindicta, kill the Vindicta, do not let her put those snipes down. And she really doesn't have the best tools to deal with that, especially if items like knockdown start to come out on the field, or if Overseas just lands a hook, Flammable gets the lasso. You're almost insta-dead given the build you've gone for on Saint, right? No defensives pretty much whatsoever.
Also, you start hitting the problem here is, like, which should you rather have? Like, at this point in the game, you go to all those things being equal. Like, Jake, do you want a 25K Mirage or do you want a 28K Mina? You're picking the Mirage every time. We'll see, because that's going to be here for the urn. It is in. ABL has to drop the urn. You get it. Free mock into a trip to the Baroness Hotel. Shadow form is up. ABL looking to make something happen. In off the flying strike. In on the Infernus. Chasing through the fire. Doesn't seem to care. Free mock meanwhile grabs the urn. Leviathan, do they turn it in? They do.
Big parry.
Even if they lose Infernus, the parry comes on in. Infernus is still actually alive, by the way. Was able to make distance. So ABL doesn't finish a kill. Free mock gets the urn turn in, and together, Leviathan, they are in this and more, Jake.
Absolutely, and this could start to turn into a mid-boss. You need some counter kills, or you need to get out of this engagement clean for Abrahams. Vindicta, though, way too low to consider helping into this one. Both teams starting to get low, though. Leviathan maybe risking some of those very counter kills we were talking about. Big power slash from ABL, but it's not enough. Abrams has that tankiness, and surely ABL dead to rights.
Or dead.
Or down, but do you have the HP or the damage to go into a mid-boss now? It's a little bit scary. And Demop finds OZs on the exit. That's probably the biggest kill you could get at the close of this engagement.
Thank you all for the Prime subs. We see you in the chat. We'll be reading you after the game. Also, reminder, we've got North America coming up and a whole nother broadcast next week. Lock in every Wednesday. Hit the follow button or subscribe button, no matter where you are. We'll be here. It's Deadlock.
All right.
SCP.
So, Jake, as we take a look at this, Leviathan, they even things up. And again, as I look at the late game here, okay, Fremont gets top. That's a big pick.
All right, we talked about the follow-up. It's not coming so far. I mean, this Mina is just getting bigger and badder and is very close to like a spiritual overflow. Just one more slot and could really hit this next level. ABL grabs Leech, spell record, Empty Dreams, and I think we're likely to see this contest come in. I feel like you cannot give up this mid-boss for free, but you're up against a Yamato ultimate. Do you even have the option? This is a really tough call for Leviathan with the game on the line.
I mean, forget Yamato being in pit. Yamato's off at the Walker right now, and we'll see where this one goes for ABL. ABL under pressure, uses a shout transformation while fighting Mo, and cuts Mo's head right off. As Warden sometimes says in game, Mo is dead. That's a voice line. Look it up. But also the fall through here. The lasso at the very end. Not enough to save Overseas, who dies from the knife bleed at the very end. But together, may have delayed him enough to lose a rejuve charge, but nope, not at all. Activates bloodletting, and now looking for Holiday in off the swap. Goodbye, good night. Abraham's back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and together very low, but he's got the triple barrier build, man. Like almost probably more than 1,000 bonus HP in these fights. And the game's starting to fall apart now for Leviathan. They were keeping it down to a very small lead, but with this rejuve, maybe claiming more. Still, as they split around the map, 2 rejuves down. Leviathan, they can find a couple more. They could be right back into this game sooner rather than later. But they're going to need to start now. I mean, another Walker push coming in on the side lane. Abraham's refusing to back down on this aggression, refusing to slow this game whatsoever. And it seems like Abrams, next up on the cards, gets a pin in, but Yamato's still so healthy. And
wait,
okay, nice moves from Abrams, but okay, the burst comes in. Taz finds that kill.
The quickest detective you've ever seen in like the slide chaining. Actually, near max efficiency there, just not quite enough to turn the corner. But Abraham's, you got one rejuve left. You got to make the most of this. You got to try and add on to the lead. You don't want this to get even once more. Empty Dreams under the gun. Instead, just going to flame dash right on out of there. Debuff remover gets rid of the knockdown. Abraham's feeling absolutely okay here on the right-hand side as the Assassinate takes down Overseas once more.
And these Assassinates are just popping people. What's his next item, man? Is he going to go escalating? Escalating, get max stacks with the crow, and then snipe somebody? How much? What is the damage on that? We need a quick calc in the chat. And the spirit buff. Oh God, help us! I mean, everybody get to cover.
Oh, nope. Okay. Divine barrier.
Divine. Boring. Come on, just buy more spirit items.
just buy more spirit, bro.
This is undeniably really good. Undeniably. I mean, honestly, I think you proc spirit burn with one snipe. Like, there is an argument for spirit burn here.
Yeah. Spirit burn, God, he just full purple. Like, trying to think of like the best thing that's purple to go along into it, but burn right now. Off on the left hand side, Abraham's looking at full contest here. On the left, Leviathan ready to take the fight. Zipline stun comes in. ABL gets the urn turned in, no problem. More pressure coming in here from Abraham. Still with one rejuve up. Can they get the punish? Be able to get flammable. One down.
Mina's hitting so hard. Overseas, kind of holding this fight down on his lonesome here. Will they be able to keep this one going? Abrams pushing across the map though and getting a Walker trade for his trouble. And honestly, the 2-1, not the worst case scenario here. Leviathan, they get a Walker out of this, they get some kills. Still, the lead is pretty massive. That said, if Empty Dreams can kind of play his way out of this one, this could look good. A couple missed shots actually, and Fern's gonna get that explosion off. Does do a bit of damage, but ultimately is going to tick out. ABL finishes that one. And Leviathan, they get some walkers, they get some value around the map, but ultimately still feels like a bad trade. Still feels like Abraham's happy with that one, especially considering, I mean, Sonya has to be deathless, right? He's just annihilating this game.
Yeah, the interesting thing too is like Leviathan was so close to being in the spot they wanted to be. Like, they had that incredibly good team fight, and then they overplay their hand. Like, OCs goes a little bit deep, gets picked by D-Mob, leads into another pick, into Abraham's getting mid-boss and going from there. Like, Leviathan had done like 80% of the goal here, Jake, but they just fumble it with a few misplays, and it wildly goes out of their, ability to control the game.
Yeah, it's getting crazy now. It's going to be another 6K item here for the Mina. I don't even know what she's buying. At this point, you can kind of go with anything. Hiding play here from Bebop and Abrams, hoping to catch somebody off guard. Maybe Taz is the paradox. I mean, this is the kind of game you're in now for Leviathan. You got to get cheeky. You got to catch somebody rotating, being a little bit greedy, and there's a lot of lockdown here. ABL doesn't quite have that ultimate online. Ultimate over the top, following up this lasso, nuking down this Yamato ultimate not quite
Huge
online,
shift to
just
get
a
it.
couple seconds away. She gets the ultimate. Is she gonna pop it?
She got the
is.
ult
She's
in
still
time.
alive. And T-Mob saving. Oh, but hold on, the beam is still good. Maybe still gonna be able to finish one off. ABL ticking down. That's a massive kill to find this engagement. Empty Dreams still something to play for here.
Inferno is burning. Shiv right now in real danger from the burn from the side. Like already bloodletting in reserve. They need to use it. Nox Nostra though in over the top. Looking for Bebop. Heavy damage off the love bites. Goodbye half of Bebop's life bar. And now looking for the in off the rake. Enough to finish off Overseas. But the rest of the fight, Abrahams is bleeding a little bit, Jake.
Yeah, these are good kills. This is the kind of scrappy trade you were looking for. A Mina kill would be exactly what you need. But right now it's Mina maybe cleaning up this fight, using every last bit of HP, just pumping damage here. And with just OCs and Obakim alive, now even the Mo stuck in the Baroness. Can he play his way out of this one? Uses the Majestic Leap just for the barrier, but it's just not enough. The follow-ups, very clean here from Abrahams. And they managed it. That one got a little bit scary, but the burst onto the Infernus was just too much. And I mean, this Mina, the lockdown just isn't materializing on her. Like, it's so hard to catch her with this debuff remover, with the extra stamina, the Sanguine Retreat. Sanya's like playing this lead immaculately, really carrying the game almost solo right now. I mean, the rest of the team is more or less just fodder, like keeping the fights going, finding initiations. I feel like Sanya has to be there for almost every kill, and yet he's managing it.
I just think about how different that fight would have gone if they were able to find just a little bit more damage on the ABL. Like off the initial engage, they had a real possibility, Jake, of a small window of burning ABL before Shadow Transformation. Yeah, even though they get ABL towards the end, they had to invest so much more time and resources that they weren't able to turn that into a winning fight, and also end up giving Mina infinite space to work with at the very end because most of their lockdown got used on ABL. So, you know, a bit tragic for Leviathan. And, you know, at this point in the game, you don't get too many more opportunities like that. Like, you lose another big team fight, mid-boss is gone, and so is the game. So for Leviathan, they're effectively on their final life now.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to try to get active prior to the mid bosses? I mean, Doorman with this maxed out CDR, such a problem. All four of these actives giving a lot of value, ton of utility being provided here by the full spirit commit Doorman. Definitely a classic, and Demon really piloting it to perfection. So annoying to have to deal with, right? The Baroness, I mean, like a real balance, I think, of offensive and defensive utility with the Divine Barrier and all the defenses for himself. Feels like this Doorman is almost unkillable considering the HP stack and the amount of options he has to play out of some of these, you know, stickier situations.
This is the Abraham special. Now, I think the question is this full commit or bait? I feel like this is bait from the start. And oh, they go there, and then
they have the door. They have the door for the exit here. Punishing some of these players, coming in, trying to catch this fight, trying to punish. But instead, the punish is onto Infernus, dying first. That's a huge amount of the damage off the field now. And so Abraham's maybe looking to close out the game here.
Demon's so good.
He's over the top with the laser, putting down damage, but where's the follow-up? Not to be had. One carry down, the other in the Baroness Hotel. And it's all Abraham's in the feed. They lose ABL, but they do not care. They're going to do this themselves. And now, I mean, you don't even need to go back for mid-boss. You might even just push. Seems like they will go for the mid-boss, prioritizing getting that objective off the map.
Demon destruction. I have no other words for what we just witnessed there, where you use the door play to get the advantageous angle. You absolutely just mug Infernus in the street, so you get rid of carry number one in Empty Dreams, who's one of the biggest threats, and then OC's the other threat. The 41k Mirage gets the all-expense-paid trip to the Baroness right on after. That is absurd, Jake. Like, the level of play that Demov came in there to take away Leviathan's biggest threats, remove any hope of a contest, he made that easy for Abrahams.
I gotta say, guys, chat low-key right. Where's the Mina fall-off, ZP? You promised us a Mina fall-off, and it ain't happening.
Okay, well,
she's at 60k. What the hell?
Look. When you keep 10 to 20k souls ahead, you can do whatever. You can do whatever the hell you want in this case. And when it was even with Mirage, that's a different story. But look, off the mid-boss fight, Abraham's just dominated souls in this game, and that's too big of a lead to deal with. But look, you're right. The fall didn't happen. Just be rich. Just be rich, Jake.
Yeah, it's so many ultis now as the patron drops into the pit. A couple players just off the respawn. Leviathan, no position here, even in their own base. And Mina is just hunting these kills one by one. Fremont desperately diving, trying to get on top of this Vindicta. Bats over the top. Mo doing what he can to put some pressure down, but just gets absolutely sideswiped by this Mina. Infernus pops the explosion, staying on retreat though. And it's just all Mina, man. She's got server admin right now, absolutely taking this game over. A 13 streak, maybe more to finish the game. 14 for now. One more. The 15, the triple rampage. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. And Sonya Sniper, man, what a monster performance on the Mina. They go all in with basically one hero with late game snowball potential, and just somehow Sonya gets it done. Somehow untouchable despite the multitude of stuns and lockdowns being picked against him. He just evades them all.
She fell off into the MVP category. Sonya Sniper on Mina looking insane together, playing everything well, but this may have been his toughest game on Shiv. Saint doing his thing. Taz, best Paradox in EU? Question mark. ABL and DMOV, of course, closing out the Abrahams. Once again, champions of Night Shift 17. ZP, I know you just paid out the EU bros. How many times has Abrahams cashed out here from the Night Shift?
It's been a lot. I got more.
Nine?
I got more. It's been not only has been a lot. I got more payments heading their way. They're probably dealing with tomorrow. They were good sports about. We're like, hey, we need to get paid in crypto because we don't have normal bank accounts. It's like we'll figure it out.
For reasons.
We did
Paying
figure it
our
out,
Russian friends in crypto. Did not see that one coming. ZP, walk me through the Abrams performance here. What did you see on both sides? I thought Leviathan was forcing a game 3 at about the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and they were looking really, really good. I mean, if they kept it even, Leviathan did have a team that scaled better overall. The problem was that once they got even and got to the point where they would have been doing team fights pretty well, you had this moment where I didn't exactly see how it happened, but OCs gets caught by DMOV, and that 1 kill turns into like 3 kills, turns into mid-boss. And after that mid-boss, Abrahams just kept map control the entire time through, and Sonya was able to really extend their lead and go from there. Leviathan, they were really close, and it's just a few mistakes punished by DMOV go radically against them. And of course, the last mid-boss was a thing of beauty of just absolute assassination onto the Infernus.
Hey, I love that.
Chats. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I love that doorman play, right? Where you force the mid-boss roar, you've got a door to like exit onto a high ground. The enemy team thinks you're going into mid-boss, and instead you're actually, somehow your whole team is all the way behind them, jumping on Infernus first. I mean, that's the kind of play that honestly we don't see much, right? Because it really requires a team coordination, planning, preparation, and yet that's also what differentiates Abrahams right now as the top team in EU. The reason they're kind of crushing these is, I think, those kind of textbook plays and the willingness to take risks with drafts like this, where we were worried about their potential to finish out the game, but they believe and they make it happen.
Chat, who has the deepest hero pool in EU? My vote goes to DMOV. Another pop-off performance on the doorman. Sonya Sniper, though, earns the MVP for the performance when it comes to putting up digits. 4 different categories were topped, including a 16-1 KD. That ain't so bad, ZP. 14 assists to go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the early game started out well. It gave ABL a reasonable ramp, although ABL was not the star of the show in this game. Like, the front line was pretty significant, but Sonya was able to just continually be evasive, continually get good value in all these fights. And even when the fight was nearly even, all it took was a few plays from Abrahams and mid-boss, and Sonya devoured the entire map and got a much bigger soul lead that meant, you know, yeah, maybe you're not so worried about, you know, something like OCs, because just be richer. Either way, it was a masterclass performance that had really good execution at key moments when Abrahams needed it most.
A big shout out to everyone over on YouTube. Lemonardo XX says, good night, everyone. See you all next week. They forgot North America's coming up right after this. We're only at the 50-yard line, bro. We're at the halfway point on the show. In fact, we're still at about 48% because, Jake, we still have to crown an official MVP. Did I give you enough time to get your vote over to production?
Look,
who are
these
we
stat
liking?
screens? All right, you don't have to go far. I mean, Sonya almost hit the full rainbow in this game, and so I mean that's it's rare that we've seen, honestly, for a long time in DLNS, like the true solo carry type game where there's really one player dealing all the damage. Everyone else is just kind of the minions, kind of like keeping the team fight going, setting him up. You know, Doorman's got this utility for him. But Mina is the one just knocking them all down. Like, very, very clean game. Pretty much no mistakes throughout. Took 1 death, I think, maybe in the early laning phase. Because what, he finished the game with like a 15 kill streak. Just annihilation, top to bottom. Incredibly clean. And this is a character that's just been like nerfed? Question mark? I mean, we were thinking that, but I mean, Sonya just showing the skill cap so high on this Mina. The playmaking, clutching, getting out of a lot of dangerous scenarios. There's no way he gets out here, you know? It's like, oh, yes, he does. Insane performance here on the Mina.
15-0. That's like a rampage in the Halo universe. Pretty ridiculous way to finish out the game. Was there an item or a moment where the Mina just became overpowered? What is that game-changing moment when I take up Mina over on Deadlock in the alpha?
I'm gonna help you out, Bucket. Don't play Mina, brother. Don't play Mina.
Yeah, no, don't do
But
it.
I like it. Look at all this flying, bro. I got a fucking umbrella.
Stick to Dynamo.
Okay.
Mina is
Black
not a
holes.
hero for your little bro. You know, Mina is like the ultimate. Pretty much, I guess Mina and Pocket, I think, are maybe the high skill heroes right now. There's
Okay.
just so much playmaking potential, but it's all gated on
So it
incredibly low
looks easy, but
survivability.
it's not.
Yeah, you get locked down. I mean, this is honestly, to me, Bucket, this doesn't even look easy. Like, this looks pretty hard. Like, all right, at this point in the game, you're just, over the top, AC 130, absolutely blowing up all the opposition. But I mean, I think a lot of this comes
damage. I could do that.
Abraham's ability to enable him, right? The divine barrier. So even if you do get the Mina first, she's getting saved by her teammate, getting pulled out of trouble. She's got the debuff remover early. Honestly, that'd be the biggest thing I'd highlight for people at home who want to play a bit of Mina is actually the early debuff remover. You look at all these damage items and you think, just build more damage items, I'll be fine. But it doesn't mean anything if you get slowing hexed and just delete it. You can't do any damage.
Or the way NA pub meta is right now, where if you, generally speaking, I don't even think it's that good, but you're going to have a lot of people like spamming focus lens. Like, you actually need the ability to remove that off your bar so you can actually use your abilities, right? So +1 to the shout for debuff remover.
I'm a freaking Mina noob. If you are too, join me in the chat every week. We can learn together. This is night shift number 17, and we just crowned our EU champions with another $625 in their pockets. The Abrahams get their job done tonight. Over in NA, though, the return, Sneaky Golem, Bunny with Clock, BWC versus Sneaky G, ZP. Who you liking in that first fight?
I think Sneaky Golem's making the comeback. I think Bunny with Clock has looked actually awesome in recent times, like one of the quickest rising teams in North America. Reminds me of Melee Creeps on the come up, but Sneaky Golem doesn't usually get run over twice in a row. Like, this is a team that generally makes good adjustments and will usually come back stronger. So to me, I think it's gonna be Sneaky Golem's week.
And then for Melee Creeps, is my guy Ido, the streamer, is he still a competitive player? Did we convince him to stay on the dark side?
Yes, he's still here. He's still in comp. He likes the crew on Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps like him. And look, right now, why would you change anything? Melee Creeps have been winning it all. They've been looking good. And they get tested every week, but so far they've been coming out on top.
Oh, it's that point in the ocean where the brackish waters from the Atlantic, NA, and EU combine. Somebody says, I'm about to go smoke a spliff. The next one says, the fuck is a kilometer? Shout out to Vin Griner over on YouTube. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're switching some casters, but we got more Deadlock. Don't go anywhere. It's the night shift.
Welcome back, everyone, to another match of the shift for the Deadlock night shift number 16. We did have a pretty big patch happen in the last week, which made quite a few balance changes. And we were all curious to see what builds, what heroes, and what overall meta would be affected by it. And this week in the match of the shift, it was going to be a focus on a rematch of Sneaky Golem up against Bunny with Clock, considering the last time they met was in week 14, and the match wasn't even close. It's time to find out who would go on to play against Melee Creeps in the finals. These teams were bloodthirsty early on in this match, as seen by the Dive On League.
Splitting up the early farm between orange and purple. Meanwhile, Billy, again, up close and personal. Arctic taking the fight here. The Rocker real low. No vitality, just pure spirit here for Rocker. Gets the parry! Gets the read on the Billy and gets the line of sight block. And is that going to be enough for Rocker to live? Rocker still in the danger zone. Switches off, breaks Arctic's angles once more as the combo comes in.
Even with the lead, BWC are behind in objectives. After taking the mid lane Guardian, they group up on the left lane to take the last remaining Guardian, but Sneaky Golem are there.
B to get in on the Guardian. Time bomb though, up over the top. The defense from Sneaky Golem ready to come on in. Arctic up close and personal here. The Paradox gets to swap for his trouble. League burns down Drifter as it happens. Paradox a little bit quick, sneaky movement up over the top. Able to shake away from Arctic, who is instead getting pummeled from the back. Arctic in real danger up over the top. 2 HP, bomb and gone. Zito able to finish it off. Still has a swap in tow. A punch to the back of Holiday. Down goes CC, and
with Urine respawning in, it seems both teams are hungry for the benefit it gives, as Cool Cheese starts off a fight that just doesn't seem to end.
Well, and Bunny Clock's certainly going to be going for this one. And Cool Cheese going on through with the initiation. He's going to be able to, or at least attempts to steal one away. The barrel's going into big damage here. Bunny with Clock on the team fight looking fantastic at the moment. Again, swarming this position with good success. Potipot finally gets focused a bit. Has to fall back in the fight. And it's going to be down to Arctic to try to hold it down on the Billy. But now he's getting focus fired. Really good stuff here from Sneaky Golem, turning the fight around.
Goober with the audience participation pulls him right back on in, and now you see Arctic in real danger, chased down on two sides. Mo getting into the action, no combo, no problem. Now once more looking for Abrams. Tanner dancing to and fro. Warpstone in on the chase. Abrams, you're a little bit too big in the situation. Trying to get to the jump pad, gets to it successfully. Didn't get stunned on the way out. Still enough HP. Now maybe looking for the teleporter play. Abrams into the closet. Okay, do you want to chase him in here? This is a little bit risky. This is where Abrams could potentially chase it bound back. Looking for the melee, raw melee. HP continuing to fall as Tanner, and surely this is the end as a wall facing him towards the other end. Abrams still alive all the while, finally goes down there.
Yeah, but Drifters come back through as KFC tries to clean this one up, but there's more teammates here for Sneaky Golem. They're able to punish the Drifter. Uses the teleport there to try to juke, but it's just not going to happen.
After using the urn to bait Sneaky Golem to the left side of the map, will take in the right lane Walker. Cool Cheese goes for a questionable turn-in that leads to BWC's domination.
They're about to, the combo right then and there as Cool Cheese looked to thread one win in. Instead, the urn can be picked up by Hydration and turned in by Sneaky Golem. So they get a little bit of a payday for giving up the Walker after all. Bunny with Clock, though, still looking for a piece of the action. Pashy, all sorts of farmed up, laying in the damage here in the Barrage. Life Drain, though, into Pashy at the same time. Pashy got to take the high ground, still under assault. All sorts of yellow in around Pashy. Does he still have Tornado? He does. Use it to hit two. Still laying in the damage. Pashy, back and forth we go. Meanwhile, Hydration goes down. And Pashy finally falls after what was a serious assault.
And now the fight really starting to conclude with Bunny with Clock on top.
Sneaky Golem got caught out trying to gank BWC in their own jungle, which inevitably led to the mid boss being taken. Off of this, BWC looked to push down the Lost Walker, and Arctic opens up the fight with a huge chain gang and the birth of Bunny with Clock in their rematch versus Melee Creeps in the finals.
No, Rocker biding his time as you see Tanner take to the skies. Arctic in on the chain gang. It's a big engage off the chain gang. A wipe of three, now four. Sneaky Golem completely crunched off the engage from Arctic.
Oh my god, that's a nuclear bomb straight into the heart of Sneaky Golem's chances. Oh my god, what an insane chain gang. And that is, I mean, they needed to delay, they needed to defend and just slow this down, but this is the fastest, most rapid approach into the base, destroying the key infrastructure. The shrines are down, the patron is down instantly. The game might be over here, ZP, in a flash.
I mean, all credit to the Billy Bomb right now. Goes in, finds four. Chain gang up and ready to go. Bunny with Clock. They're licking their chops. They want to take down the favorite here at Sneaky Golem. Second stage patron. Get hit from all sides. All three rejuves still up. Sneaky Golem, you might be back, but you're also gone. Bunny with Clock win another shot at Melee Creeps.
Well, Bunny with Clock making some huge improvements over the last weeks as they did take down Sneaky Golem to move once again to play against Melee Creeps in the finals. Would they finally take them down and win the prize pool, or would they have to wait another week? Well, there's only one way to find out. And for Sneaky Golem, having to deal with not only some changes in the meta, but also changes in their team with Rokane stepping down and Xeno coming in. Over the next few weeks, we'll see them come back even stronger in the Deadlock night shift.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DDK will be rejoining the show in a little bit, but we found a handsome guy from California.
I'm still here.
The name of Jake. He's still
Turning
here.
my light on so you guys can see me a little
Jake.
better.
So I was thinking, like, what if we screenshotted your webcam and then we had a contest where everyone in the chat gets to draw with crayons, whether it's a crab on top of your head, whether it's ramen noodles. The hair flow is going wild, but I can't stop imagining creatures like it was a cloud.
Like a nice bowl of ramen on my head. That would go kind of crazy.
Yeah,
bowl
I'm
cut.
buying production a little bit of time to update a graphic because we had a request. Please make me Abrams in our special graphic. CP, who was it? Who came in at the buzzer from North America asking for graphic swaps?
Well, it was Goober. Goober came in as like, guys, please, like, change Zeno to Abrams. Like, you gotta do it, man. He needs to be Abrams. Like, it was the request hot in from Goober.
If Goober wasn't here every single week in the chat, I would be offended that we took an extra moment of our show to talk about Jake's hair to buy time for Goober's artwork to make it into the screen. We got Sneaky Golem taking up Bunny with Clock. If you don't know how it works, it is a best of one. Winner moves on to play a best of three against the melee creeps. That's DMB, Ido, Scout, and crew. But for now, we take a look at Sneaky Golem, who used to be the top dogs. Hydration, Rocker, people left Hydronation to join Rocker's squad. AVG, Goober, Zeno, League, all filling out the roster. ZP, if I was having to pay these guys salary, who's my top earner?
Ooh, who's the top runner right now? I mean, honestly, you look at overall NA history, probably Rocker. Rocker just builds teams that win, and he has a history of, oh, Hydronation's losing? Yeah, I guess I'll come on Hydronation for 2 weeks and have them win again and then disappear into the ether. But that's why this time around, it's not Hydronation anymore. It's Sneaky Golem. It's Rocker's team. Hydration lost the namesake, even though a lot of these names, like, wait a second, this is a lot of the old Hydronation alumni. It's like, yeah, but it's Sneaky Golem. It's Rocker.
Yeah. On the other side of this fight, we've got Bunny with Clock, aka Rabbits with Rolexes, the Punctual Prancers, the On-Time Rabbits. What do you got for me, Jake? What should we know about the BWC?
I mean, I think a lot of pressure is going to be on this BWC squad, right? You know, NA has 3 very strong teams now, and so everybody is going to be struggling to stay afloat. No free games, not going to be a dominant win here in the challenger match. You've got to earn every single win here in this Deadlock night shift. So Bunny with Clock, they're on notice. I got my eyes on Aiden the Destroyer, though. See what he can pull out, especially on this Vindicta, maybe like a Mina. I mean, I like him on these high mobility playmakers where he can just bring that big spirit nuking. But also, you've got to talk about, you know, Pashi Pop being a really strong frontliner, and then Gibbs and Cold Cheese playing some of these more tempo picks, allowing the early game maybe to turn dominant and open up space for Arctic to get farmed. Also, great meta for Mirage. So for Arctic, it's actually, I think, quite a good patch, maybe one where he could turn into a real problem in this game.
Goober, can you please run the Obakim build, please, from 6 lamp 7?
I feel like the Goober build is actually the meta Viscous build. I think it was his. I think he was the one who started playing the Majestic Leap. I could be wrong about that.
Is he talking about Viscous, though, or is he talking about Abrams? Is he talking about... I don't know what he's talking about. We'll get to it in a moment. What the fuck are you talking about, 6-7? Let's take a look here at our teams in the Mo 1v1. Did the North Americans arrive in time to get our special bonus fight here, ZP?
You'd be forgiven for betting against them.
Wait. No, what do you mean? No, I gave the match ID. Did they give us a bugged match ID? What was the story? What did they mess up?
We don't have a
match
Mo
ID
1v1.
didn't work.
All right.
They have to rock, paper, scissors now. In fact, Jake, you're Sneaky Golem. ZP, you're Bunny with Clock. You guys ready?
This may have been determined.
You ready?
All right. Rock.
I don't know what the consequences of this are, but I'm ready.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, we both
show me.
We gotta go in. That's a good tie. That's a good tie. Here we go again.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Cut them up, Jake. Sneaky Golems are the champions of rock, paper, scissors. Yep. They are way better than playing Mo. Let's go into the band, shall we? Who are we getting rid of first for Bunny with Clock, ZP?
Who we getting rid of first for Bunny with Clock? Well, it's NA, but I think the one thing NA respects is that Billy is really good. So I think if you're Bunny with Clock, you don't ban Billy, you angle to pick the Billy, and you get rid of something like an Abrams or a Shiv. I think you still target the frontliners, but Doorman, okay. Doorman, that's it. I don't hate it. I think Doorman is good and maybe a little bit undervalued, but banning Doorman early is a little odd to me.
I mean, when you have first pick, you can also just leave a lot of strong options in the pool and just plan to go a little bit deeper down the stretch. Sneaky Golem will ban the Billy, but you could open with something like Mirage. I think is a really strong carry right now. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe it is the Shiv. I'm curious, and I think this is going to be a bit of a moment to see how NA is reading this new patch. Now that they've had a little bit more time to play and practice and show us what they've got, it's going to be the Shiv. So classics, not really much of a shift off of the dominant meta. And with Billy out of the pool, it's like kind of feel better about the Shiv. You were talking about that the other game, that Billy's this hero who actually can stand toe to toe with Shiv. Well, he's not coming into this match.
No, Shiv.
Abrams keeps coming.
And Abrams. Fat boys are here. Who joins him?
Abrams was kind of to be expected. Here's the sort of the okay, what do you really prefer? Because you can go Mirage here and it's respectable, or you could go Infernus and it's respectable. Usually, I think one of those two is more likely, or you go Vindicta, of course, which makes even more sense. It's not even just that Vindicta is good, it's that you get it out of Aiden's hands. Like, you really don't want Aiden to go Vindicta, which means that for Bunny with Clock, they actually have to pick Mina in the next two picks. If they don't grab Mina here, it's going to get banned because that's Aiden's number 2 hero that he has gone to very reliably. So Infernus is pick number 1. I think number 2 is going to be Mina.
Aiden fucked my shit up in lane on Mina like the other day. I played against him twice, and I once first I got absolutely pounded in lane. The second time I wasn't in lane against him, but he still had a good game. We still lost. So you know what? Maybe if you can do it here. But 1 o'clock, they're gonna prio the Geist, which is actually really a hero that has right now is defining a difference for North America. Like, this hero's uncontested in EU. No one's picking it, no one's banning it, just not considering the Geist valuable. And Bunny with Clock are saying that's wrong. Like, I want to bring this one out. And I'm you know, Geist has always felt like, you know, a pretty solid core, right? Like one that does, you know, incredible damage, has good range, very much the all-arounder. But Sneaky Golem, they do have a good amount of control, and that potential lockdown from Wraith could end up being a problem for Geist when she tries to cast her ult.
Ban Mina.
You think?
No.
Well,
Kelvin.
they still think the Kelvin shift that is real, and I am hesitant to call that combo dead. I'll need to see a little bit more games, considering the duration of its dominance.
They can pick Mina, actually. If they wanted to go with like the full we hate Aiden build, they can do that. Also, when it comes to Geist, the person that really plays Geist is a comfort pick that, you know, you look at his stream, he's playing it half the time. They're picking Geist also for Pashi. Like, it's one of Pashi's most played heroes in recent memory. You know, Pashi is like very comfortable on the hero, gives you a lot of frontline presence thereabouts. But my question is, do they give up the Mina to Aiden? And the answer is, I guess, yes.
You're pretty low on disables right now for Lash, especially if you go Mina, right? It's not really solving that problem. So it's a relatively early Lash pick, but Sneaky Golem, they're kind of building up on a lot of stuns, a lot of control, and so, you know, I could see some issues for BWC when we get to the team fighting stage of the game. And the Drifter, okay.
We saw him, what, 5 times last week? This week, we have not seen him through the first 3 games, so this is his first appearance.
I mean, it's interesting. Curious to see how this goes, especially from the laning phase. They grabbed the Paradox, giving them a good lockdown option, but there's a lot of targets you want to try to catch in this game, and it won't be so easy with like Lash, Vindicta, and Wraith. I mean, it's like you can maybe get one of them in a team fight, but it feels like there's going to be a lot of room for Sneaky Golem to like play the skies, given this kind of a draft so far.
Ooh.
Mirage booms.
I will say Mirage Wraith is a lot of greed, you know, for this kind of a lineup, right? Like both these heroes pretty greedy for farm, pretty like not that good in the early game, although maybe Wraith is being played like a little bit more tempo, and they go Page to close out the draft. So I'm curious how the lanes will be set up here. I suspect something like a Vindicta Abrams, but that kind of begs the question of where does Page go? I wouldn't mind like a Page with Mirage or with Wraith, kind of solidifing them in the mid lane.
I see the Page Wraith happening. On the other side, Mo and Krill is going to be your final character locked in. We've got our 12 players. ZP, I saw someone over on YouTube describing Drifter as Wolverine from Marvel Rivals. How accurate is that? What are his abilities? How does he scale in this game? What's different
he also
about
has
tanks. Like, he's not hitting tanks the way Wolverine does. He's perfectly fine murdering squishies. But look, I mean, Drifter got a big benefit in from the gun damage buffs that came into the game. His regen in lane is way better, so he's actually one of the better laners in game right now and can get a bit out of control. I think people may have like overestimated his overall abilities in the game, which is why like EU is like, no, we don't want to pick him anymore. I think it's relatively fine. I think, but part of why you're picking Drifter is that his laning is just like pretty strong at the moment.
Is it true that NA just does vibes-based drafting and doesn't use any thought during the process, Jake? That is the claim I'm seeing.
I mean, Drifter is such an interesting character because I really feel like he's kind of just not that good. I mean, I guess he gives you some nice tempo in the early game fights, and maybe the blind will be annoying for heroes like Lash and Vindicta. And I think that's the vision here, right? Is maybe these Lashes, these Vindictas, like Wraith split pushing solo. Like Drifter can be a hero that denies the solo play that a lot of these sneaky Golem characters kind of want to go for. So stylistically, I see the vision, but a lot rides, I feel, for Drifter on building up those stacks of the isolated solo kills. And I just haven't seen those really come to fruition in organized games. People are, they just bring that one ally with them, denies the passive, and it's kind of a significant amount of value taken away, especially as Drifter, from my perspective, isn't a particularly strong laner. Maybe in some of these like more melee close range matchups, it could look strong, but like, yeah, you can go toe to toe with Abrams, but I feel you get charged into the wall and you're kind of done for on Drifter.
Slammed. Game on. I think we're about ready to kick things off. This is, of course, the best of one. BWC taking on the Sneaky Golem winner. Faces off against the Melee Creeps. ZP, for anyone who missed last week, did Melee Creeps win out for NA?
Melee Creeps won. Melee Creeps, they're the top dog of NA. Sneaky Golem still trying to figure out their style and their path to number one, and they had trouble even with Bunny with Clock, where Bunny with Clock has proven to be very vexing, and they've been leveling up. So NA right now, like it used to be that EU was the Holy Trinity, who knows what could happen. NA feels like it's now the Holy Trinity, where you got three really strong teams and usually three really good possibilities, or I guess two really good possibilities, because you have Money match and then the Challenger match. But still, we get good games in NA.
Yeah, there's clarification, by the way, over on YouTube that it is not like Wolverine. It's more of a homeless Logan is what Drifter is right now. So, Jake, I think your description was dead on. If we look for strengths here, who's got the best character in this game with the new patch? It just dropped 2 weeks ago for all those tuning in to week 17.
This is such an odd game. I don't love either draft, honestly. I guess I'm a little bit liking the Bunny with Clock style, but I feel like, to be honest, like when we see drafts that I'm confused by, I feel like this doesn't look, like anything I'm really used to. Usually it's a marker of things kind of shifting in the meta and teams innovating and pulling something new. So I'm excited to see whose vision ends up being right. I always think that's one of the most interesting moments in a game like Deadlock, when we get to see the best players in the world really cooking, really showing us innovative new builds that they've crafted over the last few weeks that maybe will give them the edge here in this DLNS. Oh my God, Puckett, just keep that background. Lock it in, brother. No change. No change.
The old, just laughing at what we're seeing. I will say, I'm actually looking at this. I actually think big advantage of Sneaky Golem. I think Sneaky Golem's draft is a lot more explosive to me in how I see this game going down. Like, there's so many scenarios in where Abrams or Vindicta can come out of the gate really strong. I think the Page still creates a lot of issues and can create some really good lane matchups too. I think Mirage is probably better than where he's been drafted in this game. Like, Mirage should be probably higher draft priority than where he's at. And I think Geist is good. I think Drifter is good. Do I like it over the overall power that Sneaky Golem has, though? Probably not. Like, it's not impossible for Bunny with Clock to win here. A lot is going to depend on execution. But if I go purely off the draft, I actually give it to Sneaky Golem by a reasonable margin here.
Jake, really the NA players made it to their desk. Talk about it over gameplay. It's Sneaky Golem. Face it off against the BWC. If you got a better name for Bunny with Clock than Rabbits with Rolex, see me in chat. Here we go on the mic. It's ZP with Jake.
Thanks, Bucket. And as we get into this one, I just looking at this Drifter pick, and I feel like that's the question mark. It's a feast or famine hero. You could look really smart if it ends up working, if it ends up being effective. But also, you got to wonder, like, what if this was just a bebop, right? Able to hook the Lash out of the air, pull in somebody like Vindicta, pull Abrams way deeper than he intends to be, right? And maybe follow up with the combo. Like, to me, that looks like a much more standard pick, one that I would have liked to see here, especially considering how good Overseas made it look over in EU.
It's going to be interesting. I think Drifter is in the spot right now where ideally Drifter has a good early game, because if you get a good early game as Drifter, then you can be a bit of a damage threat and you still get all the benefits of Eternal Night, which I think really does shine a competitive context. If Gibbs has a bad early game, then in a way Drifter at this level of play I think almost becomes a bit of an alt bot, where you're relying on Eternal Night to set things up for other people. And then when you look at the rest of the comp, I almost feel like that puts too much pressure on Aiden, who's going to be in the Infernus this game. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. And lane-wise, where'd Drifter end up here? Drifter ended up... Is that Drifter on the right? Yeah, I think it's Drifter on the right.
Mid lane Mirage has always been a pretty strong laner for as long as his character's been in. I'm always interested to see now, especially with this meta where you're always getting your item off the first wave, barring some crazy denies, what these first item meta picks end up being. Which I think it has a lot of impact on how the lane goes from there. Like, do you get to be greedy and push damage, or do you just go for like an early regen item or monster rounds to stabilize the game? It's like more and more people have been, at least in EU, going for these like risky rushes straight to that 4,800 spirit spike.
Or if you're Cool Cheese, you could go to the item shop and then leave without buying an item. I don't know if that is intentional or not. We'll see if there's just a 1,600 item rush or not. It's just like, it's like, all right, back to the item shop, and no.
I'm surprised, because what is the 1,600 you really rush here? Maybe like a barrier, but we don't see those built as often that early, considering, you know, they're just not, they're not as effective in the super early game as they once were with those higher thresholds to proc.
I mean, at this point, you may just want to turn it into a healing, right? As you've gotten hit with a few Shiv daggers and your health is seemingly gone to the wayside, which is dangerous. I mean, the Shiv Drifter lane, again, the key for Drifter is going to be pushing gun damage and poke the entire time. And, like, the range of where you're in the danger zone is a little bit misleading at times. Like, you can die in situations that you wouldn't otherwise expect.
Explosives planted.
BWC now on board with Cool Cheese. See what he get on this time. It's Aiden gonna be on the Infernus as well in this game. I don't know how much we've seen him on it, but it definitely makes sense. He's really sick when we see him on these tracking based aim heroes that build into that carry role in the late game. Also Pashi Pop on the signature Geist we mentioned. Definitely gonna be a performer to look out for. BWC wants to take this, and I mean, who would you call the favorite in this game? I was gonna say if BWC can upset this, but would it even be an upset with Sneaky Golem being out of the money match for a minute now?
I don't think it's an upset if Sneaky Golem or Bunny with Clock wins. I think based on the draft, I expect Sneaky Golem to win this one. And hey, I put my channel points where my mouth is here. I dropped 15,000 high quality channel points on Sneaky Golem.
Crap, you're rich. I just keep running out. I'm like perennially at 1K. So I can't manage to save up a channel point for my life.
Look, if I learned anything from the Avast co-stream days, it's how to manage and grow my channel points off predictions. And
your channel point financial advisor.
I will say, you know what team like obliterated my channel points more than any other when I had faith in them and maybe shouldn't? The Houston Outlaws. Just so you know.
My bad. You're gonna make it personal now, ZP, huh? You're gonna make it personal.
Look, I mean, I lost 250,000 channel points. Them in the Boston Uprising, but you know, thinking the Uprising win, that was probably on me.
All right, well, I'm gonna choose to let that one go. I'm gonna choose not to be offended by that. ZP digging up, opening up old wounds. Man, the box running is early and often here in the lanes, and I guess this is partially a symptom of, right, like those solo souls. You're not missing as much as you once were, right, in not having two players there to split the souls. So getting some of these early box runs, a little bit of a shift in terms of the farming meta. We didn't see that much of this in EU. We saw teams, I think, be a little bit more focused on just putting lane pressure down, like trying to get some damage on the Guardians. But NA, I mean, feels like everybody's playing that economy game.
Yeah, and it's always an interesting question. I think it's also one of the things that gets messed up the most in pubs is, you have some people, it's like you have a good time to pressure, and it's like, no pressure, only box run. Must run boxes no matter what. It's like, well, the answer is in between, but all right, charge him.
He's burning hard, though.
Yeah, that wasn't worth, like, he was sparked there. Look at how long the afterburn was ticking. I mean, Xeno taking that charge, that was rough. Also, speaking of rough, Drifter slammed down.
Yeah, it's a big kill for Lash to find. I mean, Lash not really the strongest laner, and I look at this Lash Wraith, and I just think, yeah, it doesn't seem like that good of a lane, but finding that kill into Drifter, pretty significant, right? Allows them to stabilize a bit, put some pressure on, maybe they can heal right back up to full. Wraith can get into the ultimate and maybe some more items, and I mean, that should be right buff pretty much locked in here for Sneaky Golem.
All right, so Sneaky Golem off to a pretty reasonable start. And I mean, also, it's good to see some of the old lane combos come back. I mean, we saw Shiv Kelvin today, even though it didn't work out and actually lost to a Dynamo lane. But also, Abrams Vindicta more than holding its own.
Definitely one of the classic lanes of Deadlock. One of the ones we had. It was really long dominant for a long time, and then Abrams and Vin kind of both fell out of the meta. Now they're both back, and yeah, that lane combo feels as good as ever. League does find Arctic though, and starting to present some problems. I mean, the greed of this draft for Sneaky Golem was worrying me with both League and AVG on these like very heavy right-click farmers, but if they can come out of the early game with the lead, they're not going to be in any kind of trouble when it comes to getting that farm online and getting active into the mid game coming online.
Aiden able to find the better of Xeno against the double
TPN.
blue lane.
TPN trying to turn this. AVG, he's fighting in the other side lane, and the TP is good. So a good read from AVG with that TP. Comes in, shuts down Aiden the Destroyer, denies that streak. Lash, risky ult, but 4 stacks bleed. Yeah, you're done, bud. Cooking.
Also, I love how Aiden's one of those names where it's like you can really, you have the caster, you know, dealer's choice going on there. It's like sometimes you just say Aiden, or when you really want to make a play, it's like Aiden the Destroyer. You know, just really add on. And yeah, let's go. Some of the creeps.
So they got a
bought,
little.
Yeah.
A lot of. It's crazy they bought the Veilwalker on the creeps, bro. That's broken. Can't be Veilwalking on creep. Oh, and even League takes out. So okay, yet another here for Arctic, who really coming back in this lane. We're saying, oh, first kill went to 1 and it started to look good. Nice parries here. Keep each other alive, but okay, maybe a little bit too much. Hydration, disable after disable. You do not want to toy with this page diving a tower, getting locked down under that Guardian damage.
Also, Drifter right now reading the book. Drifter's not much for reading in the
every shot. Every shot.
Oh,
bro,
God.
He's dying.
Yo, Hooked on Phonics is back.
It's actually big, right? Finding some of those kills in the early game on page, getting some of these active items online. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very annoying, especially with the suppressor, right? I mean, characters like the Infernus and the Geist, I mean, even Drifter, they're really going to be doing a lot less than they would like in terms of trying to put that damage down, and really just adds on top of Page's mission to deny and disrupt the outgoing damage of the enemy team.
I love to be able to doing that more. I mean, it's been in the game forever, but there are just some spots where it's like, I'm going to neutral camp, and I'm just going to use the magic of third person to shoot this thing that can't shoot me back because I'm sitting behind the wall, and my gun is not.
And even the creeps getting pixel peeked, man. No one's safe. No one's safe. Missed the old days when people didn't know about that. Just kidding. I was abusing that since day 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's day 1 to day 0. Also, we talk about power spikes right now. Lash also kind of benefiting from the 4.8k meta at the moment as Xeno gets caught again. Been a tough game so far for Xeno. One part on Sneaky Golem that's been getting isolated a lot. And, I mean, Xeno's a really good player, especially on Yamato, but, you know, the Abrams start here, a little bit tougher.
Everyone's watching you, Xeno. You told us Abrams was the signature hero. We changed the graphic for you. We need more than this. Started to see him build into some of those late game items, able to get a little bit more done. Right now, trying to chase down some aggressive heroes that did a little bit of Walker pressure, or rather Guardian pressure here in the early game. And that mid lane Guardian starting to get scary low. I mean, Gibbs with an ultimate could make this an awkward defense. So obviously Hydration rotating in towards the mid lane, maybe looking to turn this team's tides.
Also, I mean, you had swaps in general where you got Gibbs rotating the middle after being in on the side lane, and okay, Gibbs
nice
now
catch.
back to spawn.
Yeah, Goober hits a snipe. Hydration already has that fire taken down. Just constant rotation from lane to lane. Hydration trying to turn things around. ABG getting extremely low in the side lane, so Hydration using that book. Big damage now, as well as clearing the lane creeps, and the fact that ABG lives there, really nice for the stability, but a lot of players rather, coming from both teams here to the side lane.
A little bit of sneakiness coming in from Cool Cheese right now. Swap ready to go. Bunny with clock. Angling here on the left-hand side. Arctic, though, following the Xeno on the right. While the setup is happening here on the left. Tanner in on the Hydration, though. So all the setup is not for naught. No swap required, just a bit of combo action.
Little Mo combo. Set him up, knock him down. Nice finds opening up the side lane here, potentially. It's Mo now, getting some of that pressure on.
maybe we're not. It's hard to say here, Jake. One way or another, maybe a bit of blind casting until we hear otherwise.
You gotta feel the cast, EP. Don't watch the stream. Feel it.
Yeah, we're always here, bro. We're always here.
Yeah. We're back.
We are back, though. We are back in business. And this has been a very stable early game. I mean, the Guardians going down, kind of all things going as planned. It's going to be all 5 Guardians off the map. It's BWC with a bit of the advantage, holding that mid lane Guardian, see if they can translate that into a fight win. Sneaky Golem, of course, looking to equalize that, maybe sooner rather than later. We could see an early game team fight starting to brew here. I think both teams are going to recognize that mid lane pressure is really crucial here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're seeking Golem, you want to do a rotation at some point soon to get middle Guardian down, open up the map, like you've gotten the left and right, so you have options to do so. Meanwhile, Cool Cheese looking for a swap perhaps. In the sights is League. League, again, jumped on by 3 here from BWC. BWC, are they going to be able to chase down this Wraith? Up, over, into the underground we go. You see the card trick out, and yeah, League was able to get away, and now you just got 3 people stuck in the subway. And this could get a bit dirty before it gets a little bit better here, as BWC is quickly on the retreat.
Teams flirting with a major engagement there, but neither thinking this is the right time to strike. Can't blame them. I mean, hydration down in those sewers in a close range spot with the page is really deadly, right? The amount of disruption and AoE lockdown when you don't have the mobility to escape. That being said, it would also limit some of this vertical mobility from Lash and Vindicta, so choices to be made for BWC. How do you want to take this opening engagement? For now, they're just farming it up, man. I feel like both teams are actually a little bit scared in this one. Like, no one wants to take a risk. No one wants to be the team to make this opening mistake because they recognize these are 2 potentially very evenly matched teams. It could come down to a decisive opening kill. Look at Mo is camping that left side wave, but League is too smart for that. He reads it. He's not even going to go try and clear that one out, and Mo is going to just push it in. But on that left side of the map, I mean, League probably going to get jumped onto the Walker here when he tries to clear this wave, given the player positioning here from Bunny with Clock.
Also, in terms of like late game advantage here, I actually think this is probably one of the more well-balanced games we've seen. Overall, like maybe you can make an argument, okay, you got Wraith, Mirage, and Seeky Golem. They overall have an edge, but you can, you got Geist, Shiv, and Furnace on the other side. Like, I actually think this is one game where I don't know if either team really has a massive edge as it gets like particularly late. I think you can make pretty solid arguments for either side.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not about draft here. I think it's about execution. And honestly, both teams playing a very clinical game. It's more about getting the resource edge here, trying to farm what you can. Taking some of these centers on the opposing side of the map is one of the ways you can start to generate an advantage in this kind of a detente, right? A little bit of a demilitarized zone in the middle of the map. But Snaky Golem is kind of playing a little bit more scared than I'm used to seeing them. I think they recognize they have some very strong late game, but they feel like the threat of this Mo is just too significant for them to come out on the map more than just a little bit past the walkers for now.
Yeah, both teams, it's kind of interesting where the early game was more chaotic and more aggro than we saw in EU, but the middle game, it's been very calculated for both sides. And that is a real early Divine Barrier coming in from Hydration, where Hydration, one goal this game here, Jake, be real supportive. But the 10K Divine Barrier, I'm trying to think if we've seen it earlier in recent times, and I can't think of it.
It's a crazy rush, but I actually really like it this game because it's one of the only ways to take off the darkness from Drifter. Also, you have a lot of things you want to purge, such as like the Infernus burns, the silence from the Paradox if she does get that silence wall, or just the knives from Shiv, saving people from the Mo combo. There's a lot of uses for the DB this game. So right now, Cool Cheese looking to find an opener, looking to break down this stalemate. His buffs spawning in just 10 seconds.
It's been a long dance here. Bunny with Clock looking for the right side buff. A little bit of pressure from the captivating read, courtesy of Hydration. Up over the top we go. Combo cat onto AVG. AVG gonna tornado away, still at half HP. Is it gonna be enough to clear AVG? Might get a Divine Barrier in turn into the waiting hands of Hydration. So AVG is able to stay alive, courtesy of the support. Meanwhile, Death Slam grabs 2. Is the Vaulter gonna be there? In comes the Page Alt right on after, but so far, Arctic's looking absolutely fine.
They have the stuns, but they just don't have the damage. Poshibob's defending that side lane. Earn pickup though from Gibbs, and that'll be the victory they claim out of this team fight. Vin, Goober try to find a little bit more, put some parting damage onto the Shib, but he'll shrug that off with ease, given the bloodletting as well. Late Spirit Buff picked up by Poshipop, and let's take a look at this Geist when we get the chance, because she is just giga farm. I mean, she's 22k. Like, crazy level of farm here. If she goes for like a leech or something, I mean, this character is going to be incredibly hard to bring down in these fights, especially with the support from hydration, or rather, not from hydration,
Also,
the other team.
When you have a Geist at this farm, it also kind of puts a timer on your fights. Like, you don't really want to take a long fight against BWC right now because the Geist alone is going to be doing so much team damage that you will lose an extended engagement. Like, you actually need to go for, you know, a very quick engage that doesn't give time for, you know, multiple bombs to just slowly whittle you down.
Jake, chat wants to know, what would you do to handle a BWC?
I played the 5th.
Back to you, ZP.
The right to remain silent.
Well, you know, it's not remaining silent right now as BWC as they look to turn in the urn. Sneaky Golem is all around, but it's not enough to stop Gibbs from rolling in, getting the turn in. So it's going to give a bit of an edge to BWC, up about 6k souls. But it's kind of interesting, Jake, where you almost see how the urn is a catalyst for fights and getting ahead rather than the urn itself sometimes, where, okay, you gave up the urn, but it's only a small edge gained because there's no kills to go along with the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a remarkably low kill game. Like, where this is PvE sim, man. Everyone's like, no rush 20 minutes. Just chill and farm. I mean, I think that is slightly favoring BWC. Like, Poshpop's getting enormous. You are funneling a ton of farm into one person, though. I mean, Aiden is pretty significantly behind, and that's a plate in for Poshpop. So, I mean, that's an item you buy to fight, right? That's not an item you buy to keep escalating the farm, to, you know, push. This is an item you play to start forcing something. So I kind of want to see Pashi step up in the front line, take a risk. I mean, somebody's got to take this combo. I feel like it almost needs to be the Geist. I don't know if anyone else can tolerate it unless you're just going to be willing to throw that person to the wolves.
Very calculated. Also, you say 20 minutes, no rush. I'm like, okay, change BWC to BGH, Big Game Hunters, Old School Brood War. In off the Warp Stone, into the combo. You have the Geist fall through there, in on the Tornado. Is AVG going to get bailed out one more time? Low HP, is able to get away. But now, here's the bounty. You get the Walker damage right now, and a Mirage that doesn't really feel that comfortable in contesting you while you pummel the Walker and get zoned out by the Mo.
Arctic down, meanwhile, on the other side of the map to trade for AVG. Walker's going down elsewhere. BWC getting the better of that, right? They're able to take two sides, both the mid and the side Walker, and they only give up one for it. I mean, BWC, the fact that they held on to that mid lane Guardian pays dividends. There's no opportunity for the secondary trade. Now Paradox maybe baiting a little bit of engage, gets that zip stun there onto Vindicta, but still may not be enough, and the rest of the team is just there. You might get a zip stun, but you're just overwhelmed by player advantage.
Yeah, Cool Cheese bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. You look at the minimap, it's like, this is a bad idea. Here comes Sneaky Golem.
Here we go.
Looking to get a little bit of revenge. Death Slam, ready to go. Grabs two, fall through, up, over, looking for Gibbs. Gibbs, getting wounded, then some, in off the flock. Three, really wounded right now for Bunny with Clock. Gibbs, Tanner immediately down. AVG back into the fight, courtesy of Traveler, straight out of the spawn, looking for the Geist right now. A bit of revenge for what happened at the Walker just a moment ago. Backing away, doesn't want to get swapped, but they know Poshpop is there, and they're just going to keep poking into the closet.
Oh, risky, but he's so low. He doesn't even care about getting the swap. Poshpop just has to hold it for another day. Aiden, though, hold on. This Infernus keeping the fight going. That last tick, it's enough with the help of some teammates there. The Mirage proc comes in, and ultimately he's very scrappy. But I guess you'd say Sneaky Golem get the better fight. It really doesn't bear out very much in terms of the soul trade, though. The fact that BWC got so much around the map while that fight was taking place, the lane position was not great for Sneaky Golem. And so actually, despite the kill advantage, I think it's about a wash in terms of the game state.
I think it's, you know, for BWC, they could be really happy about it just because the entire sequence of events, they got mid-walker essentially for free. You do not want to give up mid-walker without getting a serious prize in turner, like forcing a team to use the better part of a rejuve on it. So, I mean, losing mid-walker this early into the game without some other game state being in play is a really big loss for Sneaky Golem, a big boon for Bunny with Clock. But as you go into the urn here, could be a very even team fight as you take a look here. Tanner's behind enemy lines.
Hydration, looking to get some value on support here. Lockdowns come in, making this a little bit awkward for BWC. But Sneaky Golem don't have many ults to fight with. They need to just get this done with the raw gun damage. So far, they're doing it, sharing the pressure admirably well. Here comes League stepping up, crossing the choke against Shiv as well. And remarkably, this fight is actually working out for him. able to frontline on this Wraith, able to do what no one else has really done today and finding success with it. But here comes Aiden, Infernus, explosion over the top, damage is in, Mirage incredibly low, starting to tick down. There's a DB though from Hydration, and that keeps him fighting, keeps AVG right into the mix here, as now BWC forced to try to exit out of this. Seems like a player may be caught here. It's Hydration this time, as despite the player disadvantage, Pachbop and Aiden, they're just the gods. They're unkillable on the server right now. A burn should be certain death. And oh yeah, Lash ticking down. Surely he cooks from this one, and Pashi gets the finish.
Aiden able to bring it back to even for Bunny with Clock. It was looking deadly at the beginning as AVG and League were just pouring in the damage, but you know, Bunny with Clock able to turn to Aiden, who's pretty well farmed himself, comes on in, right place, right time, not really under pressure, able to get consistent burns out. And as a result, Urn Control goes away with Bunny with Clock. But the interesting thing is that respawns are going to start coming up here, Jake, so I don't think this Urn turn is going to be easy. I think we're going straight into another team fight.
Could be. I mean, BWC, I think they're right to force it, though. There's a couple players dead on the spawn without this Shiv. I mean, that's a lot of net worth, and you're missing those chain executes. And so this is going to be the real reward of the team fight. The fact that Pashi and Aiden can clutch that one out ends up being massive for BWC. And I mean, they're putting their faith in Aiden and Pashi, and they delivered in that team fight, making it look a little bit scary for Sneak On. I mean, that looked like an ideal start. They found a few unanswered kills, but Pashpop just came in as the raid boss, Aiden right behind him, and doubled down into what looked like a scary fight.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there. I thought Sneak On would have tried the delay a little bit, but I guess, you know, you take a look at how it was panning out. They may have been a little bit too late to full reinforce, and it would have, you know, went to the wayside. But either way, Bunny with Clock is able to just make the proper read to run in the urn. And now working at a little under 10k advantage here. Still anyone's game, but we'll see how this goes into the late game here. I think the one thing that is a little bit scary is that a lot of Bunny with Clock's damage in terms of the backline is really dependent on Aiden, whereas for Sneaky Golem, like if you overfocus on League, AVG can sort of take over, and if you overfocus on AVG, League can take over. So the double threat of Sneaky Golem, I do think gives him a little bit of an edge for how some of these late game team fights might break down.
I think Pashi is gonna take issue with that assessment though, ZB, because I mean, Spellslinger online, this Geist actually I think is a massive carry in these fights, and Infernus is a huge problem if you stay ticked, right? If you allow that burn to just continue through the course of the fight, you're of course gonna die to it. But trying to deal with Infernus under the protection of somebody like Geist, I mean, stepping up to Geist, she's like what, 4k ahead of League, who himself is vastly ahead of the game. I mean, he's almost doubling up on the soul count of players like Xeno and Hydration. I mean, those characters are just going to melt if Geist is ever able to find those close range connections.
Yeah, I mean, the front line is really scary. I think the way a lot of these fights are going to work out, though, is I think you're going to get a lot of CC coming in from Goober, Hydration, and a little bit on the Xeno that is going to deal with like Pashi is basically almost 1v3 in the front line to an extent. Like, obviously it depends on like how Tanner engages, but I think there are going to be like resources that get spent on Pashi, and then, you know, it's only up to AVG or League to just trade out with Aiden. So, but either way, it's so dependent, Jake, on how these fights initially start out. Like, what are the engagement terms and going from there, especially when you get things like Eternal Night in play.
Yeah, I mean, I think Eternal Night is going to be crucial. And BWC, they're at this phase of the game where they know mid-boss would die near instantly if they're able to get the window to go for it. And so they're really just all in on the ganking. And I mean, it's kind of crazy to say, but I feel like NA actually has a more clean play style right now. Like, no one's taking risks. People are playing very clinical, and you're keeping the advantage minor. I mean, this 10k soul lead at this phase of the game almost doesn't matter, right? Like, it just really isn't going to move the needle. And it's going to be way more on positioning and how you take the fight. To that end, though, BWC, they're going to put some damage on this mid-boss. I suspect this will be a fake, given the contest that Sneaky Golem can bring to bear. But maybe if they make it roar, and as I say that, it looks like the engagement is starting elsewhere on the map.
Well, the bait causes an engagement. We'll see how the fall-through is going to go here. Right now, it's all the secret shop. The Mole Fists are heading out fast and furious. This fall-through going to be there, though. Hydration there on the support. Drops the charge. Rocker, though, can't get away. The underground fight not as advantageous here for the Lash. Bunny with Clock. Engage here so far. No, Arctic is low. Pashi Pop dropping the bomb from afar. Nearly grabs another as AVG somehow, some way gets away with like 25 HP. But that's enough room here, Jake, to potentially just grab mid-boss and get a greater advantage.
I mean, there's this Geist, right, just bullying away Mirage in the mid-game trading fight, right, at the range where you'd normally think, hey, I'd want to be Mirage there. Turns out 40k souls for Pashpop makes the difference. Here's the Abrams ult over the Trop, trying to get some stuns. Aiden is a little early on the Abrams. Aiden's stun comes in, it's good enough. One crystal goes, kills start to flow in. Sneaky Golem getting the trades. BWC falling. Posh Poppy has to stand tall here. He's got a rejuve. What can Aiden and Pashi do here? They've clutched out difficult fights before. Now Abrams starting to cook, has that demon remover. AVG down, pops the last rejuve here. Sneaking on, fighting with the lives that they have. They want Posh Pop to tank this rejuve, and they get it. Actually, that's good value, I think, for BWC. They still have a good chance in this team fight, ZP.
All the rejuves are gone. Bunny with clock down too. Sneaky Golem still full strength. Now, looking here, the Arctic in on the front line, getting pummeled to and fro. AVG, tornadoes on in. Now laying in the damage on to the Shiv. Has to take to the high ground. Maybe looking away. It's Shiv and Pashi versus the world right now, but they are starting to get beamed down a bit from both sides. League and AVG super low, still looking for damage, and AVG goes a little bit too far. Punished by one in turn, but League able to take down Arctic at the same time. This is trade after trade, but now you got League free the burden the damage from the side.
Oh my God, it comes down to this. And now look, a kill being chased on the other side of the map. Lash putting a bit of walker pressure on, pushed away by the respawns from BWC. And as the dust settles, it's almost still an even game, ZP. I mean, this is truly, this might be the closest game we've ever had in DLNS. I mean, to go this deep, this many team fights, and still no decisive advantage has opened up. No one has been able to find that edge that really makes it feel like they're going to be able to take this game. I mean, that really just comes down to the one rejuve gap that saves that one for Sneaky Golem.
Gibbs chases down Lash right out. Gibbs is saying no free urn turn, and Rocker has to drop it. Slowing Hex comes on in. This would be incredible if it was actually a pick on the Rocker. Rocker's so low.
Has to drop the urn,
barely able to get away. Yeah, he had to get away
win, right? Because Xeno's up in 10. This Gibbs he's moving around the map. A lot of mobility here. And so, yeah, this should be a free turn. And a little sloppy. A little sloppy on the pad, but I don't think it'll matter. I think Sneaky Golem correctly recognized they just can't get here. The zip, too pushed against them.
So the urn interception, smart play, and Sneaky Golem just barely able to get out of that without even giving up the pick. They don't get anything in exchange for the urn, aside from keeping their lives, and you just see Sneaky Golem. Everyone is coalescing around the one walker that they still have remaining. But okay, hold on, Mo.
Does Mo have unstop? Did I just see that right? He just has unstop and burrow. Oh my God. Mo has never been more unkillable. Tanner with the crazy build. Yeah, he has unstop. Oh my God. He's actually unkillable. That's illegal. Oh, Lash. Oh, just inches away. And I mean, that could have been huge if Rocker finds that. AVG TP's in, but instead they don't get any connections. BWC still a bit on the back foot here as a potential mid-walker push comes in.
They don't want to fight.
Yeah, they're thinking better of that. You missed that engagement with the Lash ult. It could have been amazing. TP into a Lash ult catch could have been a very nice call from Sneaky Golem, but BWC get out of it, and it's two big ults off the field.
Yeah, at BWC, there's a moment of power here because Telekinesis still down for a tiny little bit. Traveler gone. You don't have to worry about AVG abusing macro advantages, and also Death Slam out of the way. So if you could get a fight started, you'd want to go for it. And okay, who's Rocker looking at right now? It's Rocker and Mo. Again, doing a little bit of a dance here. Rocker flirting with some danger. Here comes Mo. He's looking for the fist up, over, and no, just barely is Rocker able to get out of what would have been a blunder, Jake.
Yeah, man, he takes one tick of damage and doesn't have the Majestic there. I feel like you just die, right? You're just caught by the combo. The follow-up is there. League considering taking some of these sinners. There's a kind of a wave of players from BWC swinging across the map. He could find himself in a little bit of a dangerous territory trying to get these valuable sinner sacrifices. Up on the high ground now. Here comes the fight. Ideally, he's in a great position.
Yeah, that's actually really nice cards. I mean, I brought Pashi down the half. Yeah, your guy is taking it soul swap, but you can also get pummeled from afar. TP over.
Darkness. He can't see a damn thing.
Well, guess what? You got the horses coming on in. This is a full chase down from Zeke Golem. About to get Death Slam back up too. Rocker good to go.
Aiden.
The turn on the Aiden, who got caught in the back into the telekinesis. Death Slam, the blender, this time connecting onto the Infernus. Huge amount of damage off the clock now for BWC. Rocker gives his life for the attempt, but League and AVG, they're still good to go. The cards keep on coming. It's a full deck right now for League, getting the support in the backline, and the guns keep on blazing, Jake.
Yeah, Pashi's still fighting though. They use every single ult onto Aiden. And now they're starting to fall back, trying to kite out of this one. But remember, there's no walker here to defend this position. Pashi still low, no swap. Goober finds Arctic, and the long, slow fight paying dividends. Sneaky Golem poking at range, and BWC have to retreat out of this one. So really well played by Sneaky Golem, keeping the opponents at range. Life buff for the guys. Do they chase this? This is scary. Oh, look at that damage. 10 stacks Berserker. Do not play with the Geist right now.
Oh boy, Puckett, what was your question? We just saw Pashi.
It doesn't matter.
With murder.
No, you're good. Keep watching the Pashi.
Oh boy.
That was
I was
crazy.
gonna say here, Jake, and now like with that pickoff, maybe they still get earned, but it's less what you'd want. And also, I mean, the timing is a little bit rough for Sneaky Golem. You have that good of a team fight, and throwing aside what happened at the very end, it's not mid-boss time, so you don't get to capitalize the way you would if the timing was different.
Yeah, and losing League now. I mean, I suspect this will be a free earn, but even Sneaky Golem, they're not so sure about it. I think if they brought everyone right away, they might be able to force it. But yeah, this moment of hesitation, you're not getting the earn because of this one. In fairness, they would have potentially been caught off with, you know, players like Gibbs looking to attack and punish those lonely players. And Sneaky Golem, they are relatively reliant on some of these big ults. We saw like they blew up Aiden, but it's because they threw just everything in the kitchen sink at him when he came in for that concussive combustion. Can you do that again without things like the Wraith ult to lock him down, without the Lash ult to finish him off?
Also, I gotta say, lore accurate Geist just being this rich relative to everyone else. Like, Geist is
Absolute
many
1%er Geist.
Yeah. I mean, you can't accuse Geist of not having a big bank account.
Oh, they get the Wraith bag that Wraith dropped, though. That is a nice little find. It looks like maybe like almost a 1K bag there. So something for Lash. Little donation, a little charity from the gambler.
The spirit urn is waiting to be
All right. 200K, the 221K. I mean, Bunny with Clock, they're working with an econ advantage, but the way the comps have worked out here, Jake, it still feels about as even gets. I mean, yeah, Bunny with Clock, they're working with an extra walker, but these team fights have been so tense and so situationally dependent on, you know, positioning at the get-go.
It's funny because I feel like neither team has the best initiation. They both have gone very heavy on the counter initiation department. So like Aiden is kind of just sending it with a concussive combustion because what else are you going to do? Now the mid boss comes up though, I think both teams are going to start to think about, hey, maybe there's a fight to be had. Lash over the top, big death slam in, rather just the regular ground slam. See if he wants to see if it can connect on a death slam. Gibbs pops that darkness, stabilizes the retreat for now, but you don't want to be caught alone. Cool Cheese does not want to take that duel against somebody like Mirage. Yeah, Tornado cleaned up, and that's a nice +1, almost for free, AVG.
Sneaky Golem's looking real healthy too. Bunny with Clock wasn't able to turn any of that into a trade here so far. Now AVG maybe a little bit more under the pressure. Up from above comes Rocker. And we get one. Aiden down. That's actually massive picking in out of the fight. Sneaky Golem, they lose AVG, but now you turn the supporting league. All support here on to the Wraith once more as Rocker continuing getting high value off these ground strikes into the horses, into what should be a dead Drifter combo though. Coming in around the side, Pashy Pop takes down League. That was a combo
Pashy's
onto
healthy.
League. That was huge.
Pashy's still healthy. He's him ×2 here on the server. You try to snipe him from range, but you just run out of carries. There's nobody left to stand tall against Pashy. Player advantage be damned. If you lose your right clickers, this Geist is God. And she might step up now to the mid boss. It's online. Couple bags to claim. She's going right past them all in. Instantly going for this mid boss. Listen to you kids in the pubs. Don't greed farm. Do mid boss with the advantage. Shiv's alive. Mo as well. But just this Geist, man. Absolute full HP. 10 stacks Berserker. Untouchable right now considering the players on the server. Rocker tried to get a greedy, but here comes Pashy straight from behind.
Yeah, and the problem for Sneaky Golem, all the three players you have up, they're brokies compared to Pashy Pop right now. I mean, Pashy Pop has double net worth of any of the other people still alive. This is not an easy fight to contest, even if the numbers are even. Bunny with Clock, they know it. They're going for the rejuve, and now the rejuve is coming on down.
Bleed to death there from the daggers, and I mean, this looks relatively free. Unstopped from Mo, locks it in, and that could be decisive for BWC, right? Pashy Pop able to clutch that one out. Huge combo by Tanner, finding, as you were saying, that crucial target in League, getting the Wraith off the field, and there's just nobody left, and a Ricochet online. I mean, honestly, these poors are gonna get abs. They're not even gonna get looked at. They're gonna die to the Ricochets. You're gonna be shooting the Gambler. You're gonna be shooting Mirage, and look, you're just gonna happen to pick up some Lash kills. It's like a little bonus. Thanks for doing business with you.
All right. Bunny with Clock, a decisive advantage. It would be beating Sneaky Golem 2 weeks in a row. Sneaky Golem on death's door right now, and that lead, Jake, is about to get even bigger because I don't think they contest this earn at all. And also
Pashy's on
coming up,
60K.
you got new
He's
buffs coming
solo
up.
farming on one side of the map, and you just can't punish him.
Oh man, if only Pasha was close to the vitality, just when you want a guys to get even scarier. But
I mean, the gun buff is a big mistake actually from BWC. Like the fact that Rocker can just grab a buff, that should never happen considering the state of the game. So they are going to hold this life buff, but guys would have loved the gun buff. I mean, that maybe would be even better considering the fire rate, the clip size is kind of exactly what you want this build.
they were able to save the vitality for Pashy.
That's nice. I mean, 5,000 health. This is like a lot of tankiness too. The frenzy. Oh God. Oh God. Get her below half. I dare you. I dare you.
You know what's really messed up, Jake? You get her low and then you get swapped at the very end. I mean, you have to time your CCs on this, so she doesn't have the ability to soul swap, because you don't want to fight this twice.
I feel like the soul swap, it's like, I'm not even thinking about the swap. Like,
no, I know.
Try to kill her, try to get her low enough to make her even think about it. I mean, she's just a turret at this point in the game. Look at these 6K items. She's got 5 6K items. That is insane. I mean, soon she's gonna hit this hero. Like, what's the true max? Like 80, 90K or something, when you have literally every single slot is a 6K item? I mean, he might get there this game if it's not over in the next minute or two.
We're gonna hit that, like the game that happened a while back where it was like Vegas and Crayon, or rather Vegas versus Crayon, where like they were mad at the Haze and they just like kept up to 1 million and everyone had max build. Those who know that was a tragic moment in Deadlock history in recent weeks. But yeah, I mean, for Sneaky Golem here, it's still winnable, but they need to get a good fight. And in a way, they almost need to kill everyone outside of Pashi and then focus on Pashi after. I mean, the engagement is actually so miserable right now for Sneaky Golem.
You just need like the lash ult to end all lash ults. And in fairness, BWC are relatively low on like the hard stuns to counter the lash ulti. So Rocker, he's hoping to be able to save this game by like lash ulting people into the pit. But guys just poking down the shrine. They're trying to bait that engagement. Here comes unstoppable combo. Nothing you can do best, but hold on. That rescue beam is very big. Unconventional way to save, but I think it does the job. Ultimate comes in over the top. Rocker, can he send anybody into the base? ABG just deleted absolutely out of this one. Gives down first Rejuve Crystal out. But Pashi Pop, he's ignoring them all. 66K, guys, just storming down this base. 2 more Rejuve Crystals. Player
you all in. He got all in.
Over. He's healthy.
They're looking for it. Buddy with Clock nearly there. Just need a little bit more. Zeno goes down. And a 67K Pachi Pop gets us just way into the patron. It is over. Buddy with Clock. They take the Challengers match 2 weeks in a row. And they cost me 15,000 channel points, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Dang.
ZP joins the Brokies.
No, I portion my money. I still got another 15K channel points.
I go all in every single game. Maybe that's something he said about my channel points stockpile not being so comfortable. But maybe Poshbob can make a donation to the channel points fund. Certainly he's got the cash to spare after a performance like that. Unbelievable solo carry there on the Geist.
The Harris with Humboldts, I believe is what somebody said in Twitch. They win again. How is this happening? Is this a breakdown on the other side, or is this the new second best team in North America, ZP? We got an MVP to talk through and a whole bunch of highlights, but I have a whole feeling it's just Pashi Pop collecting the trophies. Has Lady Geist always been able to take over games like this?
I don't think Geist has ever been bad. Like, I cannot think of a point where you're just like, damn, I wish I didn't have a Geist on my team. Also, dear God, the massive patch drop during that game. I was not paying attention. Oh my God. There's a lot of changes that happen.
That's chill. That's chill. It's fine. It's fine.
Just an NA grand final.
This goes live mid-tournament, right? So we're gonna play the grand finals on the new patch. Am I wrong about that, ZP?
Yeah, we don't have a choice. I mean, the patch is live. Like,
yeah, all right. Everybody, throw your prep out the window. This is gonna be good.
Also, Pashi did a lot of things. Like, Pashi did the things, and of the things, a lot was done.
His teammates did stuff too. I mean, there was stuff being done on both sides
Aiden was
for a
literally the secret service for Pashi. Aiden was just like, you know what? This fight's going. I'm going in with concussive combustion. Team, get in there. Like, get in there behind me. He was going in solo, tanking ult after ult, and still getting a lot done. So props to Aiden for being kind of the low eco carry this game. I feel like making this performance from Pashi possible.
Front linemen, always appreciated. Never get the respect they deserve. Mirage, a key for AVG moving forward, or are we switching off this character moving into game number 2?
I mean, well, for Sneaky Golem, there's no game number 2. They're just dead.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, blacked out.
Baby.
I thought we were in the final. I saw the name Sneaky Golem. I was used to them being best.
That's almost the full rainbow. The only thing he misses assists, which, let's be honest, doesn't count. It's a fake stat.
There it is. Yes, fake stat. 11 and 2, 67,000 souls. He goes blue, yellow, and green. Pashi Pop, your MVP. And now he plays for $600 in your NA final. Anyone else on the team we want to show some love to?
I'm impressed with Tanner, honestly. The unstop, a really unconventional item. but I feel like it was kind of perfect. This game allowed him to get away with a lot, to give themselves like a really solid opener to the engagement where they were struggling sometimes with those team fight initiations, and also Aiden playing on like the more team fight oriented carry build, but still doing amazing in this game.
Will Aiden be able to get his Vindicta? That's what I'm hoping for as we go into the next one. ZP, final thoughts as we wrap up North America with a beautiful bow.
I mean, Bunny with Clock, you cannot deny their improvement. If you thought it was a fluke, you're wrong. They took down Sneaky Golem 2 weeks in a row. This team is getting better and better. And look, when it comes to them versus melee creeps, I think it's a 50-50. I think it go either way. And also, melee creeps, you're put on notice. We got our MVP, Poshipop, but also we got our head-to-head, where Bunny with Clock now up 2-1 in recent times.
Here's some fun for everyone during the break. Neutrals HP increases by 0.5% per minute. Neutrals damage increases by 0.5% per minute. Are these a big deal? Hard neutrals now take 20% more melee damage.
I think that's actually pretty significant that the neutral scale. I don't know how much like the math is actually going to impact the game, but having neutral scale means like the ultra late game, I like the jungle gets cleared out in seconds. I mean, when you're like at this kind of a farm for Poshipop, who's obviously our MVP of this challenger match, I mean, he's deleting camps in like a couple seconds, you know, to take a hard camp. And so with that scaling, maybe there's going to be a little more opportunity for some of these more jungle gank kind of style team fights that usually we only see in the mid game.
Hit me, Zeeps. What are you thinking?
I mean, I'm thinking a lot. I think we have to go to it after the break, but like also just to introduce brand new mechanics in the game, like getting shot is now reducing your move speed by 10%. Everyone gets slowing bolts by default right now, so as you keep shooting on people, like, okay, that's cool.
We're gonna be finishing kills when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance in game number 1. North America's getting spicy. We saw Drifter walking away with a W, and now walkers and mid bosses get a 15% bullet resistance and hardpoint buff. It's gonna be fucking wild. It's the NA final. Give us a minute, because like all these guys got to download it, and then we got to make sure they're good, and then like there's gonna be an issue, and then we're gonna restart the game, but then we'll be good. It's going to be a great final. We're going to a game 3. We'll see you there. Welcome back to my evil lair. I've got DDK in the dark and ZP ready to rock. The man who never loses his voice during a play-by-play cast yet. ZP, are you nervous? Tonight might be the night that it gives out on you.
No, I'm good. Voice of Iron at least for today. You know, I need a loud crowd in front of me and no side tone to really murder the voice. But right now, I'm good.
There we go. All right, DDK, we've got a good matchup on our hands. I thought for some reason that Sneaky Golem would get like a second life and be able to stay on our screen, but they're gone. Hydration and crew are on the sidelines. They're about to watch Melee Creeps take on BWC. Let's start with the Creeps, the reigning champs. What should we know about NA's team that's playing in a new patch?
Well, I think this team is, I mean, it's interesting because they showed no weakness last week, but they looked beatable against Bunny with Clock. So I don't want to say that Melee Creeps are the most dominant team, but they are the most experienced. They do have really players for everything. They've got so many best-in-class hero pools, you know, between like an Ido, a John on the side, like basically everybody. so you can't really go wrong. And I think that gives them a lot of fan favorites quality, because when you see an Ido, you want to see a pocket. When you see Jew, you want to see a pocket. In fact, who was actually playing here? We have 7 people on the screen.
We've got a lot. We've got a lot of options. I think it's going to be Ido, John, Saya, Scout. What do you got, ZP?
Yeah, Do is a sub. Do is not on the main roster, so Scout Fishcake is where we're at.
We just wanted to show that he can play pocket if needed. Also, there's a very special guest. He goes by the name of Kalush. He's one of the most handsome Overwatch players to double down, getting paid by a pro team and a college team. He got a free education. He's now a star talent in Marvel Rivals, and he's trying to learn Deadlock. What does that tell you, community? Maybe we're the coolest place on Twitch.tv right now. ZP, anything you want to say to your childhood idol, Kalush?
Look, first off, you know, I've seen Collusion by pubs going all the way back. So Collusion's been in Deadlock for a while. You know, see, he's taken a hiatus on Marvel Rivals. Also, you talk about Envy players. Speedily, I don't think ever stopped. Like, Speedily is still like high ranked on the Deadlock ladder. He's been the multi-game genius, as it were, and he's been you know, deep diving right now. But you know, right now, if you've been enjoying hero shooters of different varieties, you've been eating good in recent times.
Yes, we're going to introduce the competition for the melee creeps. On the other side of the ball is Bunny with Clock, and a new patch just dropped. So we will be walking you through some of the new news. But ZP, you said during the break, Infernus ain't going to be played, you don't think?
I don't know if it's that severe, but Infernus got absolutely murdered. Like, in terms of where he's at, a change that people have been clamoring for a long time is not getting grazed by one bullet, fully resetting Afterburn. Now, for bullet procs and Afterburn, I don't know about abilities. Like, Flame Dash still may reset it to full. Okay. Frankly, I don't know. It just hit. I haven't tested it. But Afterburn, at the very least, is not going to be one of those, I'm nearly out of the burn. Oh, I got tapped once. The burn is back full up. So Infernus is going to lose a bit of damage consistency. But also, Billy's going to get beaten up a lot more when going to the neutrals, especially because neutrals deal more damage. And Blasted is going to be helping him against Sinner Sacrifice. Chain Gang may work like a reasonable skill now because the line of sight breaking has always been kind of stupid on that ability. Like, it doesn't actually break. It's just like, oh, it's supposed to break. Oh, it's not breaking. Maybe now it'll actually break. Wraith got hit early game, which, okay, her win rate's really high, but I don't know. Dan, what are you looking at here? I wanted to go through everything possible.
DDK, what are you reading here? I know you've got a better eyes than I do.
I don't know about that, Pocket. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm curious. I mean, Infernus definitely. I think the base bullet damage. I almost feel like that's actually worse because Infernus, I think, is going to be a lot just less impactful. Well, I mean, it's a wombo combo, isn't it? In the early laning, especially, he's going to be less of a threat, and into the mid game, he's just going to be a little bit less of a threat. The Drifter got some hits here on the bullet damage. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. I kind of liked where Drifter was in terms of his level of threat, because I feel like he doesn't have a lot of great tools, generally speaking, in the professional play at least. So I kind of felt like that's kind of a response to pubs almost. And that's a question I always have. I wonder how much of this is a response to where things are in the pubs in terms of the numbers. Okay. But Express Shot is something I'm interested in. If this is going to actually impact the Express Shot builds for Viscous, if Viscous's meta will change at all. Do you have any feeling on that, ZP?
Yeah, my guess is that it makes the Viscous builds weaker. Like, the heroes that would build Express Shot probably don't like this change, but a lot of heroes that weren't building Express Shot now have the ability to potentially use it. I mean, it kind of depends on how the math pans out, but I think the item is now more viable for the rest of the cast in all likelihood, but probably not as good for Viscous, who is uniquely awesome for. Return Fire, I mean, okay, that's great. Only if the bullets actually hit. That item is really weird in its actual effectiveness. I don't know if that changes anything. Also, Focus Lens, stop hitting it. Like, please, I don't, like, at least at the pro level you look at, it is not that valuable of an item, especially when debuff removers are in play. Like, Focus Lens keeps getting hit. I'm guessing it's getting hit because its stats internally are ridiculous in terms of win rate, but I also think that's because people play badly against it. I feel like it keeps getting hit while it's down. And I'm like, I don't know if you need to do this. Like, Focus Lenses, this could be the hit that just moves it into not getting built again. I don't know.
All right, I want to give a huge shout out to DDK and ZP for the breakdown of our hero and item patch notes. More importantly, the people who put it together. We've got one more card for you. And if you can't, someone clip this for us. Post it up on Reddit. We need to let more people know about Night Shift. We have weekly competition with EU and NA back in action next week. For now, here is another run through of the neutrals. What are you seeing that stands out, DDK?
I think, there's a bunch of stuff here. Like, getting shot now slows your move speed by 10% for 0.7 seconds is going to make for a lot less, like, getaways, I would expect. So that's actually one thing that jumps out. But there's a lot of stuff that feels significant here. Obviously, just off of a first reaction, like, this is happening mid-tournament. It's kind of hard to process it all.
Yeah, pretty crazy. What are you seeing, ZP? What are the players talking about in chat?
I think the biggest thing here is that it's slowing down the jungle. Like, it is actually slowing down the ability of someone who's ahead of the game to devour the jungle and instantly devour more, because you're doing two things here. A, neutral HP is going up. That is going to significantly slow you down for the heroes that usually do it. They also, like, buff the damage that you get off melee to, like, not make it even harder for, like, an Abrams or something to take jungle, right? And then the sprint changes also mean as you are going from, like, camp to camp, you're going to go slower. So stuff is going to die more slowly and you're going to move more slowly, which means that it's going to take longer to eat the entire jungle. It's going to be more opportunity to get hit while dealing with the jungle. You're going to be able to contest it a little bit more, and it's going to slow down the amount of soul gain that you're getting in some of these fights. So, I mean, it's definitely going to mess with the flow of people that you expect to carry the game and people that you would normally be putting a lot of your jungle farm to.
Everyone is saying thanks, Yoshi, except for the fans of the team taking on the champions. Bunny with Clock apparently has been hit with character-wide nerfs. ZP, is this true or false? Is this going to be the most affected of our night shift rosters with the most recent hit?
I mean, everyone's hit here. Also, I don't even know if they wanted to play, like, Infernus was a lesser choice for them than Vindicta. I do think if Aiden was being like, yeah, I'll play a lot of Infernus today, maybe now you're being like, no, actually lock me in the Vindicta, bro. Like, I don't want to play the Infernus gamble. Where, by the way, Infernus still may be fine. Infernus still actually may be completely okay, even though taken down in power. But usually if something like this happens mid-patch, people may knee-jerk and maybe like, I don't want to mess with it. So we'll see if anyone takes the jump on Infernus in this draft.
All right, I know maybe Cook says, chat, we'll keep our eyes on this one. Melee Creeps taking out Bunny with Clock. Ding, ding. It's time to get the bands out with 5 minutes to digest the most recent patches. DDK, they don't want Lady Geisten after Pashi Pop popped off with her. What is that all about?
I mean, you don't want John to have it on melee creeps, but the thing is with John is that like you either give him the Geist or you give him the Bebop. That generally tends to be the story. But I definitely see Geist being worse of those two options possibly now. But again, John's such a best in class with it, it's hard to say. But Vindicta ban makes sense, CP. But does Billy still have the same priority after these changes?
I think so. Like, I mean, yes, he's not going to eat Sinners without a penalty because of Blasted, but I don't know. Billy's still really good. Like, maybe Chain Gang feels really bad post-patch because that's one of those changes that you look at as like, oh, it's a minor nerf to Chain Gang, and actually everyone is breaking it as soon as they like go behind cover. Like, Chain Gang could suck now. I need to be really, really clear on that because we haven't tested it. But even if Chain Gang is bad, I don't think it changes Billy's overall power, and you're still going to get some value of it in some of your open engagements.
Yeah, most of the places you're going to use it, you don't necessarily have a line of sight always to break it. It's not going to be universally damaging as it currently is used. We take a look at Mirage locked in early. What do you pair it with? A Shiv. So Melee Creeps showing us some old faithfuls. Expectations for BWC, DDK.
Yeah, I do wonder where do you take Paradox? I feel like you don't take Paradox with Melee Creeps. You're kind of expecting that to be you're expecting that to be a Bebop pick on Melee Creeps, but I feel like you almost want to seal that as EP, or because I feel like Melee Creeps kind of have to pick it because otherwise it gets banned. So I feel like if you want to just totally deny John, you'd pick that here.
Well, John also could just be playing Mirage by the fact that they put Mirage out early and that has been one of John's main heroes. Like, I think the problem is that like Bebop is still pretty usable as we saw from EU, but Bebop isn't carrying the same level of power that he was pre-patch. I think Bebop was probably got some of the worst end of the patch as far as like his overall power levels right now. So I don't know if Melee Creeps is necessarily angling for it because you still have all the playmaking ability, but you also don't have the raid boss ability with Bebop that you kind of had in the pre-patch.
It makes sense. He's a smart guy, Puckett.
So brainy. So handsome. He's taking vitamins now. You see his skin.
That's why Tanner was bullying him.
It's true.
Mina is in on the other side. We've got a door person, and we're about to find out who else is getting banned. So no Wraith. All the ladies are just getting bodied. Vindicta's out. We've got a pocket gone and a page gone. So what does that leave us with, ZP? What are you doing here with pick number 7?
For Melee Creeps, it's interesting you grab the pocket ban because that's really being like, Ido, we don't want you to play pocket even at this point. You also grabbing the Mina is kind of anti-Ido. Paradox, Old Faithful, and I mean, it could also be Ido playing it. You go to his like old school like list of Schmovement heroes, as it were. Bunny with Clock, though,
too.
Yeah, I think for Bunny with Clock, I would be shocked if one of the next two heroes didn't involve a Page. Like, you could Page Billy Lane. Page in general is still really good. Unless they just don't like the hero, but they grab Mo as one of the picks.
They've got Abrams, Mo, and Billy. My God, this is a pretty tanky lineup. It is chonky. I feel like,
Does it require a lot of souls to keep it afloat, or what is the downside of being chonky?
I mean, to fight.
Oh my God, it got even chonkier. It got chonkier.
The chonkiest.
I feel like if you're picking like a Dino or Lash into this, like something, because this front line is very catchable. At least that's how it feels to me.
I
The downside of building like this chunk is that you're giving up options in terms of either playmakers or you're giving up options in terms of support or carry, like effectively. And right now, the thing that they're really low on is that where's their main amount of like actual just damage in the late game? You got no Wraith, you got no Infernus, you got no Ivy. You got Calico coming in for melee creeps apparently, but you know, for melee creeps, they can rely on the Mirage here. For Bunny with Clock, I mean, I don't know, unless they grab an Ivy here at the very end.
Was the very first character banned. Was that a joke ban from EU or is 7 an actual threat? Because I haven't seen him in 12 weeks.
Wow.
It's a Dynamo. Is that even more beef? Walk me through this, DDK. I haven't seen Dynamo outside of 2 games.
So I actually think Dynamo is actually in a really good place. He just got a slight nerf to the kinetic pulse, which is the knock-up ability, which, I mean, it's still very good because he can, with the right itemization, get those out really, really quickly. Dynamo is just, I think, a very strong support in terms of what he can offer in terms of like healing. Like his mobility can be really nice. You can use like a Veil. There's like multiple ways you can land the ult with like a Veil Walker or getting a warp stone later. So there's a lot of utility for Dynamo in like these. Okay. And also it's very good laning, I think, right now as well. Because he has good sustain and good CC. So Dynamo, I think, can aid the tempo that this draft is clearly gonna be having here. Because if I'm not mistaken, ZP, Bunny O'Clock, they gotta tempo the hell out of this game.
They do, and also, I mean, look, some people look at this and be like, oh, in terms of House 1 carry, they got Warden. I don't think Warden is on the same level right now in terms of that particular role as something like a Mirage really. So I think late game melee creeps look a lot better. And you're right, the name of the game here is tempo. I think Bunny with Clock, like, they have to win lanes, they have to be in your face, they have to maintain a lead. If it gets even in late game, I think they actually just lose to melee creeps here, barring like the singularity of the gods. I really don't like this draft from Bunny with Clock, and as a result, I'm going full Jake. I'm putting everything on melee creeps this round for my channel points.
Thick Picks and Tiny Chicks was a YouTube name for BWC. On the other side, we've got melee creeps. Anything creative, chat? What do you got for a Calico, Kelvin, Paradox, Doorman, Shiv, and Mirage? Leftovers? GDK, is this a powerful comp? How do we feel about this?
Yeah, I think melee creeps comp is great. I think they've got a bit of everything that they need. And I think the Kelvin as well is going to be especially... I think that's going to be really hard to play against the Bunny Clock. I think the Frozen Shelter should actually be really, really good at denying the tempo game that Bunny Clock kind of needs. But again, you know... I mean, what do they have for, like... They just don't have great picks, EP. I'm just like, is there a way that they can kind of like deal with like some of this? But I'm like, no.
I mean...
It's just a bad draft, yeah?
Realistically, for Bunny with Clock, you're hoping you bully your lanes with the fact that, like, I think Abrams and Billy is still probably really, really good as far as frontline goes. You hope that Aiden just goes sicko mode on the Mina, gets ahead of the game, and yeah, I think for Bunny Clock, win lane phase and continue winning is kind of where they're at. If this goes late or it's like evenly contested, I think they just lose to melee creep. So they have to just come out of the lane phase, guns blazing.
Chat, we are experts. We know exactly how this game plays out after the new patch that dropped during the last game that we were playing and live broadcasting. Here we go. It is our NA Grand Finals. We've got melee creeps taking on Bunny with Clock. Our players are just about ready. One more time, ZP. I know there's going to be a lot of talk about the patch and everyone forgetting what the 2 screens were. So do you think we should bring them up one more time? What were the biggest changes that you noticed as a player that you would need to take into this next game?
Well, I think the number one, if we're talking about the draft here, Infernus was not picked, was not banned in this game. And that's because people are scared about what happened with his afterburn changes. That's number one. If you're talking about the hero changes, and you're talking about everything else, look at the junglers. The junglers are not going to be going through this quick at all. The jungle has been slowed down. You move slower. They take longer to kill. And I'm curious about what that does to the flow of the game.
And of course, we take a look at some of the walkers. The mid boss now plus 15% bullet resistance, minus 15% HP. So, DDK, does that mean we see more spirit damage? Does it just take longer? What are the expectations for a noob like me?
I think the direction Valve or Yoshi's trying to move the game in is just making it more to reward better macro more, and also the rolls a bit more, so that when you get itemized, you can't just like get it, like any hero can't just get into the jungle immediately and start farming like crazy. That these decisions have to be a bit more intentional. And I think that that's actually something that can help to potentially balance the game a little bit more, because in the early to mid game, you're not going to be able to as effectively steal jungle. You're not going to be able to as effectively, when you're ahead, start farming up your own jungle, because you're going to need more specific heroes that are able to do it at the earlier timings of the game. So I think there's like a fundamental kind of shift in the way that you're going to have to build your comps and the way that this balancing actually works. So I think it seems like the way the game's been moving.
Glowing Hay says, Yoshi playing less this month, or why the low effort? Hey, bud, quit being a jerk. How many updates has he given you? He's helped us out mid-tournament. He's the man. You wouldn't be playing Deadlock without him, and neither would Melee Creeps and Bunny with Glock. We're jumping into game number 1. It's your NA Grand Finals. Will the cat suit, or will it be the rabbit with the Rolex? We send it over to ZP on the mic with TDK.
All right.
Hello.
We are into it here, Dan, and we'll see who's going to come out ahead. Also, no bias here. I did full Jake, so I may be in the poorhouse if Melee Creeps don't win with this draft. Channel points.
You went all in?
I did, yeah.
That's my guy, Zeep.
The bad life advice, by the way, just in general. But
yeah. Why go half-ass? Just go all in. You got this.
Yeah.
It depends on your push-fold equity, okay? Sometimes it's good to go all in.
Well, take a look at the lanes here. Middle lane looks to be just pure demon time from Melee Creeps, where you got Mirage in Paradox. And yeah, I mean, Warden Abrams is no slouch on the other end, but the poke coming out here for Melee Creeps is unreal. And a lot of this lane is going to be dependent, Dan, on, can Tanner find a pin?
Yeah, I have to double check that. If you just kind of interchangeably using the name Tanner for Abrams, or if it was actually Tanner playing Abrams this time, because that's where my head's at. I call Abrams Tanner in Europe, the European broadcast now.
Yep. But in this case, it is actually, in fact, Tanner.
Yeah.
Right-hand side, we didn't even talk about draft, but the old favorite, Kelvin Shiv, definitely brought low in power relative to where it used to be, but still seen as formidable up against Billy Dynamo. Like, actually, the Billy Dynamo is a reasonable shout in that lane. Like, Dynamo beat a Shiv Kelvin lane once today. Going back to you.
Yeah. I actually played like 10 Dynamo games recently, and I genuinely feel like Dynamo is really good right now for multiple reasons. I actually think that Dynamo, for example, is actually, depending on how you build them, there's a build that Together has out at the moment that you guys can use, which is really nice. And that's like, because of the way that the investment works and how you can kind of spread the items across Dynamo, he can become like very mobile, very tanky, and very like high damage, and you can just like wave clear very quickly with the kinetic pulse and rotate very, very quickly. So there is, I think, a lot of utility to Dynamo outside of his ult, which is obviously, that was the problem always. So that was his major impact and contribution. So I think, we're going to see some good stuff in the early laning phase. I'll be curious to see what the build looks like, if it's going to try to lean more into the more diverse investments, so that we get that 4,800 across the board quicker, or if we'll see something more support specific.
I just think the main thing for Dynamo right now is that, like, so much of the game, especially on the high end, is not having a miserable lane phase. And Dynamo for a long time was just in the, okay, my lane phase is bad. The lane phase is a lot more tolerable now for Dynamo, so you can justify running him in different comps and, potentially get into some of the later game states where, things could be better. But speaking of lane phase right now, and taking a look at mid, Tanner and Poshy Pop definitely having to play a little bit more defensively against some of the poke coming in, courtesy of Mirage and Paradox. DMB and Scout keeping up the pressure. Left-hand side, we haven't really talked about too much here. The Doorman Calico lane, not a lane that I could say we've seen here today, because we haven't seen Calico today, but, up against Mina Mo, which, a lot of firepower from Mina, and the Mo is just, there.
Good old Mo. Yeah, Billy's still impressive. So the other thing actually about Billy as well, is Billy's damage his gun damage is really respectable. It's one of the reasons why he, went so high up in this current meta. It's just that he benefited so much from that. And obviously being able to have, with the blaster, be able to like reset the amount of bullets that you have and just get the instant reload. This makes it like a pretty huge damage threat early in the game. So I feel like they do have what they need to tempo this one out, ZP, but we just have to see if in practice it's going to work out against a team as good as Melee Creeps. You kind of know, they're going to see this comp and they know what they have to do to basically get into their win condition and away from their opponents.
I mean, Melee Creeps, look, they want to let DMB get large and take over the game. And also, I mean, you talk about, part of the reason why Melee Creeps have been doing well, a huge reason is that DMB is probably one of the most improved players all of Deadlock. Usually been on Infernus in recent times, but Mirage, an old favorite, as swing and a miss in here from Arctic, off on the right side. But right there is Dynamo for the extra healing, so it's a pretty durable lane between the two.
Yeah, it certainly is. And okay, the buff was won by Fishcake. So this is a very scary fight to be having as Billy right now. Billy will be getting away, or trying to. Okay, doesn't look like it's going to work out. There's that Ice Beam. That Ice Beam is so tricky to deal against, especially when there's a Shiv on your heels. And so this lane is looking very nice right now for Melee Creeps. And it kind of feels like that. Just going for the buff there, it just kind of felt like that play needed to be aborted, ZP, because that was actually really lost them a lot of lane priority.
Yeah, also, I mean, the buffs early on, I mean, have impact, but I also don't love giving up a ton for them early on, especially, depending on the buff. Like, yeah, it got changed a little bit, but, early movement buff probably isn't worth giving up souls or otherwise in lane in most situations. Well, always a little bit variable, but yeah, as, time goes on, off the rotations, Money with the Clock was able to shore up some of the mid lane. You had Aiden off in middle for a period of time. Now it's still in middle, so it may be a full swap. That's what's going on here, where you have the Mina that is full changed into mid lane. Warden now off to the left. I think Abram's probably going off left too. So Bunny with Clock doing a little bit of a rare pivot here, Dan.
Yeah. See if it works out for them. Aggression coming on through here for Melee Creeps, looking to respond. They will fall off. And there we go. There is a visitor to the hotel. Look how fast he moves. Tanner, big boy. But he can jump. Okay, he's getting cut up, though, by the Calico. Slashed to pieces. John on the doorman. Instead of an Ido. Doorman is definitely a hero that's seen, I think, just over time, just increasing priority because of how bloody good he is and just unique his abilities are.
I mean, the thing that Doorman gives you, I mean, not only is his early game laning still pretty darn good, especially going more the Spirit build with a focus on Call Bell, but for Doorman, you also get a lot of unique play opportunities, both around Urn and mid-boss, that you don't really get anywhere. I mean, you think to the EU Finals where Dimov was able to put the dagger into the heart of Leviathan with the door play. It was just, ridiculous in off the mid, but DMB just gets kind of run down in mid here, this time courtesy of Tanner, way behind the Guardian, doesn't really care.
Okay, 730 Guardian found. And that is for Melee Creeps' favor on the row side. In the meantime, this left side is also going to be going down. And we talked about a tempo draft here from Bunny with Clock. They're the ones getting tempoed against at the moment. So their major win condition is not panning out all that well in their favor at the moment. And we get a very specific effort blasting down this mid Guardian from Melee Creeps. They're going to be able to get to the left side very soon as well. This game could suddenly start to get out of hand if Melee Creeps continue to keep the pressure on.
I think one of the key bellwethers to look at here for Bunny with Clock, for me, it would be Aiden. And Aiden being sub 6k is rough, because if you don't have an impact on Mina in the early game, you're rarely going to get to the raid boss status that we saw Sanya get to in the EU match, right? Like, Mina ideally is like one of the bigger snowball heroes in the game that can use a snowball and maintains a money lead over people. If your early lane goes bad and you're fighting from behind, it's difficult to actually get far ahead. So I think that's warning sign number one for Bunny with Clock right now. The upside is that Poshi's getting rich, but I do think Warden is still back in the state where Gun Warden is viable, but you do have to be ahead of the game to really have it, sing. As 5 gifted in from Anson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Made it sultry for you.
Yeah, there.
That's the Dome. Dome on the bridge. And this is where Bunny Clock looking to strike back, looking to take the fight to their opponents here, but they're not finding what they're looking for. And this is largely because they kind of need to rely on the combo for lockdown. So if you don't get that, you're kind of in trouble. There we go. Charge comes through. And the other form, I suppose, of initiation. Oh, Tanner's going to get taken out quite rapidly, though. And these fights are not panning out. ZP, this game doesn't seem like it's panning out.
No, there's something very bizarre just happened with Tanner getting warped mid-Baroness and just wondering what is going on. I was also wondering what was going on. I was like, wait, what actually just happened in that entire exchange? If Tanner doesn't know, well, frankly, I don't know, not having the full overall perspective. But, you know, we'll leave that one to the review later. As Mina up at the top nearly gets hit by the cart, still getting hit damage post Nox Nostra. Doorman, John in hot pursuit, looking to put Aiden into the ground, but oh, there's Tanner in off of the Veil. Gonna stymie a little bit of John's chase right now. He's just go up to a still well-placed door.
And that's why we love Doorman. Somehow Aiden escapes. Very, very slim escape indeed. Well, I mean, Souls-wise, you know, things look even, but the problem is the tempo, the pace, the initiative is being dictated purely by melee creeps. And we have the urn now being couriered across to the deposit spots. And it doesn't look like there's all that much to stop this either. So this looks to be an urn. And is there any counterplay from Bunny Clock is a question. And they do have the Guardian on the left side. They still need the Guardian in the mid as well. So at least there's that, but you're starting to get some small advantages here now for melee creeps.
Also, can we get some cam on Pashi there? I just saw it briefly on the item build, but Pashi went really early bullet lifesteal. Now, this is kind of an interesting Warren build. So he's saving up. He can get 6k item. Is this going to turn into like the world's fastest Vamp Burst rush? Like, I don't...
Must be, yeah.
Like, I want to see what item's about to get bought here, because this is interesting as far as I progress. Okay, it is a super early Spell Slinger rush, which...
You what, mate?
I mean, it's good on Warden. He went max flask also, so the goal is going to be spam flask, get high bullet rate out, and then probably, I would guess, like, get a pretty earlier Vamp Burst if you're showing bullet lifesteal this early, so... This Warden build, I mean, look, we'll see if it's cooking or it's cooked, one way or another.
Interesting, and just going for the max tier creeps as neutrals as well. That's, as you guys can see, it's pretty hard to kill these at this time in the game, especially as Warden, especially since we kind of buffed them a little bit as well. Is this even time efficient?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering right now. I'm just sitting here wondering, is this actually good? Like, normally for creep builds, people don't spend a ton of time hitting tier 3s early in the game. Like, it's more efficient to go for your tier 1s and your tier 2s and save tier 3s for, you know, cultist or when you can murder them quickly. Now, none of that seemed particularly quick for Pashi, but it also may be a crime of opportunity while you're waiting for waves or thereabouts. Like, there's like a more enhanced calculus that goes into it, but it didn't feel good.
I guess that is the thing with Spellslinger too, though. I mean, you just have to pump abilities, and Warden has everything on except on low cooldowns, more or less, for the most part. So I guess, yeah, you could just give it a go. I don't know. We're finding out. We're finding out. But obviously, there's going to be some method to the madness here. I would be curious to check in and see what the Dynamo build looks like when we get there as well. It's only 10k souls at this point, but it's obviously, it might be enough to start to see how it's taking shape. Okay, so it's a regen, extra charge. So this is just very typical stuff. You got the slowing hex as well, which is really nice. If you catch someone in the kinetic pulse, they're not going to be able to get away, and you can just chain kinetic pulses on them, and you can just essentially just chase down anyone with this. We'll see. Well, you know, we'll check in later again and see what else we get, but definitely looking perhaps more of a supportive Dynamo. Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, this is also in terms of, hey, the item just changed. Let's you know, mess around and find out. Okay, I'm looking at Tanner. I'm seeing the express shot being looked at here.
Interesting.
I mean, I feel like the math on that could be quite good for quite a few heroes now. Hey, we'll see. I got no initial feelings, good or ill. I mean, I just need to see the data. But, you know, hey, you're in a best-of-3 series. You got one game to burn. You got a charge that doesn't quite hit on the DMB, who's just going to back on out. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, we've got 19k farm for Poshy Pop, so he is ahead of the game in terms of farm. So I'm super curious to see if he can take over the game with Warden. And so Dynamo, if he gets like the healing booster and what are the drums called? I always forget what they're called. They are called...
What was the full question again? I was quickly catching
they're like
up.
healing drums. What are they called? Oh my god.
Healing drum.
Healing tempo. Healing tempo.
Oh, healing tempo. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I missed the initial context. Like, you're talking about item, or you're talking about the souls? Like, yeah, I mean, healing tempo definitely good in Heroes of Iron. Okay, just a quick walk-up combo. Abrams here in the wait. It's fine. The charge comes in. The MB's out of it. More than enough, and you get the buff. So, MB went for the raw walk-up buff and ran into a welcoming party.
There might be a ZP. I'm starting to believe maybe there's something to this. You know, I'm actually starting to believe 21k on the Warden now. So, you know what? Can we delete the part of the VOD where I questioned Poshy Bob?
No. They need to stay on there because it may not be the wrong thing. Let's see where Poshy's build is at, though. I mean, it was a really early spell slinger rush, which I think in theory can work out. I mean, Warden... It's part that. It's also, I mean, Poshy is a little bit Geist-pilled, and like Warden and Geist are basically two main heroes of the game that will like to run Spellslinger with, Malice and Flask, respectively. But Frozen Shelter is out, and Poshy Pop has an icy demise. I can save you from that.
Yeah, what can you do? There's not much you can do against that. All right, so the pressure onto the Walker will continue. And these Walkers did get nerfed a little bit in terms of health pools. Okay, so this is looking really good right now for melee creeps on the assault. Getting another pick off as well, and the Walker comes their way too. And in the meantime, they're going to be trading out the Walker on the left side. So it's not something for nothing, it's something for something. Something of equal value, even. But the mid Walker, and that position is going in melee creep's favor. So they're going to come out ahead of this one on ZP. I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about this. They only have one more Walker. They're a Walker ahead, our melee creeps, and they're falling back onto farm the rest of the map. And they're carving out a slight advantage again. But what do you see as being the difference maker here?
I mean, right now, I think melee creeps are working at a pretty big edge, unless Poshy hard carries more than expected on the Warden, or Gibbs lands a big singularity, which is always a threat when you have Dynamo. Like Dynamo, even going to the hero select, like the most basic of descriptors, Dynamo has clutch written in there, and it's for a reason. I mean, Dynamo doesn't want more game-changing abilities, but if melee creeps plays properly, I think they're working at a pretty reasonable advantage. Also, the other problem, too, is that you talk about things you could use to deal a singularity. I mean, John, if he's playing out of the fight, you save luggage cart. Things are a little bit rough, but I need to see Poshy's build again. Like, I need to get the blow-by-blow update on how the Warden build is going at the moment. I require it, Dan.
All right. Strong Q. You might be hinting at something. I'm not sure what it is. Fight underground by the secret shop. Oh my god, everyone getting shoved into the bathroom tiles as the escape is then made. And looks like Bunny Clock will be able to disengage successfully from that one without losing anything. And the mercantilism will continue. Items purchased. Everyone's happy.
Pretty early crippling headshot. I mean, not entirely out of bounds for a Paradox, but a little bit more team focus. Okay, the Vamp Burst comes in. I was, with how early Bullet Lifesteal came in, I thought it may even come in a little bit earlier, but Vamp Burst, another core item for Warden overall. Okay, look at the rest here. Debuff Remover into Hollow Point. So the rest of it is, bog standard bullet stuff with QSR over Active Reload. Active Reload actually kind of fell off for a lot of builds. Like, now that people try and be a little bit more evenly balanced, I feel like a lot of the heroes that used to go Active Reload, if they could go QSR, they go QSR now.
I mean, the upgrade into the Mercurial Magnum as well is really nice. Yeah. So I prefer that myself as well. And okay, we get a pick off found against Cool Cheese on the right side, and Dynamo is out of position. It's going to be able to TP away, and Bunny Clock are able to collect themselves around this mid position now. So looks like we do have melee creeps looking to reposition to defend this mid area. No Walker pressure can happen, but at the same time, Doorman is going to get caught. John, but able to escape because he's doormat.
I just think, you know, Bunny with clock, right now it's more like Bunny on the clock, where they actually do need to make something happen here. They can't... Right now, of the two teams, Melee Creeps is actually fine to just sit here and be like, la la la, grab our jungle, grab waves, go from there. The longer it goes, the happier they are. And I think part of the problem here is that in terms of pick potential, Bunny with clock isn't running normal pick heroes for the most part. Like, they have Mo, they can run someone with Mo, but that is their main play to get things happening. Like, short of that, it's going to be a stagnant game, which Melee Creeps is really okay with on the whole.
Yeah, forcing action is going to be hard. The urn is one of those places they can do it. And on the rooftops, as both teams try to position around the urn, they're going to get an engagement. And it's a good catch coming from Bunny with clock. They get the initiation they're looking for, trying to get a catch on the Paradox. There's no finishing. Shots found, though. Able to escape his scout. But lots of players low. These little squishies hit from Melee Creeps, so they're getting found and isolated by these massive, tanky, chonky heroes on the chase down. Here comes the Billy. Gets sent to the hotel, and he's going to be able to get his way quickly out of there. But Doorman is going to be away in the meantime. And there's still a skirmishing around this position as the urn is the prize for whoever manages to win this battle. And so far, here comes Poshy Pop in full strength, full spell slinger, gets carted away, as does Tanner, but still, Fish Cave will fall. The pursuit's good. And Bunny with clock, a couple picks, not looking too bad here, but on the re-engage, Ido is causing problems, EP.
Yeah, and also Bunny with clock completely drained on ultimates at this point. Tanner down on the end. The re-engage from Melee Creeps here, really doing quite well overall. Poshy Pop's still a threat, you know, no ult, no problem when you're full Gun Warden, but at this point, with the 3 you have left, I think you want to get out of there. So, again, I think the problem here, Dan, is that this is another fight that ends up being a bit of a wash. Like, the main objective advantage that you get here for Bunny with clock is that you get urn control, which is fine. Like, you have a window here size, not going to have frozen shelter, maybe you force that, but you still need to get an advantage while you have the chance.
Oh my god. We got Glass Cannon, Lucky Shot, Doorman. John is full gun build, ZP. He is the gun carry in this game.
John is usually... He's gun pilled to begin with. On like a lot of the stuff he plays, like, you know, when he plays Bebop, if he's not full tank, gun. Plays Warden, gun. Plays Doorman, gun. Like, John is just it's a guy with like the square peg. It doesn't really matter what the size of the hole is. He's like, yeah, it's gun. My boy like to shoot. You do like to shoot. It's the engineer in him, but okay, Scout gets caught here. The Singularity's used. It's a 2-kill Singularity. Gibbs gives his life for it. Is it gonna be enough of an advantage though for Bunny with clock? DMB plugging away here in the back line. A little bit tenuous even as Melee Creeps down 1. Urn still able to be grabbed here as Bunny with clock evaluates the situation.
I mean, this is still a close game in terms of the souls. Still very close, but this is where things could change here. This fight into the mid boss for Bunny with clock. Are they going to fake this one out? Yes, I'm not sure. No, are they going for it? Okay, we have a potential contest. They're still going for it. They know that the fight's coming. Here's the Nox Nostra used on the enemy incoming heroes looking to try to siege into this mid boss. And is this a mistake from Melee Creeps? We'll have to find out as the fight continues in the pit. Mina trying to duck around cover, basically playing Counter-Strike at this point as the rest of the team comes in, swarming around the mid boss. They are going to force the issue. They're going to force the Rejuve Crystals to fall from the sky as Melee Creeps are chased away from this one. Is there a way to deny this? It doesn't look like it. John is stuck out of the pit, and it is Tanner holding down the stairs like the true bouncer that he is.
Big. You need the zone out John to avoid any shenanigans. You're able to do that and then some. You end up with 2 rejuves at the end. I mean, you got 3 rejuves, but one got immediately burned. Tanner, a little bit of danger here. Okay, Mo might be losing one of those rejuves and his life thereafter. Everyone's just like, guys, did we forget something? Down in mid-boss. Oh crap, where's Mo? He's dead. Mo and Krill are dead, and they might be getting some more. I mean, the tail end of this fight actually pretty darn good for Melee Creeps. All rejuves are down, and is just fighting in the corridor of death. Poshy can't get away. It's a shooting gallery. Bunny Clock now maybe about to turn it the other way around, but Melee Creeps got a lot of value out of this corridor fight, and they're not stopping as Ido's back in. Return the Shadow up over. Bunny with Clock just getting grounded to pulp in this corridor.
I don't have any words for that, ZP. That was... It looked like Bunny Clock were in such a good spot, and then they were like, let's re-engage. And they just the calculation was not there. The math was wrong somewhere in the equation. Because look at the damage. John Jones is basically sat there, just basically full, just shooting everybody with just impunity.
Dan, I'm just imagining someone being like, guys, you gotta watch Deadlock Night Shift. You know, Deadlock is like this awesome game with like so much mobility for a shooter, so much freedom of expression, you know, ways to fight. And then the first team fight they see is like, now let's all go this hallway and get fucked up. Like, let's go. It's like, oh, okay. Well, either way, you know, it ends up working out for Melee Creeps despite the way it started being bad with them losing all 3 rejuves.
Well, okay, still a recovery. Like you say, you know, it's only an 9k difference, and there's no rejuves on the board after all is said and done. So still plenty of opportunity, one would think. But the problem is that it is getting worse. Kind of to the note that you were describing previously. As the longer the game goes on, the better Melee Creeps are going to be just based off of the comp. The damage is going to be too oppressive at a certain point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think unfortunately the going back for Mo play, but like Bunny with Clock actually could have just like Cool Cheese die. Like you just like Cool Cheese die there, you still leave with rejuves, you get to replan and go out. Now you're down in souls, the scaling isn't in your favor. I do think that last mid-boss engagement might have been the last good attempt here for Bunny with Clock, unless they're able to pull a rabbit out of their hat and hey, get scout, that's step 1.
They're making a play for the urn as well. So I have to revisit that conversation because it is a full-out team fight. You got John in the back there, as well as the Mirage Seismic Snap. Look at how much health he's losing. He's trying to get out, man. Just leave him alone. The Tanner is the one getting bullied here. He's just going to be stuck in the house, but his teammates are able to rally around him to keep him alive for the time being. And it's going to be a re-engage here for the rest of the team. Poshy Pop leading the way on the Warden, unable to find anyone in the cage, but look at those bullets. They do so much damage. It seems like cheating. He's cheating.
Nah, just late game Warden here. Next step up going to be crippling headshot. And I mean, look, Warden does quite a bit at this level of farm. Is it as good as, say, Mirage on the other end? Like, no, DMB is likely pumping more damage, but Urn right now looking to be had for Bunny with Clock. Tanner able to sacrifice a lot of his life, gets the Urn turn in, but the rest of this fight, I mean, Melee Creep's still keen to fight, but they lose John immediately. Arctic able to jump over. Scout going to be a little bit late off the death. So 5 on 6, if it continues, it's kind of spread out. You got some on the rooftops, you got some here in the secret shop, and now the teleporter play is, who knows what's going on? Well, Ido's shooting. That's what's going on.
Yeah, it just seems like the damage is incredibly oppressive. They have to just lock down and just target fire players really precisely. Bunny with Clock have to just navigate this scenario. So yeah, very challenging indeed. But even on the souls overall, and just one objective behind in the walkers, mid boss is not too far away from respawning.
176k, the 172k. I mean, well, say is that the last engagement between getting the Urn and getting the picks. I mean, Bunny with Clock does keep it a little bit closer. Again, the scaling isn't really in their favor, but in terms of pulling all the levers you need to pull to make this contestable for Bunny with Clock, they're doing the right thing. I think the shot calling overall, minus the throw by mid boss, has been pretty sublime for Bunny with Clock.
I do agree that they have done a great job. Like they have managed to endure very effectively into the where we are now, which is basically the late game. And just looking across the heroes here, and I feel like it's a hard life if you're Mina. I feel like it's very easy to get shut down and just instantly deleted now by, you know, any number of heroes, just due to the low health pool.
Well, she enjoys the high society. We saw Mina when her trust fund is fully stocked earlier today when Sanya played it, and this is more the you know, the 2025 economy Mina that we're looking at the moment. You know, things are a little bit leaner. You know, she questions whether or not she should actually get that burrito bowl later in the week. But yeah,
she's been cut off by her dad. She's been cut off.
Well, the dad lost all his money in a crypto scheme. It is rather tragic, but also maybe tragic here. Billy on the verge of getting caught, gets the luggage cart from Doom. after the carbine, and that's a big old bag that John just gobbled up.
This is rather large. And there is that crippling that you mentioned earlier that is now in play on John. Can't really get too many more. Like, got item. As always more, I suppose.
There's always more.
Let's get Spellslinger. Get Spellslinger, why not?
Spellslinger on Doorman is a little bit more ambitious of your options here. Plated armor, by the way, you know, as gun items become more in the vogue, seen a lot more plated armor get bought. Which is fair. I mean, you wouldn't really want to buy plate armor when most of the damage in the game is spirit. It didn't really make much sense. But nowadays, you can justify it.
You know what's interesting is that melee creeps haven't really put too much emphasis on trying to take this left walker down. I think they are trying to just time the game out, ZP. I think it's exactly what you're saying, where they take less risks getting, you know, picked off and just ensure that the game goes long, and they know they'll eventually win. And they're going for the mid boss.
Ooh, and okay. I think for them, they also could force it a little bit with Doorman, but oh, they're doing the Doorman play. It's a full-on Doorman play, so they make the boss scream. They go at the John door. Have they caught anyone dead to rights? Everyone bunny with clock actually looking really healthy. I think they realized that the fake was underway, but still, you got the pursuit. A knife to Mina's neck. And now, right now, into the combo. The turn here from Bunny with clock. Is the combo be good enough? It gets one off the rip. They get DMB, actually. The biggest pick off they can get. A big counter engage here from Bunny with clock. Fighting in the frozen shelter, though. Fish Cake on off. Able to get in on the execute. Singularity has been used. Both teams down one. Saya looking real low towards the end of the fight. Pashi Pop down the half. And now, are both teams looking to disengage a little bit? Fish Cake gets Pashi in off the execute. And this is where late game Shiv starting to come to play, even though Fish Cake is about to go down himself.
Yeah, this is looking very sketchy right now. And like, again, John's just in the back doing a consistent damage, uninterrupted. I just love that he has Fury Trance as well. Okay, so big win from melee creeps, and they can finish off the mid boss now. And this is where you would expect the game to really get away from Bunny with Clock. No challenge available for this mid boss for the rejuves. I mean, no ults. Only 2 players left. I don't know why they're even near the mid boss here, CP. I don't know why Mina and the Dino are even near.
Yeah, that's actually these are fair questions, Dan. Actually, I'm saying it's like, no, maybe no. You have a Dynamo with no ult, and you have a Mina that isn't rich. Like, probably don't want to be there. Like, the most you could do is you could body check and get 1 rejuve charge out at the cost of your life, which even then, like, getting 1 charge isn't the highest probability in that situation.
That is true. Oh, I think they just had FOMO. Well, again, there's just no emphasis on taking this left walker down. I mean, the melee crews could have done it or tried to do it ages ago. But they have instead decided, you know what, we just want to keep farming the waves. We want to keep farming the map.
Well, anytime you do a siege, you incur a risk, effectively. Now, that risk is usually mitigated when you have rejuve, so I don't think the left walker is going to survive for much longer. But if your goal is to extend the game and just, you know, neutral farm, you know, keep it even and just, you know, have everyone's soul count goes up, like, you're not under a huge threat to do this unless you need the slot. And, you know, at this point, the slot would be beneficial for melee creep, so they're able to go over, and it's not going to be contested much from Bunny with Clock, because with rejuve up, it just probably wouldn't be that great of an idea.
Is there a world where Bunny with Clock can do much here? Do we have... What's Gibbs' itemization? Does Gibbs have a refresher online yet? I mean, I think around 30k is the point. 30 to 35 is when you could normally get a refresher online in most builds. Do we have a refresher? No, we do not have a refresher. But this is a pretty similar build to one that I like as well.
Yeah, I mean, refresher's kind of interesting because the way a lot of people is like, oh, double ult. Well, the average double ult is almost to win more. If you get a good ult period, it's probably enough. Like, the more utility is that you get 2 chances at the ult, realistically. But, you know, I think at this level of play, the refresher is, you know, not an invalid choice, but isn't always the priority either. Like, you can make really good arguments to build the way that, you know, Gibbs is built here, and Now it's just a matter, can you defend the siege with a minute 30 left on the reju?
Yeah, an unstoppable next would be maybe better, but they are just making sure that they don't get picked off so that the deaths are not staggered. They know they have to concede a certain amount. It's about the minimum resistance to just try to create the maximum delay. That's what they're trying to do right now, but they're eventually going to have to pick a point to fight, and this is going to be that point. Is the engage going to be better for Bunny Claw call from melee creeps? There comes the pull. That's a good one onto the Shiv at the very least. But there are rejus, 3 rejus on deck. In comes the Kelvin Dome, and that is going to get the sustain up. The heals are huge here. DMB looking very weak. He's out of the fight, though. He's doing damage from the back, and still 2 rejus up here as they take it into the pit. And ZP, this might be it.
I mean, when you're going to the enemy fountain and the second stage patron is down, it is absolutely it. Melee creeps. The scaling works out in their favor. They survive. They extend the game. They take down Bunny with Clock for game 1.
35 minutes. That's all it takes for MLC, I should say, chat. Taking 1-0 lead in our best of 3. That was a long one. Are you winded, DDK?
I am the wind, Pocket.
I felt the wind. I liked the breeze. It felt great. As we take a look at some of the highlights, ZP, unfortunately, we're going to lose you for the remainder of the evening as you're finally able to take a game or 2 off. Do you think we go to a game 3, Zeeps?
I think there's a really good opportunity for it, especially with Bunny Clock. They get to reorder their draft, maybe prioritize the Geist. I mean, realistically speaking, I think this game was a little bit of a draft loss for Bunny with Clock. I thought Bunny with Clock, overall, they were making better decisions aside from the throw in mid. Like, I think if they had just said, cool cheese, just die, it's okay, buddy. Like, we're going to have Rejuve and go elsewhere. They could have won this game. I think that one bad decision in a draft that didn't scale in the end game was really what, did it for Bunny with Clock. But overall, this is about as even as it gets.
What would you have swapped up if you were BWC?
If I'm BWC, I definitely try to get Pasha on Geist. I don't love the Warden here. Like, I think the amount of farm you put in the Warden versus the actual impact you got was rough. You would have rather have had something like a Mirage or a Wraith. Just one of the more options that do more farm as it is right now. At least I think Wraith. Wraith didn't just get nerfed.
I think maybe after you drop an MVP performance, don't first ban that character you just had an MVP performance on. That's just me, the noob thinking here. But NA strategy is different, DDK. They're thinking on a whole nother plane. What did you like about our winning team, Melee Creeps?
I liked the fact that they did the correct thing. I think they slowed down the game, knowing that, just like, ZP, we were highlighting this all the time. ZP mentioned it first. All they had to do for their win condition is just survive until eventually they get a higher score discrepancy and the scaling really starts to just go into their favor. And by doing so, they take less risks in terms of getting picked off, and there's not a lot of pick for Bunny with Clock anyway. And then that's the most consistent way to win this game. And that's exactly what they did. And they turned John into a gun carry. And that was also fun to see. And that was actually incredibly powerful, and that was a difference maker. That one Rejuve battle where we had the re-engage from Bunny with Clock, which seemed ill-fated, it was largely because of John with the gun build.
John, nice with it. The gun, John. Shout out to everyone who tuned in from around the world. We are just 1 game into the best of 3. It could be finished if the teams don't clean up their draft after this. Real quick though, as we take a look at the patch notes and how it affected our game, ZP, did you notice the slow at the start of gunfights?
The slow was a little bit hard to notice, but I think it's one of those things after you play the game, you can really get a better sense for it. So, that's on my list for tonight into tomorrow. I think the thing I did notice though is that, the pace of the game did slow down. And I think the jungle change was a pretty reasonable part about that. I mean, obviously we saw the part where Pacha was like, damn, this neutral creep's real hard to deal with, but I do think the fact that this game went long, also part of it was the fact that people just had to spend more time dealing with the jungle than they did pre-patch.
We're only 27 minutes in. I take it back. We're 38 minutes in to the new patch, and we're going on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Jake alongside DDK ZP. So long, fella. We'll see you next episode.
See you next time.
That's the Zeepers, baby.
I see paradox.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's DDK and Jake joining us. And Jake, you just finished a protein shake because you think that eggs taste like baby chickens. Why don't you eat raw eggs like Rambo?
Eating raw eggs? Like, does Rambo eat a raw egg? That's like a dog eats a raw egg, man.
Just throw it in the blender, bro. Just chug it out. DDK does.
I do that.
See his muscles?
Yeah, I do that. I haven't done it in a while though, but I used to do that. But now I'm like, where did the egg come from? Is it like, because I want those like deep orange yolks, you know?
Ooh,
but I can't afford
farm
that.
Fresh guy.
That's expensive.
Yeah, you want that. You want that high quality egg content, good protein.
Europe, you wouldn't know anything about our farm fresh egg system here in North America. Here we've got a battle between the melee creeps and Bunny with Clock. It's time to take a look at the Clockers. They're down one map. They need to win this to force a game number 3. And DDK, chat was saying if Gibbs didn't run a Dynamo and instead ran a McGinnis, she would have been a stronger laner and a late game choice. Should the Butch Beast make a return to the main stage?
I'll not have this slander, this Dynamo slander. Dynamo is the one that needs to be picked more. Okay, you got to be picking McGinnis or Dynamo. Okay, and right now people want to pick Dynamo. Let's just like leave it at that. Because if we're trying to fight the Dynamo and the McGinnis of the two people that already don't get picked, why are we trying to live this life where we get to have our cake
in a bucket, just trying to pull each other down?
Can't we just enjoy Dynamo?
Yeah, enjoy the robot galaxy, dude. As we take a look here at the matchup so far, though, Jake, it is melee creeps that were able to pull out a 35-minute grueler. Does this one go 35 minutes again? How does the draft shape up? What are your expectations?
Yeah, in the past, I feel like when we've had those like really close game ones, it feels like usually it's hard for the team that lost to like keep the mental fortitude and have such a clean early game in game 2. It feels like sometimes they get a little bit desperate. So I feel like this is the test now for BWC. It's like, can they actually, stay the course in a long series? Like, we were talking about this in the last cast. Like, arguably, it's their kind of mistakes around the mid-boss and re-engaging into some questionable fights. I feel like the game may have turned in their favor had that mid-boss fight not gone awry so, drastically there in the last map. So, I feel like this is definitely a winnable match for them. Like, skill level-wise, I feel like these teams are very competitive. But will that be sort of hanging over Melee Creep's head, or rather, BWC's head? Like, will they be able to, reset mentally coming into this game? That's going to be decisive.
Thank you, chat, for letting me know the orange eggs come from eating bugs, not grass. They actually don't eat grass, guys. They ingest protein.
I mean,
do the chickens.
Free range.
I was totally wrong. DDK, as a farmer, you knew this all along. My bad.
I love a regenerative. I wish I could only afford just all the regenerative farming goods. Okay, it's a lot more expensive, but that stuff is good. Yeah. Right, everything's very healthy.
You would do well as a homesteader, Dan. I could see you out there
100%.
Splitting a log for the winter. Building
his
a
cabin
nice
would be so
stockpile
warm, bro.
of wood. Yeah.
He'd have pelts. Like,
in the
he'd offer you a beaver pelt when you walk in. Like, I caught that.
Yeah. Oh, are you cold from the journey here, sir?
I was stewing. We've got a Billy, a Mirage, a Lady Geist did not get banned, but the melee creeps make sure that it is not played by Poshy Pop. So Vindicta going to melee creeps as well. What are we thinking for Bunny with Clock? How do you bounce back from that?
I mean, I don't know if that there's like maybe like a Paradox right now is still a really high prior choice that hasn't gone just yet. I feel like Billy Mirage is an awesome top 2 opener though, right? You give like a really sick frontliner who makes a lot of space, hard to kill, does a lot of damage, and then a really sick backliner, hard to kill, makes a lot of space, does a ton of damage. Like, these two are really, I think, winners of the patch right now, and they're gonna follow it up with the Doorman as well. So taking away an option that John made look incredibly OP in that last game.
Do you also run it as a gunman, or is there a different build we should expect here?
I mean, you'll probably see it more hybrids. I would expect. I think that is a bit of John shenanigans. But the doorman is also like a potentially good deny also from Ido, who also plays a really good doorman. You know, obviously Ido can play a lot, but he's got a good doorman. But now the Geist goes to John. I mean, that's already a big problem. So you got to be thinking about how do you shut that down, because typically the way that John is going to run that is as a mega carry. And there's gonna be a lot of emphasis around that. So you need to have something that can match that. You've got to have solutions that can help to pick against that or disable it.
Jake, was the first round ban on Warden like punishing yourself for your bad choice in the previous game, or was that just like we don't want to show our hand?
I can explain this one actually. The reason you ban the Warden here is that typically Geist is seen as like a Warden counter, because Warden gets on top of you with his ult, he's doing consistent tick damage to you, and then you just swap him when you're super low, and then he just dies. So because Warden's often going to be absolutely full HP, and you're about to die on Geist, and then the swap turns the tables completely. So you ban the Warden away because you're not going to pick it yourselves because of that matchup with Geist, and you don't want to let melee creeps have both Geist and Warden and just be like, you know, running you down, mowing you down with these like high damage carries.
See, chat, I knew that all along. Calico is going to be locked in. Your turn.
I think like a pick would be nice. Bebop is an obvious answer, or Holiday.
Yeah. I was going to say Mo, but I read Mo's banned, so no Mo.
Could use some new blood.
Well, they get Mina. This is a pretty squishy team at the moment.
It's a scary Mina game. There's a ton of lockdown
on that
for you.
Mina.
This is scary.
She's been solid today, but still, I'm a little worried about this particular matchup. Melee creeps have a lot of pace and tempo.
Here I am.
BWC, some nice end game team fight with the Lash here to potentially make things awkward for melee creeps, who again, they're kind of lacking hard stuns. It's really just Abrams, so you're not going to have the best lockdown for Lash in this game, which potentially could let Lash be kind of a carry.
Infernus is coming through. They're testing the new patch, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to know how Fireboy behaves after the patch? We're about to find out. Observers, you know what to do. Let's follow the Michael Jackson guy. I can hear myself twice on my end. My bad. Let's go into this one though. DDK. We got melee creeps, Bunny with clock. Who won the draft in your eyes?
So melee creeps definitely have a more balanced draft. I mean, the one really big difference that I see instantly is just a difference in front line. And so Bunny with clock are going to have to play around that because they lack the front line. And I do think Infernus, even in his current form, is going to be really irritating. Also Vindicta. I mean, also Geist. Maybe also Paradox against the flying heroes of like Mina and Lash. I think that's going to be very difficult for Mina and Lash to have a good game when they're up against all of that easy damage and lockdown.
Yeah, I think Calico is going to be particularly significant for me on melee creeps, because I feel like if Calico has a big game here, there's not so much to stop her like from just reaping through the back line. You know, you got this Doorman and Wraith and Mina and Lash. I mean, you got a lot of heroes that don't really want to go toe-to-toe with like a backline assassinator. It's really just Billy who can kind of block that kind of a play. So for Calico, there's gonna be a lot of room to work with, a lot of good targets for you to get on top of. And for the bunnies with clocks, I'm a little worried for how they deal with a player like Ido, as good as he is. If he gets off to a hot start on Calico, he could kind of terrorize this game.
Our players are just about ready. If you are just joining us, we have $600 for the winning team of our grand final. You can add to that grand total by scrolling down, hit that donate button. Any contribution made during tonight's broadcast will be split 50-50 between our EU and NA champions. $600 per region though, provided by Jake. He opened up the wallet, the night shift wallet. It's not big, but we got some funds in it.
We're doing what we can.
Doing that, right, Jake?
We also had the supporters.
Are we doing a Christmas show? Are we doing giveaways? How's this happening?
We'll see what we do through the end of December. I don't think we're gonna do a show on Christmas. I would probably like to spend Christmas with my family. Dan's committed. Yeah. Dan's locked in.
Yeah, Dan and I are coming over to your house. We're gonna do it with your family. It's gonna be a great broadcast.
All right, Mom, come on, let's go.
Did that just scare you a little bit? Like,
yeah, yo, Mom, like, yeah, you get on this Deadlock cast. She's like, what the?
Yeah. It's like, here, let me put a little bourbon in that tea for you, lady. I got you. All right. We've got the game going. If you guys are enjoying the show from around the world, let me know. What are you drinking tonight? What are we enjoying while we are watching Deadlock? What are our thoughts on the new patch? And Do we go to a 3? Let me know if you think we're going to a game 3. Press the number 3 into chat right now. If you got a pregnant Viper to go next to your 3, you get bonus points. Melee Creeps Bunny with clock. Ding, ding. Round 2. Let's fight, DDK.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
No, seriously, I want to fight you.
Okay, all right. Let's go.
Sorry, you can catch.
I will mess you up. I'm gonna probably win. If you let me win. Will you let me win?
I took her out pretty quick, let's be honest. But
Nice.
Jake, this guy runs marathons. He wall climbs, rock climbs, all the above. He also likes Infernus.
Wall climbing.
Show us the fire boy.
I want to see how Infernus does this game because I think Infernus got a nerf that a lot of people were really asking for a long time on this character, which is to say nerfing his raw ability to maintain the afterburn, right? So instead of just one bullet after your afterburn, resetting it to full, now you kind of have to like keep hitting more and more shots to race against the clock and keep the burn on. I do think in the late game, that's not going to matter. In the late game, you're just beaming one player down. But early game in the laning phase, it's going to be a lot harder to maintain long duration burns on opponents.
Can I chime in with something from Lake Karache? Afterburn is still going to be doing 100% more damage than it should be and will be the strongest damage ability in the lobby by 10,000 damage over anyone else's strongest ability.
You got like a major Infernus hater in the chat. Someone's coping in a big way.
Aww, are those tears? You look salty.
A little Infernus hate. I mean, the character still does incredible damage, especially if you're able to maintain those burns with, you know, all the abilities, all the different ways to reignite players. And then just up into the late game, having that raw damage amp on the napalm is pretty ridiculous. It's one of the only sources of that in the entire game. You can see it's incredibly effective. And man, look at those heals in lane. There's already immense pressure being put on right now by melee creeps in the side lane. Like, they've got the BWC members completely under tower and getting there little bits of poke off here and there every time a wave crashes.
Lash looking for a big ground strike there. Yeah, the base bullet damage changed as well. It's definitely going to make Infernus feel a little bit more flat, that's for sure. But yeah, I do think in the late game it's not going to matter too much. But look at the gank coming on here. Calico just trying to run some boxes. Just want some boxes, bro.
So greedy from him. Should be going down here. Oh, should be, but a reload. Oh, okay. Gibbs does get the cleanup and doing a little bit too much. They were trying to just get every single box on the map. I can't blame Ido for a dominant lane position. Takes a bit of a risk there, but is a good punish from Bunny with clock. And a nice parry here onto Abrams by Aiden is going to keep him in the fight.
And look at that. Regen. The infernal, whatever it is, that regens him. I always forget the ability names. Some of them. It's because I don't play Abrams, really.
Does anybody know Abrams' third skill name? That is like probably the... I don't think I've ever even considered it. It's
Infernal something.
Skill. Infernal Resilience. Oh
yes, we did it.
Slap and tickle.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a team effort, though. That was actually a team effort.
Let's go.
If I know that ability name, I gotta know all of them. That's like the last frontier of ability names.
Do you know all of his? Like, I know the rest. They're pretty easy, I guess, the rest.
What? Shoulder charge? I don't even know the name of the book.
The Siphon Life, I think, isn't it?
Siphon Life. Yeah, okay.
Or is that Geist? That's Life Drain.
Question.
It's Life Drain.
Yeah.
Geist is Life Drain.
I mean, he's going to need some life drain right now. Very low HP, suffering through that wrecked passive by Billy. So now I'm going to struggle not to just name every single ability I see used on the screen. And I'm realizing how many abilities I'm like, yeah, Mina with umbrella thing. That may or may not be the correct name of the ability.
Rake.
Oh, yeah. True. Still an umbrella thing in my head, but that's okay. Vin, first item suppressor on Vin. I kind of like this, actually. This is when he's doing a point saving build. Saya, he's going for the max assassinate off the rip here.
Oh, you gotta do it.
Fun.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a way to snowball a game. End it quick. By the way, John, what the hell is going on there? Geist is 4.1k. He's giga farming on Geist.
Oh my god, that's what he does. That's why you don't want to jump onto the able to get on Geist.
Oh, rake. Saying retreat. He has it available if he wants to chase this kill. Oh, great jukes from Vin, but she's juking away around the tower. Not enough. You gotta sanguine, bro. Press your
Oh.
sanguine retreat. Okay, maybe he wants to die. Low-key, take the sack.
Well, it's gonna.
Sure.
The suppressor's really nice. Oh, hang on, hold the phone. Never mind. So yeah, so because like it's gonna be hard to connect love bites if your attack speed is slowed down like significantly. It just makes it really awkward. It can already be a little bit awkward sometimes if you're breaking line of sight constantly. I like
I'm
it.
gonna pick up a nice little gun buff here. This has been a lot of a very active early game, but Bunny with Clock has been coming away the better for it. All ultimates online, pushing a bit of tempo, a bit of pace. Melee creeps for now, trying to just defend, trying to weather this storm, but Tanner and Aiden are really getting to work here in this side lane.
It's really nice to have a hero like Billy to play with because he can just really just hard initiate. And I feel like with Mina, if Mina's playing with a hero that is not able to be more active like that, it can be kind of difficult to make stuff happen and get the snowball rolling for yourself. And I feel like when you see these famine games from Mina's, it just always feels like Mina's just her health pool's so low already. She has to be able to do damage. If she can't itemize for it, it sucks.
Yeah, you need to just like kill people before they can actually lock you down. You need to have those really strong games. Oh, he's kind of pulled to the low ground on the Abrams. Only gets the slam down on Billy, who's happy to tank that. So rotating players into this lane. It's good for now, but man, Aiden and Tanner are just not scared. They're continuing to push this tempo, but a big parry onto the Billy, and he is going to get deleted. Mina throws good money after bad, tries to help, and gets cut down. And it's all melee creeps now in the right side lane, maybe even opening that first Guardian despite how low theirs is in the same lane.
I like the attempt for the Mina there. I think she's going for like the all or nothing parry. If you get like the parry there, you maybe like lock down both those heroes and can both escape. But yeah, not going to work out. And that Guardian on the right side is getting quite low for melee creeps at the moment. Again, John 7k souls still ahead of the pack. So far, nobody close to him on the other team. I guess Poshy Pop slightly. Poshy Pop is the counterbalance for the Geist on the Wraith. The Wraith's still really strong in this meta.
It's crazy to me that how just like 180 different NA and EU are playing right now in the game, right? Like NA is playing this like super farm centric game, tons of box maxing, box routes in the early game, feeding a ton of farm here to John in the mid solo. Whereas in EU, we'd have like 6 or 7 players brawling in the mid lane, trying to clear the enemy Guardian first, putting immense pressure on, and like no one even tying to greed. Big Lash ult though over the top, slamming in, takes the Infernus ult to the face, but has done the damage, and the follow-up is good. Wraith jumps in, DMB trying to get out of there with the Flame Dash, just barely enough to get through the Veil and out of trouble, but that's a nice find by Gibbs.
Yeah, that's such a good ult. Yeah, you're totally right, and I think it speaks. I mean, but the first thought with that is, oh my god, I want the international lands so badly in this game. It's so good in the early stages of the game before like the metas kind of globalize a little bit more, which usually tends to happen. One region just gets too ahead. You have lands all the time, and so everyone starts to that becomes the meta.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see when you get these like different innovative looks, especially in a MOBA clashing. Ido though, speaking of clashing, on a 3-kill streak, talked about this potential in the draft, has gone for this early Spirit power spike, has it online now, and is really hitting hard, especially with that ultimate. John though left to solo farm this mid, is just cleared a Guardian, all in his lonesome. I mean, he's kind of too strong to contest, given this farm prio you've given to him. Still Bunny with Clock. Not mad about the souls for now, still in a comfortable spot. Small lead, nothing significant, but enough to feel good about how the early game is going.
And one of the things that we can mention too is that Billy before this patch of the last hour, was able to farm Sinners before without losing health, which was one of the things that really helped make him stronger, or so good. And now that just got nerfed. So you know, and I say this because Sinners just came up.
Yeah, so it's gonna be not free for Billy to take them. See if that's enough to dissuade him though. Still such a valuable resource. It looks like, I mean, Lash is stealing some Sinners away right now. It might cost them this left side Guardian, but believe it will as it looks to go down. But maybe it was going to go down anyway. And Lash, a nice little bag on his hip. No ulted just yet. And so I think he's going to be all right with that trade. Get a bit of a farm, get a bit of net worth, give up a low HP Guardian. It is what it is. But oh, you don't want to die. I think he might have a bag on him, but he's going to be out for now.
Slick is able to get out.
Bro is all spirit, literally all damage. I want to see this explosive burst when he just pops everything on somebody. How much can he do? Torment Pulse as well. So, I mean, Ido full spec right now into just absolutely ganking a backliner. And we talked about this, like the threat for BWC. A lot of light squishies, a lot of opportunity to maybe get on top of him.
There we go. The Bridge Buffs and Sinners coming up. Or not the Sinners, the Urn is coming up. And Melee Creep's going for a away. Sight on that one.
This is something we've seen a lot from the top teams, right? They just wait for the Urn. They're so ready for it.
He's got rapid charge up already.
Yeah, look at this. Almost, yeah, one more point. Desperate for that one last point. Get that ult maxed. And then the kills, I mean, like, you might have a weird build, but right, like, you just find like 1 or 2 snipe kills, and suddenly you're just farmed.
Billy trying to escape up the rope. Brings out the chain, though. That's a nice connection. It's ready follow-up. Does have some teammates looking to come in for the assist, but the fight's just not good. They have to back away. Timing doesn't work out. Maybe a chance for a re-engage somewhere, but like Lash is actually chasing in mid at the moment by himself. That's the escape that one. In the meantime, the Urn is still in play in favor of Melee Creeps as they look to reroute it around the side lane.
Yeah, now there's a question for Bunny with Clock. Like, are you going to contest this Urn? I feel like you just have to at this phase of the game. You don't want to give up anything for free, but John is here, and staying around near this Geist is a risk in itself. Still Doorman proving some problems. Abrams comes and contests him on the other side of the door, though he wasn't ready for that shutdown. Fishcake, great read, and the Urn does get dropped. Looks like most of the souls go into the pockets of Melee Creeps. Looking to get some trades back, though, are Aiden and Tanner now swimming forward, and the rest of Melee Creeps decide it's time to just get out of dodge, but maybe you've already stuck around too long. Snipe is good. Okay. Let a farm from Vindicta. That's like 1,000 souls getting that one kill. Kind of makes some of these trades more worth it than they would otherwise be. And Gibbs finds himself deep behind the Walker, taking a lot of counter pressure.
Oh my god.
Oh, the
Finally.
one proc from Arctic. And Lash, like, denying all these exits, he is going to fall for it, but I think his presence there kept some of these low Melee Creeps players in deeper than they would have otherwise liked. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Still, he needs a last hits, right? For the to get these like crazy assassinate souls.
Yep. He does have level 3 now as well, so that's just 800. He was shy of making those 800 extra souls.
Oh, a kill here on Billy would be a massive one. Needs to get that snipe blasted. Coming into the room with the Billy, though. Scary. And they need some help. I mean, hey, even guys. Oh, one more shot. And once again, not going to get the last hit. Parry from Tanner. Oh my god, he's living on no HP, but Saya is going to clean it up. And all right, I mean, the souls are coming in. Like, Vin is starting to get farmed. He's like 1 or 2 more of these snipe kills.
Be blessed.
As we got a Baroness here locking down DMB, who's, ooh, a little bit of an awkward card timing. So DMB actually may be able to fight this way out of this. I mean, Tornado is used. DMB turning this one around. I don't know that Mirage can stand toe-to-toe with this. The Napalm does miss, though. And a full stacks. Oh my god, took an 8-stack proc from the Mirage passive, and I spoke too soon. Ido's there to trade it out, but Arctic gonna be all right with that one.
Knocks on straight over the top here as well as the fight continues, the skirmish continues. And this is very out of position here. Scout is absolutely dead.
Oy, oy, oy.
So dead. So dead.
It's in a rock in a hard place. Here comes Ido, though. Torment Pulse looking at getting on top of the Mina. She just barely has the ability to come out of this chain. Can't quite break. Now Ido in trouble. Does a lot of damage himself. That Torment Pulse hitting. So Billy, not so sure he wants to just hard chase that kill.
So finally we get a breakaway of this like very extended skirmish over the last couple of minutes. And almost ready for another run, which was what actually started that first very long skirmish across the map. In the meantime, you know, Arctic actually farmed up that left side Guardian whilst the Urn was initially getting dealt with earlier. So looking to try to equalize. But there is still the mid Guardian up right now for Melee Creeps. So that is going to be a big priority, I would imagine, for Bunny with Clock to try to deal with. And it is being very well protected. There's 4 players around the mid position that can respond to defend that mid Guardian. So they're going to make it as annoying as possible. Our Melee Creeps.
Yeah, a lot of presence in this mid lane. I mean, we've seen the value, the dividends that a late held mid Guardian can pay, right? It keeps that shop available, which is like such an accessible shop on the map for everyone, which is actually, for me, a pretty big deal. Here comes Knockdown onto Billy, slowing X as well. They're putting a ton of damage onto him, but he's so tanky and fighting in a small room. I mean, this is exactly the kind of fight that Billy wants. Dash is out for now, and maybe just escaping into this one. Boundless online right now for Poshipop, so Wraith actually might be looking to get active into a team fight here sooner rather than later. He's been quietly farming up pretty much all game long. Time to see what he can make out of that.
Scout looking for something. Oh, it's always bad when you can't find anything for the kinetic carbine. Bunny Clock playing quite passively at the moment.
Is it double buff to melee creeps? I think Infernus got the left side one, so that's pretty nice for them. If they're able to leverage those into some more kills. Vin picks up the urn, but it's a fight here around the mid lane. Paradox, love to find a swap, pull somebody in for DMB. BWC are here with almost 5 players though, so it's got to be pretty scary to stick around for this one as melee creeps. They're getting the split farm on the map. They're happy to play this one a little bit slower as we move towards this urn drop though, expecting a big team fight, one that could be crucial and very impactful as we get to the later stages of the game. I mean, Vin, don't love Vin being the urn carrier. I feel like she wants to be out of the engagement into the back line, putting those snipes down, but a kill by Idol, that's game changing because Gibbs is the key hero to contest this urn.
Yeah, and Poshipop will come inside from, with Wraith to this fight. There's going to be a difference made here. Oh, the anchor comes in on top of the head. That's going to be the knockdown, slowing things up for Tanner, but the urn is on the ground. Can anything be made of this right now? We've got the fight still raging forwards. Good pick off there, finally taking Tanner out once and for all. Going for the urn pick up and the drop off as well, but more disruption potentially coming on in here, but the urn is deposited. Scout does make it happen there for melee creeps, but at what cost here? How much are they going to lose? The chase down comes on through and into the hotel you go. And this is going to be a wipeout in favor of Bunny with Clock as they wait for the guest to check out and eviscerate him.
Ido, oh my god, he almost gets that counter kill. Like, that is insanely close coming out of the Baroness. Still almost pops Aiden. Aiden's going to be pretty surprised about that one. Meanwhile, Pashi was able to put a pretty significant, rather not Pashi, John was able to put a pretty significant amount of damage on the Sidewalker. It's something nice, but had already taken a lot of pressure on his own Walker. So in the end, it's a great trade. One that really is going to move the needle. And now the game is pretty much exactly a dead heat in the Souls contest. Still a heavy emphasis, though, on John. And I think until he shows up to these fights, it's kind of John versus Pashi, right? Very overfarmed for the game. Saya hasn't been able to find those key snipe kills to really make the max assassinate feel super valuable.
This is a nice find by Tanner initially there, and they're going to get a Scout off at the back of that initiation. And look at this, caught in the air. Debuff remover there will allow some extra survivability for Saya as he flies away. But Faisal continuing on here. And good response from melee creeps, trying to break this one up as they have zoned away Tanner for the moment. Looking for a re-engage again, coming on through here. There is Saya. He's able to get away there. The assassinate. You were coming for him, but he's got a bullet with your name on it. And they're able to fall back off of that. So good victory here for melee creeps. 1 for 3. You love those numbers.
That's big, and I think those are a couple of those kills do go to Saya with the last hits off the snipe. And Saya, he ticks out to something. What, some kind of dot there on the field? He's probably dropped a fat bag over to DMB, which
Poshy put to the question mark.
Gonna feel pretty good about. I mean, all right, is this crazy cope? But like, low key dropping a bag off of the Vin because you get those unsecured souls from the snipe, dropping them onto other people is kind of insane. Right, like it's actually value. Like you put the bag on Infernus, like you're transferring a crazy amount of bonus souls to a hero like Infernus that can arguably use them better than you can. I mean, I wonder if that actually was an intentional suicide.
Headed to yellow.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, that might very well be it.
Have to reset. It takes you a little more time to die this way, but I mean, look at DMB. He's on 21k now.
Yeah,
and I think. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and to me, I was thinking that you were talking about the Poshy versus John equation earlier, and I was also thinking about the Arctic on the Mirage versus DMB on the Infernus, and DMB was very behind, so that kind of further plays into that point.
The scarabs will be set to their task.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting matchup. I mean, Furnace took such a big nerf. Feels like this is Mirage's patch. Mirage and Scout, huge swap in by Scout. That's crucial. DMB falls elsewhere on the map. They need to get this kill to equalize that kind of a trade. Geist runs it down, and a nice bag for their troubles. So both of these off carries here do drop, and it's going to be an opportunity to get a bit of a Walker pressure, but John thinks better of it. I mean, a little bit too risky with potential rotations coming in as we see Bunny with Clock are bringing numbers to this Walker defense.
Yeah, big control of the map at the moment for melee crews. You can just see it from all the lanes super pushed. Obviously, all walkers up for both sides, but it does feel right now like the map belongs to melee creeps. And it's only a 4k soul difference, though. So it's ultimately a negligible difference, but it feels to me like melee creeps are winning. And not decisively, but that they're winning.
Ido's soul position isn't that impressive at 19k. I mean, it's like near the bottom, not the worst in the game, but far from the best. But he's all spirit. So, I mean, the amount of nuke damage he can put down on some of these backliners is very real. Maybe force him to defensive ultimate here, though. And for now, just getting bullied away by the Lash. Furnace shows up trying to turn the tide. Fishcake's down elsewhere on the map, so as strong as melee creeps were looking, a couple good fights here for Bunny with Clock, and it gets him an opportunity to push some of these lanes.
Here comes the pick attempt. Lash is ground strike and a miss there onto the Furnace. So they're going to be able to escape with that one. Bunny with Clock, that is. They've grabbed the urn, though. So Bunny with Clock have the urn. They've got the Lash ult. Lash is the one carrying it at the moment. You'd probably want to put it on somebody else. So his Death Slam available. This Walker is getting sieged on the right side as well. Melee creeps. Surely they can't take this down with 2 players. They're doing a lot of damage to this. In comes Scout to try to get the punish, but into the hotel he goes.
Yeah, should be able to get out of this one, but will Geist be so lucky? He does have that swap. Player's kind of scared to get low next to her. The lift is good onto John though. Podge Pop going all in for that kill and just barely gets it in time there. It's going to be massive. Carry for carry. That's one of the most impactful 1-for-1 kills you can find in the game. And Bunny with Clock now looking to continue putting this pressure on. Melee creeps electing to give up this fight on this side of the map, go for the Walker trade elsewhere, but it's very expensive. 2 kills, and the Walker isn't even guaranteed on the other side of the map.
And there it is. Mid boss is the prize. Is there anything to stop this? I mean, is there a Walker trade, something? But in the meantime, actually, speaking of walkers, this Gibbs who's looking to just power down the right walker of melee creeps. So not only are they going to lose this mid boss, they're going to immediately lose their walker on the right side as well. There's no response there. They will maybe try to use Infernus to take down the left side, but we do have a skill attempt. Actually, a couple, or rather one, Rejuve going to melee creeps will quickly get dealt with. And it's a death traded for that Rejuve crystal.
Honestly, maybe worth here to just get one of the crystals out. It's like a lighter load you have for later, but how expensive that fight is in terms of kills, ultimately, it looks like the real problem. So Bunny with Clock making a very convincing case here for potential map 3. As now with the Rejuves, with some walkers at the same time, right? Even walker status on the field, but with the 20k soul lead and a few players dead, I mean, they have a bit of time to work with here if they want to keep pushing this and forcing the issue, end this game and go to that decisive game 3. We could very well see it. Now it's melee creeps just trying to defend, just trying to stay alive in this series.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, Arctic is powering forwards as well on the farm. He's very close to Poshy, who is, of course, reliably always just the most mega farmed player on the team. And on the other side of things, you know, again, DMB on the Infernus just really just behind 26k. So 7k discrepancy between him and the Mirage. And I mean, Infernus did get nerfed, and I'm sure that he's feeling it. It can't feel good. So this might be the only Infernus showing.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, something like the Geist right now feels to be really the standard bearer for melee creeps. It feels awkward in a game like this, especially that Wraith, the ultimate, you know, it's presented a real problem. You got low on John, and Posse just blinked into you and ulted you instantly. He's going to go the plated, though, to try and maybe tank through some more of these fights. I think there's still something to be played for, and that's a big pickup. Phantom Strike on Fishcake, on the Abrams. They really, I mean, it was pretty much just Scout to be able to find pickups, but now having Abrams Phantom Strike to follow that up, it's going to be a lot more difficult for these squishy backliners from Bunny with Clock to play. Like, if Phantom Strike can just catch you, pull you out of trouble, even, or rather into trouble, even with these Rejuves, it's not necessarily a free fight for Bunny with Clock, despite the soul advantage.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Here comes the play for the mid walker. Is there any way to stop this? Well, he got a big old charge coming on through from Fishcake. Gonna have to fall off though.
Snipes, just barely doesn't get the second one, but I mean, this is melee creeps pushing mid walker into a massive soul deficit and a Reju, so they'll be punished for this hubris. Scout incredibly low. If they can get out of this play without getting team wiped, I mean, they made so much space, ran the clock down immensely. Really impressive by melee creeps in a brutal situation. Billy, though, forces the double down, forces everyone to come fight him. with the plated armor, this Geist is doing decently in this fight. Well, not good enough though. Okay, 3 for nothing in the end. So maybe melee creeps. They tried to get tricky. They tried to force that mid walker. It started to look good, but the chase down was there, and the bluff is called. Now Bunny with Clock, open season if they want to try to push this one out. Poshpop though, he's hunting for more kills. Not interested in sieging the base just yet. Sees that he can finish off this Vin. Ido's here to trade this, but yeah, I'm not sure you want that fight. Poshpop is not scared. Absolutely no respect.
Yeah. He's a mega farms Wraith. I feel like it's justified, but this is the type of 1v1 that the Infernus can really have an advantage and even underfarmed to some extent. But there is assistance there for Poshpop to keep him alive and to deal with the Infernus, so DMB gets annihilated. It's not a fair fight.
It's kind of a slow bleed out right now for melee creeps. Like against this rejuve, they got wild with the split pushing, trying to make a lot happen, but they got caught by the big Billy ult, the chains from Tanner, forces the team fight, gets 3 kills, and then across the map, Poshpop finds 2 more. And now, I mean, 36 seconds without DMB, you might even go for the aggressive earn turn in. I wouldn't blame Bunny with Clock for that, considering, I mean, this is a 30k soul lead. This is their game to lose at this point. I expect them to wait for the next mid boss, but this may be a free earn without DMB. I don't know that you really want to fight that as melee creeps and risk the game on this.
Here they go. In for the earn deposit. It's free. It's free, baby. It's free.
He's a lift on somebody. Where is it? Here comes Phantom Strike Abrams. The lift is good on Ido. He's all in spirit damage, but doesn't have any tank in his lash on top of him. Ido trying to put that counter pressure on, trying to force some kind of a trade. Juking away for now. Lash struggles to connect, has to back out, but elsewhere, the engagement has not gone well for melee creeps. Many players low. Lash holding his own, and I mean, there's going to be more support here coming in. For now, it's Ido here, but Lash is still alive. The flog is good, gets him the heal. The parry is amazing, too, keeps him alive. Oh, and that could be nearly the end, Dan. I mean, expect to see some base Guardians dropping. They don't have any of their key team fighters here for this base defense. It feels like there's not much you can do except maybe split the map.
Game 3, boys? Yeah,
are we calling it?
It's looking very game 3 for me, Puckett. I mean, I don't see how you do this. Okay, John takes a risk, wants to pull the attention on himself if he can get back. This would be nice. Okay, so it does slow down the base siege just a bit, but in the end, will it really change anything? If get this patron drop now, you're going to be sitting pretty on Bunny with Clock. And I mean, there's a thought to go for this, but Gibbs is so low. Maybe Lash dying as well to the bleed out from DMB. Could be a bit of a chase down with John running out of the base now.
Melee creeps. Not a lot of options. Maybe 0, actually. Maybe 0 options.
Yeah, it looks very grim right now. I mean, Bunny with Clock, they're going to go by. They're going to get like their last key power spike items, inhibitor, and ricochet online for Mirage. I mean, this is just gross, right? Like to try to fight into this Mirage. It's getting so much value in a long fight and draining resources. I wouldn't mind like a silencer on him just to add insult to injury with that ricochet and absolutely debuff the hell out of melee creeps who are trying to get a bit of a fight here. Ultimate's down for BWC. Fishcake has to slam away, but yeah, even just the procs on him are going to be enough. Toxic in the Mirage passive, able to do enough. And now DMB in this Isis Infernus. Could be not long for this world. No rejuves available. It's not necessarily a free fight. Mirage burning down pretty badly, has to fall back, but still Bunny with Clock in the dominant position, continuing to push forward.
Well, it's going to be a slow. I mean, in fact, you said this earlier. Slow bleed. I feel like that's very much what we're seeing. The prognosis is indeed terminal.
All of the melee creeps players are half HP, so actually I don't like. I like this from Bunny with Clock rather. It's like you got 1 kill. There's a bunch of players low. Like I think melee creeps have taken a little bit too many risks to be low HP. They may need to give this one up. Are they going to go for the fight? 1 rejuve, 2, 3 to Bunny with Clock. John came in for this contest. He's down. Oh, and this just could be game. Melee creeps, they had to do something. They had to stay out of the map, but they just lost too much HP. And ultimately, they just couldn't stand tall. Bunny with Clock pressing the advantage and most likely forcing the game 3 here. I mean, I think it really could be down to it. 3 rejuves, 50 seconds off. It's got to be game over.
Walk him down, baby. Walk him down, Dan.
Come on down to the pits and have yourself a smiling patron. Is he smiling? I don't know. I just remembered that the face looks like an old person once again. But you know what? There it is. We tie ourselves up, Bucket.
Respectful GG's in the chat here. A lot of love between these two teams. But we got to go to game 3. It's coming down to the decider. And Bunny the Clock making their name. They already defeated Sneaky Golem to be in this position to make it possible. And now challenging the champions in Melee Groups who've been kind of running the table on NA for a while, but maybe not for too much longer.
Melee Creeps game 2. Why did I do this to myself? I lost all of my points. Who was that? Was that you, Jake?
I mean, I always go all in unless I just forget to bet. Like, come on, there's no point in betting if you're not going to go all in. That's financial advice.
Unfortunately, Melee Creeps are known for throwing game 2s. They go to game 3s here in grand finals, and we love it when that happens because it gives their opponent a moment to showcase their skills. Who popped off for the BWC, DDK?
BWC, I mean, to be honest, Poshy Pop is always a good call out. I think, you know, Tanner had a good game as well. It really was certainly a team effort. I mean, Arctic did a great job keeping up on the farm. I think Gibbs had some really nice plays with Lash. I think some of his ganks and death slams with Lash were actually very, very nice to make sure that there was early lane control and victories and just like getting the tempo out of the early game. So I think the whole machine was operating well.
Around the 22-minute mark, we're coming up on that in the highlights, Jake. There seemed to just be a 30,000 soul lead. What changed? What led to that? How did BWC pull away?
I mean, BWC got a mid-boss off, and Melee Creeps was trying to get very cheeky into it, trying to like push walkers, split the map, and ultimately they got that bluff called. I mean, Tanner found a few of them, then Poshy Pop found some more on the extremities, and ultimately it was not just mid-boss, but I think 5 kills across the map. And when you already have an advantage, that kind of additive pressure on top, it's just game over from there on out. But props to Bunny with Clock for getting through it, to Poshy Pop in particular for making Wraith look really good, right? I don't think Wraith has had a great game.
I was going to say, are you Wraith
today.
believers now? She's been picked by both regions tonight.
Yeah, I was a little skeptical, but Poshy Pop showed, like, hey, you can get incredibly farmed. You can show up and deal that damage. Still, though, Arctic on the Mirage. Less farm, but more damage. In the end, though, both kind of offering different utility to the team. Definitely going to be interesting to see how the dust settles in something like Infernus, where, I mean, this is an uncharacteristically weak game for Infernus. Maybe this Infernus nerf really was enough to take some of the threat out of his laning phase, to decrease some of that snowball potential. And I wonder if it doesn't even hurt your jungling a little bit.
Final question, DDK. Is this the lowest score you have seen from Scout?
I don't know.
Didn't mean to call him out, but
it might be. I mean, because just we expecting that he's had a lot of really good games, like, and so for him to have a rough game is a rarity. When I mean, maybe for all of Melee Creeps, considering what strong performers they've been.
They're shutting down the docks, baby. Game 2 in the books. We've got a game 3 loading up. This one was 39 kills to 21 kills. It's too early to crown an MVP, but let's talk about some players in the running. Dan, I want you to go first. If you could give the night shift crown to one beautiful player, who would you choose tonight?
Before we have a win, it would probably be John John. I think John is just like an obvious answer. He's just such a superstar mega carry for his team, and that's kind of how his team, like, they lean into that play style, and obviously that's what ultimately brings them into these wins. We saw it on the Gun Doorman in the previous game. We'll see it anytime he's on a Geist, generally speaking. So yeah, John John, I would say.
Jake, you're going all in on channel points. What's your heart telling you for this game 3 on the other side of the break?
Oh, I don't listen to my heart, Bucket. I listen to my brain. We got to see this draft. It's too soon to tell. I think this really is going to come down to the draft. It's going to come down to the execution. But now that both teams have a win under their belt, it's time that you can put those land nerves away. You can put those jitters back and really just show us the best Deadlock you've got and play, with the best strats you can pull out. That being said, it's patch day, so both teams are probably kind of reeling from that, trying to adapt on the fly, trying to find out what works. So I'm expecting to see just, new and different drafts every single game, because I don't think anybody, especially even not the pro players, has a handle on like what's actually good. I do expect maybe no Infernus, at least not for DMB. I think DMB is going to say, you know what, give me a different hero. And honestly, the DMB Wraith, that's you go deep in the archives, and DMB was like a hardcore Wraith spammer. So
oh, really?
I could see DMB maybe coming out on the Wraith and looking pretty good. He has had historically some incredibly strong games on that hero.
Tonight we will not have a graveyard shift. We're going to push that to later in the week, hosted by our legendary ZP. Jason Kaplan will be rejoining the show. Uber is also flying back from Sweden eventually. And we're going to have a whole gang right before Christmas, hopefully. As we close out tonight's show, though, a quick reminder, hit that follow, hit that sub button. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Thank you to all the subscribers, all the donators. We're going to be back with a Game 3 in just a few moments.
Our green walker is under attack.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Make sure you buy gifts for the people that depend on you to buy gifts for them, and will be very upset if you don't buy gifts, because I've done that before. GDK never forgets, though, and he knows exactly what's going to happen in this game number 3. GDK, who was your MVP before we went to commercial break?
Well, Melee Creeps lost the last map, but I would pick a Jean.
Yep.
He's my
Never
MVP.
forgets. Jake, you were going to tell me the secrets of the draft coming up. What needs to happen for them to earn your vote and your confidence in a decider game 3?
I want to see DMB on a character that he can really have the big games we've been associating him with. Like, he even looked not bad on Infernus that last game. I just feel like maybe these are some of those nerfs from Infernus starting to bite. I mean, he's been nerfed patch after patch, and we were kind of wondering, when is this going to start to particularly count, and when is it actually going to maybe come over that threshold? And I feel like last game, maybe at least on the eye test, that was it for me. I mean, DMB still showed some good team fights, still had some good moments, but I'd want to see him on the Wraith of the Mirage, something that's a little bit more conventional and able to use those, gun plus spirit thresholds to better effect. And I think, DMB can handle that kind of pressure. Give him the farm, give him the opportunity to carry. I think he'll step up.
There's a demand for Hayes. Does she make a return to the game, DDKs?
I can see it. I can certainly see it. I mean, Hayes is good. Hayes is a solid pick. I mean, it's interesting because you can see Hayes be used in multiple different ways because of her kit. Like, you can build her in damage. Like, oftentimes teams don't do it because there's a few other heroes on the chopping block that kind of just do that more better. And Hayes has other options that you can play into, like the Sleep Dagger, setting up and like attacking the backline, finding picks, and mobility is really good. So Hayes is cool. I don't know, Jake, what do you think? Is Hayes a replacement for an Infernus?
I think the problem with Hayes is you can give her a lot of farm, but then ultimately in the late game, you're very vulnerable on Hayes. Like, you don't have anything that defends you, really. I mean, you have a Sleep Dagger, but it's a single target, right? And so your only way is to just like kill your way out of a bad situation. But at this level of play, you're going to get swarmed and ganked as a whole unit, and having like the tornado from Mirage, or Infernus having the flame dash and his ultimate, right? These are super valuable tools that just living a little bit longer into the team fight, being able to get into a tough spot and actually have a play your way out of it. And for Hayes, the lack of that option, I think I'm not against Hayes being played. I would just think she really is better at a lower eco level, where you're not putting all your eggs in the Hayes basket, and she can be a little bit more free to look for kills as opposed to just farming the jungle.
Can we give a shout out to somebody down bad? Soraka's Big Banana. Great name. Bad gambler. 216 channel points remaining. They're going all in, DDK. They're not even trying to spread the bits around.
At that point,
the regain.
There's no hedging your bets. You're down to your last red cent. You got to go all in. There's no question about it. Keep going all in until you strike gold. That's what I say. And DMB now, there's going to be some questions. What is he going to play? Because it's already Wraith and Mirage taken for Bunny with Clonk. Test for one of the veteran carries here on Melee Creeps. What's the pick going to be that gets him into the game at a comfortable pick? I mean, he may just need to play Infernus again.
Yes. I don't know though. I feel like you can't though. I feel like there's too much bad juju. I feel like there's way too
a
much
lot of bad juju for Infernus right now. You do have Shiv and Geist, which makes you feel like, okay, maybe I feel a little bit better about having the first, but they're going to go Warden, and that could be the DMB hero we've been asking for, one that might be a little bit more suited to this patch, provide a little bit more lockdown. But with Wraith and Mirage, rather, on the cards, you're going to need a few slowing hexes to be able to lock them down in those cages.
Yeah, this is a much stronger opening, I feel like, for Bunny McClock in the first 3. So we'll see how that goes. For Melee Creeps and Bunny McClock, I'm wondering who's going to get the Paradox. Melee Creeps managed to bag it last time, and I would love to see Bunny McClock be able to find that. Going into the ban here.
I don't know if Scout plays the way they did on
Kelvin,
you can have it back.
Okay, we'll see his pick for Melee Creeps. Will we see a Bebop?
I would love a Bebop. I feel like NA hasn't been valuing it as highly. I thought that build from Overseas to go more of a spirit build, kind of play for those team fights with the ultimate, looked amazing to me. But so far, NA has kind of been leaving Bebop in the dust, going for other options on these pick heroes. Even Holiday not getting a ton of play, which I think goes towards NA playing this farm-heavy style and not looking to get us active in the early game. So the drafts are kind of reflecting that idea about the game. So we're seeing a lot more greed, a lot more carry potential across the draft. Like, pretty much every hero that's been picked so far has late game snowball potential. I wonder how many sort of supports and pick heroes we even will see in the end of the draft.
One thing I am surprised, I got to say, Jake, is not seeing Sinclair in play really in either region, because Sinclair is actually, I think, really good right now. I think, you know, especially with the investment changes, I think they really helped him. And obviously the TP got changed, so the TP has more utility now to not just be an escape tool, but you can use it in fights to go back and forth. So Sinclair got buffed, but no one seems to be wanting to play him. And he's lane bully as well. He's really good in lane.
I agree. I think maybe underrated, could be even good here for money with clock. You've got Warden picked, you've got Geist picked, so like these stolen ults are actually incredibly high potential. Stealing the Page ult is, I think, one of the best you can pick, you know, given the long cooldown. And it's going to be a pocket to close out the draft for melee creeps. And for a pocket, I'm very excited. I mean, this is Ido on the OG. I feel like every time I see Ido have a pocket game, I just, you know, that's like the lean forward gamer meme. I want to see what Ido can do in this pocket. I feel like this is a guy you can trust to carry the game. And as you were saying, Sinclair, I mean, and there's so many powerful ults to copy. I feel like Sinclair could have a huge game in this series. I'm excited to see what DMB can do, because I think this is, I suspect this will be a Warden Page lane. I could be wrong about that, but I think that gives you insane tankiness. This
Jake,
monster
you're stalling. 63% picked melee creeps. That was after it was 4 characters locked in on both sides. Bunny with clock sitting at 37%. Are you taking the odds and riding with the BWC? Or are you siding with the creeps after seeing the draft?
I like the melee creeps draft. I feel like they kind of got what they were hoping for. They've got something more stable. Bunny with Clock has kind of gone for a new school look here, playing Wraith and Mirage, really prowling them in the draft with a lot of pick and lockdown, you know, across the board. But they definitely have the carry potential. I just think melee creeps, they have the team fighting, they have the late game. I think Page is actually going to pay dividends, especially in the early to mid. And I think Ido is going to be able to take the game over. When it gets late enough, the man's just going to be hitting huge afflictions, uncatchable on the pocket. He's just so consistent on it. I just won't bet against the Ido pocket.
It's the final fight of the night. He's going with the Ido pocket, ladies and gentlemen. Jake DDK, melee creeps, Bunny with Clock. Ding ding.
I love the setup, Jake, for the Sinclair thing, because when you were going through all the ults that could be stolen after we were just talking about how good Sinclair is right now, and after the passion that we haven't seen it today.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, it got banned outright in EU, I think, like once, but you're right. I don't think we got to see it. And that double swapping thing is going to be, especially when you think about using the ultis, right? Multiple swaps. If you're going to steal an affliction, or, you know, that means you could like get affliction, TP in, instantly afflict them, and TP out. You're basically playing pocket at that point.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot to hopefully see with Gibbs's Sinclair, but it is a very high skill ceiling hero as well. So we'll have to see how it's played. I think overall, I totally agree with your summation on the draft. It looks really nice for melee creeps.
I like this
really,
lane
really nice.
too. Like, I mean, Pocket, I think, is a pretty weak laner, but paired with the Warden and against something like a Mo, it's going to be hard not to give big stacks over to Pocket and maybe start to burst down even as strong as you are on Wraith for Boshbop. This super early game is, I think, when you're the weakest, and that's when Warden could potentially punish.
It's actually interesting because I did a VOD review ages ago of this exact lane setup and I was focusing on Ido's pocket, and he was with a Warden, and he was on this side of the map as well. So, and what tended to be the case is that, you know, he maximizes his pressure, just getting all the abilities on. He likes to get towards the church, up the steps, and just keep the pressure on, whilst the Warden just like holds space in the lane, because a mixture of just the casks, the ability to clear waves, and also just hold ground because of the binding words. Warden can hold that space to give Ido the ability to just pressure and keep everybody just like stuck by the tower. And that's kind of like how it went previously.
Yeah, a couple of these barrage hits too. Things could get scary. Here comes a fight though, breaking out in the side lane, pushing the Page under the tower, getting a little bit of extra damage there. It's a contest though, mostly over these small creeps. That's the real prize for that trade. And this time it's Page and Shiv in the side lane. So Shiv is going to be able to absolutely go all in whenever those barriers are online.
Page, Shiv, I mean, is really nice. It's really, really nice. You don't quite have the catch that you'd get with a Kelvin. Okay, John getting chased down a little bit there. Yeah, you don't have the catch like you have with the Kelvin as much with the Ice Beam, which is kind of guaranteed catch, but it's still like the amount of shields you can put on the Shiv is really, really, really powerful. So it's and with the ult too, it's kind of like the Dome in a way, where you can just fight under the ult in a tower dive situation, the Page's ult that is. So it functions very similarly, I feel like, to the Kelvin Shiv.
Mid lane still competitive. Here in the side lane, though, I think that's 4 stocks on Barrage. Ido, you got to watch out. You get hit by a cape here. You can find yourself popping much quicker than you anticipate. See if a regen is purchased. No. Looks like monster rounds. So Wraith still refusing to back down, refusing to buy a regen item. See if she regrets that. Mo is able to do a lot of frontlining in this lane, though, and maybe that's what she's betting on. Not needing to tank the damage, because Mo's going to do that entire job for her.
So what do you feel like are the win conditions for either team here?
I feel like, I mean, I'm not actually sure who wins in the late game. I think I'd give the edge to melee creeps, perhaps. But then again, it's like, man, I think a lot comes down on the carry farm. Like, I will say this Warden, although it looks really strong sometimes, other times I just feel like the potential isn't realized. It's just too hard to connect all your damage in the late game, too hard to lock people down. Speaking of that potential, though, Mo trapped up just takes every single skill in the lane, but it's still healthy. Still all right with that one. Just incredible tankiness from those spirit damage in the burrow.
It is interesting because I'm kind of with you now that I'm like looking at this. You know, the Mirage Wraith super strong, like late game, like very, very strong. And for melee creeps, you've got John, but the others don't scale as quite as well as a Wraith Mirage. So yeah, I could see, I mean, the team fight, the utility overall, the synergy feels really nice for melee creeps. But if we get to super late game, I would probably start favoring Bunny with Clock if we get there.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know how Sinclair plays in that ultra late game. Maybe being able to steal Affliction would be nice. I feel like Affliction is an incredibly powerful spell. When we get to the late game, it's like you can just start a team fight off, try the Affliction. If it's good, you commit. If it's not good, no big deal. You know, you're out of there on the pocket. But maybe able to match that with the Sinclair could help stabilize things when it comes to those damage opening initiates. Mo as well is going to be a bit of a problem for melee creeps. You got to be careful splitting on the side lanes. You know, as mobile as you are in pocket, if you just get comboed one time, you're almost certainly dead at any phase of the game.
Ooh, Mo barely escaping that. Gets a little
active reload. Okay, so DMB is all in, I think, on the early farming and tower pressure. Active reload, like we were saying, like, hasn't been picked up nearly as much, especially on characters like Warden with a great QSR skill. But it does give you a lot of lane pressure early on. A little extra mag size, a little extra damage, a little extra life steal. So DMB, for now, has found Poshy Pop, and that's first blood. It goes right back the other way. That's both players dying in, I believe, both side lanes. Yeah, so double kill in both side lanes. Mina and DMB, rather, Aiden and DMB both profiting. We'll see who's able to carry the game more effectively.
So left side Guardian looking like it's going to go down pretty soon. Will require another wave crash.
Pashi? Oh, he just died back to back. The salty run back on Pashi. And Pashi, we talked about, I think he needs to be farmed. I mean, he's like the late game. He's the security in this game. And a salty run back death is going to be costly. At the same time, finding John kind of goes back the other way. The extra player in the mid lane.
And Arctic did show a great propensity to just really be super stable on the farm on the Mirage in the previous game, even when Poshy was still kind of taking a lot of priority in the farm. So it's nice to have that backup there for you on the BWC side of things.
Shiv is ungodly tanky right now for the early game. Very close to hitting that early green power spike. Could just buy it up right now if he wants to go for an 800 green, but for now, wants to just force the fight. And it is good. He's desperate, wants to be able to finish off this Sinclair, who's incredibly low. Has that execute, but can't quite get him under threshold. And the kill actually comes first onto Saya. So Bunny with Clock, bring the numbers, clean this one up, and even Shiv maybe in too deep here. Yeah, Mo's chasing him down. Shiv just tries to turn, do what damage he can. The execute's not enough, and the parry from Aiden the Destroyer. Beautiful read. Would have died to that melee, so took the gamble.
So close on a nice edge. This right side Guardian for melee creeps is going down.
Slowly but surely. But DMB, I think he's going to be very happy to be in a solo lane in this kind of a game on Gun Warden. I mean, expect to see him not get too active until we get a little bit later into the game, but him having such a strong start is going to really snowball his jungling. And if he's able to clear some of these camps on the opposing side of the map, like he even has a little bit of a read on where Wraith is, But winning these camps is really the valuable prize at this phase of the game. It has max Flask as well, so it's only going to further snowball how quickly he can clean them up.
8.3k, closest on the
Might
other
go
team.
Coltsack too. Like if he gets Coltsack here, it's going to be kind of a problem. Looking for a combo now is the Mo. Gonna grab one, but where's the follow-up? Here comes Abrams charging in from downtown. They have the damage, and Kibbs from downtown with the stolen Page ult shuts down Scout. Scout, you thought that was gonna heal you? Nope, you thought wrong.
Really good pressure from Bunny Clock right now. Looks like they're actually in a really good spot, even on the overall souls, but feels like they've got some good control going at the moment, taking the initiative.
Ido's risking it right now. I think he's taking Sinners on like no HP whatsoever. I mean, those Sinners hurt, man, in the early game. If you're not tanky, as Ido most certainly is not, going all in for Spirit for the first power spike, you really can't take the Sinners at 8 minutes easily.
Is he going for a fast focus lens, getting that Spirit sap online?
He might, I mean, I've honestly seen this a lot. Some of the heavier Spirit damage characters just buy the Spirit sap. I think in that Silence Wave meta, people started to realize, like, hey, this Spirit sap item is not bad. Like, you know, as just a build-up item, it's not bad. It does some pretty meaningful shred. You know, takes away some of the opponent's counter damage. Actually great for somebody like Pocket with the negative starting Spirit resist. Taking away the opponent's Spirit damage actually is really meaningful if you're trading skills going back and forth. And the shred, just, of course, it amps up everything about your kit.
And I guess with the burst damage too, if you focus on someone, then you're going to get more return on the damage that's sustained after the burst damage, because you just like insta burst them down after you hit the ability on them. So I can see how it makes a lot of sense for a Pocket. Obviously, that doesn't isolate
later in the
enough
game,
slightly.
I would like Focus Lens, especially if you're dealing with, you know, people like Wraith and Abrams, who, I mean, might not necessarily build a debuff remover, right? You know, you don't all want to build debuff remover. And, you know, being able to lock down, have some few options, have a few lockdown choices, it's going to be necessary to taking out some of these more highly mobile characters. And speaking of mobile, here comes the entire gang squad from Bunny with Clock rolling up. And the combos, the punishes have been good. I mean, Cool Cheese has been setting them up. Everyone else has been knocking them down. I would say it's the secret to their success, but it's hardly a secret.
Oh my god, Scout is so far behind his team in souls. Oh my god, he's getting actually owned right now. That's rough, but at least his team's doing it well. Otherwise, I mean, if it's going to be anyone on the team, you'd probably prefer to be him that's struggling.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I feel like Paradox can have big games though, like and be meaningful as a damage carry. I think this game is not going to be one of those though. Scout probably just going to be the old catch bot, but yeah, I don't mind it in a sense, this game of just like going Paradox and just building your knockdowns, your slowing hexes, you know, just catching people, setting up for your squad. But now he just has these fighting tools. Oh, stolen Warden ult. Do they have the burst? Yes, they do. Lockdown as well. Gives cast the ult, but no chance in using it.
There we go. The urn is collected by melee creeps. And in the meantime, it's a fight. You know, Bunny Clock investing in the left side. They're probably going to concede the Guardian on the right, but they are looking to take that Guardian down on the left side. Really big fight going on there. They're going to be able to take down Scout yet again. As we see this Guardian get lost. Is there a return? No trade actually found at all. In fact, looks like there's a chase down.
But maybe not for long. Yeah, like the whole team is trying to run him down. Just trying to make what time he can, slow things down. Has the moves, but yeah, surely not in the 4-on-1. Just dominated here in the side room. But he did pull them back far enough away from the tower that there's a time here for Page to come into this. Fishcake holding onto the tower for now. Bunny Clock are going to go for this, but maybe finding too much. Oh, combo comes in. Tower's already down. Where's the follow damage? It's not there. Shiv full tanking this. They get the stun just on the Mo, though. Seems to be getting away for the moment. But May the Creeps have brought so many players. They can't accept that for now. They need to keep hunting for kills.
Yeah, this is very sketchy now suddenly. Like, they do get that Guardian down, but
Scout's so
very sketchy 1v1.
He can't fight it. He's deep in his own side of the map, but he just can't even come close to taking that 1v1. This Mirage is a problem, man. Tornadoes through, dashes away, getting the slide out, and if he gets any kind of assistance, he could very well get out of this Shiv, though, right on top of his face. Surely that's enough. Parry wasted, and it will be ultimately a kill. Assuredly? Yeah, the bleed out is enough, and you do get that extra heal bait kill. So Fishcake profits, but man, it's really is a testament to how weak Scout is in this game that he catches a player in behind his own team's lines, and that guy just turns around and bursts him.
Speaking of which, we get another burst coming on through from the Mina, but getting caught around the side. Oh,
Real one bullet.
HP.
He cannot take a single shot, and DMB finds that last touch to clean him out. Nice flash there to Abrams, who's talking about being the wrong side of town, man. Ganked. And Warden really having a fantastic game from a farm potential. I really want to see Ido get up there in the farm, though. I feel like Geist and Warden are going to be up there. They're going to be going toe-to-toe with Mirage and Wraith, kind of like even Steven from my perspective. But I feel like if Ido has a huge game, that will tip the balance and give Melee Creeps the chance at this final win. It's a Guardian Ward on Wraith. That's pretty interesting. I'm kind of surprised by that. I mean, a very supporty item on a hero that typically is all in greed.
Yeah, that is peculiar.
Maybe, I mean, building into a DB late game could be nice. I mean, able to take off something like Affliction. Maybe he's thinking ahead for that. And I guess it does offer some decent value in the early game trades, able to protect yourself or your teammates.
I guess it also contributes to the vitality spike as well.
True. You got to buy something, right? You know, getting the spikes is going to be crucial. Fishcake baiting a little bit, pulling some attention. Chasing Mina, though. Yeah, no chance at that. No real interest. But I think DMB does grab the centers there. He's going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, I'm coming up in 45 seconds. And the bridge buffs as well. So teams need to begin to start thinking about the positioning, clean up your lanes, and then you're able to spend time getting position onto the high grounds. You can start to see that here. The play around the right side. That's the focus for Melee Creeps right now. 20 seconds to go now for the buffs. And there's not much map control for Bunny O'Clock.
I think when Affliction comes online, that's going to be kind of the go sign for Melee Creeps. They're going to have Page Ult as well. You do have to worry about Cool Cheese with a combo, though, right? If you're able to catch and burst somebody like Pocket before he gets his skills off, team fight could look incredibly different. Buffs coming up. Looks like it's traded one for the other. DMB comboed. Oh, he's up on the high ground, though, and the damage roll was a bit awkward. DMB, he's living a bit longer. Manages to get this ult off. It's helping him live for now. Sinclair trapped as well, but DMB just wants to get out of this one. Takes his chance to fall back off the play. Recognizes he's in too deep on that one. Combo is down, and now hold on, Mirage. This is turning into a no holds barred team fight. But there's 3 Melee Creeps players pushing on this side of the map. They don't want to fight here.
They're trying to control this one, falling all the way back. And are they going to be allowed to get away from this? It looks like they are going to be able to disengage successfully. But in the meantime, Sinclair Gibbs is taking down this left side walker. Is he going to be able to get it for free? No. These walkers are tanky enough that he can't take it out, but he is able to escape. This is typical Sinclair things. And they have also a Mirage on the team that can do a very similar job with the Traveler. So definitely big split push threats in those 2 heroes, as the Urn drop-off is guarded. And there's not really all that much that can be done, I think, to turn that one in at the moment. But I mean, Melee Creeps, maybe they're going to go for it. They do have a skirmish potential.
Right. I mean, a lot of ultis deployed in that last team fight. Gibbs doesn't have his. You don't have that Warden ulti, but I don't think it's that important because you're, pretty much a gun build here. The fight already getting started here on the side lane. Combo is good, and that's DMB down. And without your Warden, oh, they're going to risk it. The Urn is incredibly close to this. Fishcake with that execute online. Max dagger as well, so can really put the damage in, even on a tanky target like Mo. Urn drop for now. Paradox proves she'd rather just get into the fight, try and scrap this one out. Big question is, can Ido find a big Affliction? Fishcake finds Gibbs. Opener into the fight. DMB coming back soon. Affliction looks like it's just on to Mirage, but maybe that'll be enough here.
Yeah, still finding this one out at the moment. The Urn might be getting to be waking its way across. Page does have that in hand. Big focus fire.
Huge drive the swap, and he lives. Ido comes back in with a big burst, the 5 streak for the Pocket, and an aggressive Urn turn in. Ido dies for it, but space created, and that gets the Urn drop. I'd say you take those.
Burst damage. You can't be messing around with that from Pocket. Oh, still have some chase down. The Scout is just... Oh no, Scout is just actually wrecked it.
He's so poor. He's so sad and poor.
And look at his... That's his money. You can't be taking from him, man.
Yeah, just the rich get richer, huh? What can you do?
That can't feel good. Can't feel good. Oh man, that's like taking from an orphan.
We're officially Wraith believers and Paradox haters now, right?
I'm still sussing this Wraith. I don't know why he needs to buy 800 more of gun items so he gets the buff though. That's a mistake in the build for now. See if he buys that Swift Striker in the next trip to the shop. if you didn't know, not the most recent patch, but the one before that introduced a pretty big spike to power when you get 4,800 souls invested into each of the 3 item categories. So it's especially important for everyone to get that. You can see, like, for instance, Arctic has exactly enough to have that spike on Spirit as well as on Vitality. A little bit over invested in Vitality, but hey, it's a heal, right? And so that gives him a lot of Spirit and a lot of life for a relatively modest investment, and then you can put the rest into the gun and just pump the damage. Catch here. Oh, Gibbs. The lead it and the Shiv. The nuke is very real here. Has Decay online as well. So you're really going to start to bleed out in a very big way. Hit by Decay and some Shiv knives. Healbane on top of that as well.
And he's only 1,600. No, he needs more than that. He needs 2,400 for his spike, right? For the Spirit.
He just needs 800 more, right?
800 more?
Because Decay is a
Decay's like 200, no? Oh, right. Yeah.
So he's almost there. I mean, he could buy it up right now if he wants to go for the upgraded charges item. Pretty strong on Shiv with max knives.
Yeah.
Be a pretty common buy here. Curious to see where he wants to spec, because I mean, Shiv having Colt Stack too, he's gonna definitely scale a little bit deeper into the late game. Maybe he can kind of join the ranks of some of these top farm heroes. I also feel like Shiv is a hero that kind of punches above his weight class in terms of farm. Maybe Paradox can do the same. You know, you might not be farmed, but you can still set up kills for the big carries on your squad. Can still lock people down with that max wall.
Your arcane mastery will grow.
So it's been a tough game for Scout, man. It's been a tough game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting combos on combos. And I mean, honestly, at this point in the game, it's like if you combo the Paradox, you almost take that as Scout. Like, take the combo off the field. You know, that means Ido and DMB have a much freer fight to, you know, push the limit and take risks. Maybe a swap to be found here. Backstabber proc on this Abrams. Slips away to the TP for now, though.
Gibbs does actually have 14k souls as well. So Gibbs is as poor now as Scout. So that kind of tells you how badly things have been going for BWC recently.
Just the supports, man.
Yeah, Corchi's not too far behind her, nor is Aiden on the Mina. So like the farm is really starting to suffer on the BWC side of things, as they are now 10k souls behind overall.
Yeah, it's starting to get rough. And this can be an even earn. I think that's great news for melee creeps. An even earn turn-in is a risk that I think they're very likely to try to take. Pashipop, though, is in that left lane, so if you leave this alone, he is absolutely going to take your Walker. And so you got to decide whether that trade is worth it. I think they're going to go for it. Guys TPing in. Looks like the rest of the squad all ganging up. It's going to be a major brawl in the right lane as this earn comes in. Some Captivate and Read lockdowns. So far, so good. No one really dropping. Both teams maybe disengaging from this early trade. Geist is into the backline. No, they may not know about John's position here. And Raid's going to keep going. She's going for the base Guardians. You got to really consider, is this worth it anymore? Melee creeps, they're getting the earn, but can they find the kills? Well, 2-1 is good enough.
Yeah, Wraith's coming back in. Still going for farm. Actually, are they going to go down to the mid-boss? This is kind of crazy.
I mean, they're
going to go for it.
They're just calling the bluff. They have every ult. They're going to take this fight. Pashpop does have that Divine Barrier now. So limiting the number of options the Pocket has for this catch. Here comes that Page ult. Doesn't get any lockdown. They're trying to chase onto this Mina, but she's single retreats up to the high ground. Ido following her, though, and the nukes are good. You could maybe go for this. Maybe just getting that kill onto Arctic is going to be enough, though. It's one of the main carries. You can go right back into the mid-boss with already a bit of damage down.
Kind of vexing bolt from the hole in the ceiling.
I mean, Rabbit Hex, you could try it, but it's so many players here. I think you just try to stall this one out. Instant triple last hit. Melee creeps just send it. And I mean, this could be the game here, Dan. Like a big reju. If they can win a couple team fights clear, maybe these mid and side walkers that are already like down around half HP, things could easily fall apart for Bunny with Clock if they don't take these team fights perfectly.
Yeah, big defense mode coming on now. I mean, and in terms of the tools for defense, I think that's not going to be, it's not going to look good here because your tanky players are fairly underfarmed compared to the Warden on the other team. 32k for DMB. He is standing tall at the moment. But with that said, you know, Pop, 31k Wraith, that's very dangerous. 28k Mirage. That's where most of the farm has been going for Bunny with Clock. So the damage output is pretty nice if they're able to get the focus fire. That's really often the question with a situation like that. Can you actually just get the focus at the right timing? And I don't know that there's enough CC for BWC.
Yeah, like with the Reju's online, I feel like combo loses a ton of value because you commit really heavily in your position for that pick with combo. And then if that person just respawns right into the fight, suddenly Mo's exposed and Mo becomes an easy cleanup kill. And, you know, it kind of turns into a trade, which is not going to be good enough for Bunny with Clock. You see these Walker projectiles hit way harder now, but there's just not enough HP for this defense to really be worth it. Poshbot, meanwhile, though, maybe getting caught incredibly low. Zip boost attempted. A little bit of a fail from Scout, though. That's going to mean BWC get the chance to take a full reset, but they just cost you your other side Walker. Melee Creeps, I don't think they have any problem playing this one slow. Walker after Walker. Ido doesn't have that affliction, but gets a couple damage. Combo is good onto him, but does have that satchel. Could maybe escape out of this one. Pocket's still alive. Mo now running out of this, trying to fight, but Gibbs is down, and despite all the low HP on Melee Creeps, they're playing with House Cash. They've got the rejuves here. Bunny with Clock just trying to reset into their base. But remember, there's a Walker out there. You are giving up for this.
Yeah, straight in on top of this one. The Shiv, pretty low, but again, rejuves are online, so doesn't matter. He's going to get taken down by the Walker. Rejuve will be used. In fact, all the Rejuve crystals are gone now, so that actually might prevent them from going further forward. And right now,
Arctic's down. You might go for this. And they've got the page. The pushing potential is pretty severe. Nina ulti over the top, putting some damage down. Big charge as well from Tanner. Hold on, this could turn into a real team fight now. Melee Creeps trying to navigate this one perfectly. Remember, there's still 2 players down for Bunny with Clock, and despite the beautiful start to this engagement, the swap from John keeps him in fighting form, and it's Bunny with Clock sent packing to the fountain. Still that damage from Tanner, the fact that he's able to get out as well, they just did enough, I think, to just stop this push and make sure there's no shrines dropping here now.
yeah, it's such a big differential, though. 27k difference now. Okay, we might get a chase down. They're looking to try to see if they can find stragglers Bunny with Clock as they come out of the base. Is there anybody they can pick off here? There are players that discuss. They're not expecting a team fight. And there is the
perennial punching bag Scout.
Captivating read.
He's 22k souls. Gibbs is even more broke. Fishcake's got to get a heal. He's not ready to take this kind of a fight. There is a big wave crashing to the Bunny with Clock base, so somebody's going to have to go back and deal with that, or you probably will lose a shrine here. There's no base guardians in that side lane. But if you go back on the map, it will be Arctic who's going to do it. Doesn't have that ult quite yet, so there's a chance for Melee Creeps to maybe come out on this map and contest this urn pickup.
Okay, well, there's the urn grab. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, they're enclosing on the position. They're looking to stop this. Melee Creeps. Can they get a catch?
Should be huge. Ido on top. Oh, what a pop there. Mina is down, just trying to play that health bar, not respecting the amount of burst that Ido can put down. And more players potentially caught into this. Poshpop commits to the ult. Pocket coming in from behind. This could be devastating if he can get any affliction. Even a one-man would be good enough. Mo may not even need it to take down the bowl. Just has that raw damage. Link pass, but now you know there's no way out. Affliction on 2. It's going to be solid from Ido. He's dancing, dipping, ducking, dodging, and weaving here. Mirage with the tornado dodge as well. Beautiful stuff out of Ido. Just an absolute professional at work here on the Pocket. Gets the cleanup alongside John. And I mean, that's a devastating team fight. The advantage was pretty significant for Melee Creeps, and now it's really been blown wide open, especially with, you know, another 30 to 40 seconds to be uncontested around the map.
Yeah, this is where things get really out of hand now, because the entire map is up to be cleaned up too if Melee Creeps decide to try to do some farming. But they do have some resistance for this urn. I mean, we've got Sinclair there. Abrams is also looking for a potential charge.
He's baiting it.
He's got the outfire as well.
The double jump. Oh, and he gets there and drop. Okay, it's going to be good enough. Abrams shut down punish, locked down into the corner, just absolutely taking the kitchen sink to the face. Tanner, even him with the tankiness. Is it? Wait, somehow. Okay, no, he's down. And a second follows him. Gibbs straight to the grave. Shiv looking for more with that decay and the max knives. Out of daggers for now. Might slow him down, but this is a 6-on-3. We could be very close to the end of the game. 16 seconds toward that next affliction, and you better believe Ido is looking to get active.
I need to be careful out here.
They've got the entire map.
There's a lot of farm, right? Yeah, there's a lot of sinners. There's a lot of value to be extracted right now. Continue to grow this lead. I mean, we have the soul comeback mechanics at this point, right? You know, it's going to make the value of some of these cleanups not quite as severe, but I mean, that's cold comfort at this point for Bunny with Clock. I mean, you're not really getting anything out of the map right here, and maybe the Creep's just going to get it all these permanent buffs off the sinners. You know, that's something you can just never get back.
Tap into my power.
Yeah, Page just free farming. Never a good indication for the other team.
Yeah, Page. Super happy to just get a nice clear of a side of that. Like, when do you get this on Page? This is a Christmas special here. It's Black Friday on the left side of the map. You got Page clearing an entire jungle.
Yeah, you can just see Melee Creeps just putting them out to work at the moment. And on your clock, I mean, it's always that precarious position where you're like, you know, if we push out the base, they have full map control. Are they gonna try to gank us? Are they gonna pick? The game's over, but maybe they're not even there. Like, you just, without any way to get info, it's really, really
right now.
difficult.
I feel like maybe it's up to like somebody like Cool Cheese or Aiden to kind of get out on the map and scout. A little bit of greed here, being scouted. They find Trisky, but he's out of there, and like, you almost know for sure anytime Bunny the Clock show on the map, they're going to be a 6-man at this phase. Like, they really have no other option. And so even just seeing that Shiv and having Shiv get away, and Shiv's probably one of the hardest heroes to catch in this entire game at this phase with the Warp Stone and the dash. I mean, he's just so incredibly tanky as well. And that means that you're just, I mean, Bunny the Clock, there's no farm in this part of the map. They're just kind of holding this position, you know, contesting something, but nothing to be had from that spawn.
Able to build some rage as well with that dagger connected. The fight on the rooftop. Both teams gathering. And mid boss, I mean, they can force it.
They might go for it. I mean, you are talking with the kind of lead where maybe you do just send it. You do have a Page, of course, so the contest could be good. You could also just force the roar and then look for the team fight. But okay, they are going to do that. They're going to look for some catches. Ido scouting it out. Ido taking a bit of pressure though. Hold on. Pocket's so crucial, dropping very low. Rip the Affliction and maybe just done enough already. Here comes Page with the ult, and TMB is just running through them. The Warden sends them home, sends them to jail. And this could just be the end of the game right away. I don't even know if you go back for the mid boss at this point. DMB might smell the opportunity to just run it down mid, clear these waves, clear these Guardians, take a bite out of that Patron.
Sally.
Oh my, look at this damage. He's race car, he's race car. Literally race car Warden at this phase of the game. I mean, he's just unkillable. No one can 1v1. They could 2v1 him. I don't think they can stop him, and Shiv's here to assist as well.
Oh my god, it's disgusting.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's game. They're not even going to be alive for this. Look how fast that reload is, man. He's basically just perma shooting. Clearing some base Guardians because he's got something to do while the Patron drops. You know, he's bored. A little bit to do. Ultimate ripped into the pit, and I mean, watch this Patron drop, man. Warden has all of the gun damage in the world here. Absolutely no shot. They're grabbing the rejuves with Bunny with Clock, but it means nothing. Melee Creeps take the game, and the series are champions here in NA.
So that's why you pick Warden DMB with the pop-off to close out the game. They're going to take night shift number 17, just like they did number 16. That's another $600 and so in their pockets, thanks to our great CFO, Jake, and the kind people tuning in across YouTube and Twitch.tv. DDK, guess how many people were watching you concurrently on just our 2 channels during that finals cast?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that? I was actually watching, looking at the chat.
How many people do you think watched you concurrently across Twitch and YouTube?
All right,
Two streams, numbers
CCB
combined.
knowledge check.
7,777.
Divide that in 2 and you crushed it. It was very close to that. Fantastic work from across the seas to everyone tuning in NA. We were witnessing a show of strength. Bunny with Clock didn't have the might in the second half. It's pretty close, though, through the first 15 minutes, Jake.
Absolutely. I mean, this game did come a bit down to the wire, but I felt like DMB and John, the double threat here on the Warden Geist, so much power, so much efficacy in these team fights, and then the Idol Pocket, man, he just doesn't miss. He just doesn't miss. So clean on this Pocket. I know he's a really flexible player. He can play a ton of different characters. He's, far from limited. But it's just something about the Pocket. It's just this legacy hero. I feel like this is going to be one of those heroes that we're always going to want to see Ido bring out. And for good reason. I mean, he delivers the key team fight victories there in the final team fight. I mean, he's kind of baiting that engage, has the survivability to stay alive. And, I mean, DMB comes in with the help of a Page ult, and it's just lights out.
The Page seeming to get more play in recent patches. We've got Saya popping off this time around on the support character. DDK. Are you able to whittle it down to one moment here that locked it in for the Melee Creeps, or was it one player that we could crown an MVP? Let's take a look at their numbers first.
Yeah, one moment, I'm not sure, but I will say that I feel like this game was sweet justice for DMB because he got Rex having to play in Furnace on the first map and comes in with that performance on the Warden, getting off to a just crazy start. I think, you know, his play at the beginning, he rocketed past everybody else and really gave a lot of presence for melee creeps to give them that early to mid game momentum that I think was pretty key. So DMB for me was definitely a standout.
Arctic and Aiden doing what they can when it came to the player damage, but it's going to be Ido on the pocket. That was most impressive for me on melee creeps. What are you weighing in on, Mr. Jake? What do we like about this game from either side?
I'm not gonna lie, the most satisfying thing for me in a game of Deadlock is clearing out the base like all by yourself in a matter of seconds. So I was so here for the DMV Warden, just absolutely deleting shrines, guardians, patrons, just everything before him, falling to this objective pressure from Warden. So always a fun thing to see. And you know, the Warden really coming back into the meta now as a very relevant carry pick, getting the Geist and the Warden just overwhelmed a lot of these fights. I mean, I feel like Cool Cheese did his best with some nice combos in the early game to kind of find these picks and stifle the momentum of melee creeps. But just eventually we reach a point in the game when you're grouped up in a death ball, and then the AoE damage, you got Pocket, you got Warden, you got Geist, you got Shiv, and then on top of that, you've got Saya and Scout layering in lockdowns and control, and you just can't fight into that kind of like a bog that melee creeps are putting down for Bunny with Glock.
A 50K soul difference was the final score, and this was the fastest game on the night. 30 minutes, 19 seconds. Melee Creeps taking down Bunny with Clock to become your NA champions once again. We have just one more thing to do, and that, I believe, is to show you some highlights from one individual. Which one was it? He won 2 games. He lost 1. I doubt he's from the losing team. TDK, did you get your vote in?
No, Pocket. I don't even know where I am right now.
You're in a great place. Go ahead and walk me through the highlights from
a classic, an absolute classic, a fan favorite.
Oh yeah,
it's the Ido Pocket. I also think in the last game, right on the Calico, able to find a ton of those like burst kills. I think he paid Calico the first 2 games. It's also a great hero for him. But for me, there's nothing like the Pocket, the GOAT. One of the best to ever do it here in Deadlock. I mean, was a streamer for a long time. I mean, still a streamer, still one of the best.
Still a streamer
in the category. However, also playing now in the competitive scene and showing that he's more than just a streamer.
We won him over, chat, because he was flirting with us. He was thinking about it. And then you guys put the pressure on him. I've always heard about his Pocket, but it's always been banned out. Tonight, I finally get to witness the devastation.
Oof. I mean, just finding so many crucial kills, just reaches this point in the game when I feel like you just can't deal with him, right? You need like every lockdown in the book to stop him, and often it's just not enough. And just absolutely perfectly executed these fights. I mean, he makes it look easy. That's what's crazy. This hero is so incredibly complicated, and he just makes it look so simple there.
Makes a trench coat look cool. It's tough to do.
Facts.
Yeah, step aside, Keanu Reeves.
And melee, because this is what 6 in a row for them. Sneaky Golem now long in the rearview mirror. It's just been Bunny with Claw kind of contending and challenging the last 3 night shifts, but it's wild to see how the tides have turned. The new kings in North America, beginning the start of a new dynasty, but they've got a long way to go to match the Hydra Nation record. I mean, that one might stand for a long time yet.
6 in a row. We're on a heater. At least to close out Q4, they are looking to finish strong in December. Should we invite the same teams back, do you think, for next week? Did we like what we saw from our squads, Bunny with Clock and Sneaky Golem? Are these the 3 best right now?
I think so. I mean, this is the triple threat in NA, and I think what's so exciting is, I mean, for so long we were saying NA is the joke region where there's just like maybe one good team and no one can compete. Now that's EU, and now it's NA's turn to really shine and be the stars of the show. We've got 3 really strong teams. Feels like anyone could win on any given day. You got to give melee creeps the solid favorite position, but it's far from assured. I mean, Bunny with Clock can take games. I feel like Sneaky Golem, surely we can't count those players out given their pedigree and their experience at the highest level.
All right, I told myself to check in on my guy who had 3 edibles a match before the grand finals. Homie, you're still with us in the Twitch chat. How we feeling? Are you proud of MLC?
I'm unmuting just to call that 3 edibles. Like, you're out of your mind, especially when you take them all at once. Like, you trying to go to the moon? You trying to invent space travel?
Yeah,
like, what's going on, man?
He's feeling colors right now. He's tasting stuff. Thank you for joining us. Definitely did not return to the chat. We know you're in a better place. Enjoy the rest of your night on the couch Hopefully your mom puts a blanket on you. In the meantime, we take a look here at our Shift 17 hero priority. Any surprises, DDK? I saw a Drifter tonight, and he got a W.
That's yeah, I mean, you know what, it's always good to see a Drifter, I feel like, but he did get a little bit hit by this most recent patch, so I'm kind of scared for his chances in the future. We got to see a couple Dynamos. I do think Dynamo does have utility. I'm definitely a Dynamo stan, so I hope we can see more of Dynamo. I do think we saw a good look on the Calico from Ido, because we're starting to see, you know, new interactions with some of the ways the investments work, as Jake explained in the match, and that kind of just changes how you might get the power spikes at various times in a map, and that can make all the difference in trying to make a hero viable that may before not have as much utility. So it's good to see. And in NA still loving the Mina. Mina's still up there. I think there's kind of a battle between NA and EU a little bit on the Mina, but it seems like EU's coming around a little bit more. So it seems like Mina's stocks are rising.
We're still super high on Shift, and we're super high on Abrams as well as Paradox. All 7 picks here. Not getting banned out, so they're not super threats. Is that how I should read that, Jake? What's the situation?
Yeah, I mean, they're characters that they're good, but they're not necessarily great, as we saw in the last game. Like, you know, there's value from Abrams and Paradox, so they do contribute, but they're not like the hard carries. I do also think the data from this week is going to be a little scuffed, considering the last 3 maps of the night were on a completely different patch. Big surprise for me, though, is GT down to only 1 pick, nobody touching Victor. So those are 2 characters that the last couple months have been at least decent, and now more or less unplayed. And so I'm curious to see if those trends continue, or especially the great talent. I feel like surely there's a way for GT to be in the meta. As we take a look at some of the top items of the night, debuff remover on top. I mean, talk about a value for green, though. If you're going to invest into the green, you throw up a shield, throw up a debuff remover, and Bob's your uncle. Like, that's your 4,800 green investment.
Totally, yeah. Debuff remover is so good, and it's one of the things. Like, I think you made this point earlier in the broadcast. If you are watching this broadcast, buy debuff remover. The reason why you think focus lens is so OP is because you're not buying debuff remover. It's not so scary when you can just press a button, get a heal, and remove the focus lens. Makes all the difference. But yeah, still seeing. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Finish.
I don't want to finish now. Fuck it. You know what? It wasn't going to be valuable.
It was great. It was so good. It was probably the highlight of the show, and I ruined it. Damn it.
It's all good. It's
Healing
all
right,
good.
OP, you guys. Healing right, OP,
yes.
nerf healing
right.
right.
Right is OP. What was not OP was Victor. Why was Victor missing in action was the chat's request, and my ADHD interrupted you, Dan. Sorry.
Honestly, I feel like I'm just, every time you ask me something, I feel like I'm throwing wrenches your way, and I don't know why I'm doing it today. So
I feel like that's a good question from chat. You know, one of the things I kind of want to try now in going into this next week is, like, right when Victor came out, people were playing this hyper carry build where you'd go like Berserker and then a lot of Spirit and Vitality. And then people started to play more just like all in on Spirit and Vitality, just like no gun items whatsoever. And I'm thinking now with this power spike buff, I wonder if you don't ever go Victor and go with Berserker again, get like one other, like a Fleetfoot or something to get that gun investment online and try and be the all-around carry where you've got a ton of Spirit, you've got a ton of bullet damage. Maybe he's just getting cooked by all like the incredibly strong bullet carries. You just got Warden mowing you down. Your second life means nothing when Warden just standing there over you with an ult. So we'll see. But I'm curious, especially for heroes like GT that have felt like a mainstay in the competitive scene for a long time. I think they'll probably find a way back in.
Much love to everyone who tuned in. We gave out $1,235. Thank you for the donations. Keep them coming. And next week will be the final broadcast of December. We are going to see our families and friends during the holidays. So if you want us to dress up like little Christmas elves, like DDK's Christmas card, you got to pay us. We'll talk about it later. Hit up DDK on Twitter. That's Jake Overwatch. From behind the scenes, we had Solomon, the great June, a fantastic performance from Low 2. Everyone had a great show except for Knock. They bailed early. Later, Knock.